did I ask?
I think we're live.
I think we are. All right, fantastic.
Morning, Michael. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks, Felix. How are you feeling after your fat W in the Rubik's Relay Cup?
We'll chat about that shortly. But for
Alright,
any viewers, any viewers who've just joined or have been online for a while, welcome to day number 3 of the Oceanic Championships.
Day number 3.
Day number 2 for me, but day number...
Yeah, day number 2 that we've streamed.
Yeah.
So day number 3 overall. We've got some pretty good events up today. We've got the first couple rounds of 3x3 and 2x2. But starting off with today, we've just got the first couple groups of 5x5.
We do. We're here in Parkville. Beautiful Parkville. Beautiful Melbourne.
Beautiful, yes.
We've got 800 competitors. This is the biggest competition since the pandemic and the 5th biggest competition ever.
Yeah, so happy that we're able to hold such large-scale events and just really get back into the swing of things, and I'm really excited for what today and tomorrow holds.
It's been going really, really smoothly. We've seen a lot of highlights from the first day. What were your favourite things?
Oh, look, I'm a bit biased because I was on commentary for it, but the Relay Cup at the end of the day was definitely a highlight. Really bringing together the cream of the crop in Oceanic 3x3. And definitely happy with the outcome. Victoria 1 sealing the win.
Of course. Strong showing from Victoria all around. Victoria 3 really representing getting to the semi-finals, was it?
Victoria 3, a fantastic underdog story, making it to the final 4, despite I think being seeded 7th or 8th.
Oh right,
something like that. They were
solid.
It's definitely outdone possibly their own expectations, but certainly my own.
And the finals were very, very tight, very close. Came down to a massive comeback from Victoria's own Riley Dexter
against Jay McNeill. First 2 competitors for each team were quite even, especially like after the end. Third competitors started around about the same time.
Yeah.
But it was it was a very clutch effort.
It was very nice being actually carried by my team throughout the whole competition.
Yeah.
I've previously just been used to trying to carry Jay through some of the relays that we've done together. But these days it's... I think I'm on the verge of being kicked out. From Vic 1. They're talking about replacing me with Phoenix Patterson.
I think Phoenix had a good showing in the relay as well. Saw a sub 6 from him, 5.99. So he was an integral part of that Victoria team, Victoria 3 team, really coming through.
And if you haven't seen it, the video I believe is available to watch on Twitch. The whole full replay from yesterday.
So the whole day 2 replay is all available. Hey, the redback. Who's this? This is Kerry's. What?
the full replay is available from yesterday if you have time, but obviously we're going to be streaming the whole day today. And what have we got coming up?
We've got a whole fresh day of content. So as I said before, we're just starting off with 5x5. We've got about 11 groups of that. Sorry, more than that. I've got 15 groups of 5x5 to go through, and then after that we've got Square 1, Pyramix. Then it's everybody's favourite event. Lunch.
Very good.
Yes, lunch is the best event. And then after that, we've just got 2x2 and 3x3 first rounds. And they are massive rounds.
They are. Although Square 1 and Pyramix are pretty massive, we've got our own David Epstein from Victoria, who's previously held the Square 1 world record average. He's definitely looking to get that back in today's round. And obviously Jasper Murray from New Zealand, the Pyramix world record holder.
I'm very, very excited to see what Jasper can cook up in his Pyra rounds over this weekend. I'm expecting... hopefully something good.
We've got, I think, competitors from, I believe it's 25 different countries all come to Melbourne to celebrate this competition with us. I think we had a few more for the World Championships, but obviously this being the Oceanic, we've had all the Continental Championships so far this year, so and it's the end of the year, no one's going to be making the huge trips, but we've got a few from the United States. Very exciting. We're just getting word as well. Another statistic we wanted to share was it's actually the most attractive commentary team of any.
Oh yeah, and I think that's been scientifically proven. In fact, I think really starts with us. But then you've also got Chris Mills, very, very handsome, and and then you've got TNL and James. They're kind of bringing up the rear.
We got them to run that stat overnight.
Yeah.
It was far and away.
Yeah, it was too hard for WCA statistics to calculate. They don't have the brain power there, but I think amongst our amongst our little horde.
Yeah. So this morning, we've got 5x5. We're going to have shortly, in about 10 or 15 minutes, Ethan Pride, who's the head of the WCA.
Yep.
So Michael's going to interview Ethan. So if you're in the chat, have a think about some of the questions you might want to ask about the WCA, the future of the WCA, what events you want added or removed, maybe.
I think that's a pretty contentious topic. Yep.
We'll see.
I'm not going to stake a claim in that. I'll just go with the flow.
But no, Ethan,
don't remove 5 blind though.
No,
please, Ethan.
But so you're going to have Ethan on in about 10 or 15. That'll be interesting. But
it's my job to persuade him not to remove 5 blind.
Yeah.
It's my sole purpose in life. But that's going to be really exciting. So that's coming up during our next couple of groups. But for the time being, just got 5x5 Group 1 on the red stage going up. And so we've got a couple of good competitors in this group. So we've got Andy Gong, station number 1. He's just clocked a 109. And then next to him as well, Charlie Egan's had a really good showing in the 3 blind yesterday in that first round. And also part of the finalist Queensland 1 team.
Indeed. I think Charlie and Toby both had mid sevens, and that was very, very solid in the finals.
It's very, very good. They can perform well under pressure, and it's definitely a good way to prepare yourself for this 3x3 round coming up later on today.
Absolutely. So Charlie on the left there, station 2, warming up for a bit of pyramids. And Andy looks to be in deep discussion with Miles Jarman over there, the delegate.
I think they're just
Miles
discussing algs.
Just teaching him a new parity algorithm before his next solve. Always a good idea to learn algs during a round, just in case they come up.
Because that way they're the most fresh in your mind.
Exactly.
That's definitely the way to go. But other than that, we've also got the other junior member on station 4 from Queensland 1, Toby Seufert. Doing 5x5. Can't see much of his solve from where we're at, but possibly the camera could get a better view. Yeah,
it's a bit hard under the table with some of these big cubes. You tend to find that especially the 6x6, the 7x7, because you're there for such a long time. The hands do tend to naturally, take the gravitational path. And if we had 9x9, for example, I think the hands would end up on the floor. That's how low it would get. It's just a gradual, decline of the hands.
And then anything other than that, you're just laying down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Prone position, just kind of solving out in front of you.
But then on the 3x3 stage, Toby's really brought it back up high.
It's just intuition, really. You're on 3x3 stage. 3x3, your hands are up here.
You might get a 3x3 skip, and it's just it's optimizing
and then have to throw the cube. Yeah.
Toby there looks really quite happy with 144, or just chatting to both judges.
Another thing that you might be aware of if you were watching our stream yesterday, our little subgroups in this volunteer team. So we've got Team Kookaburra in the streaming team and social media department. We've also got just 5 general crew teams running the stations. And there's been a bit of a rivalry between these teams as our team mascots have been stolen and just kind of taken hostage. If you were watching our stream yesterday, you might remember that we had 2 Kookaburra mascots. The one that we named yesterday, Kooky Monster, is currently still at large, but we're looking to make peace with Team Wallaby today, and so I felt it was right to bring on Chris Mills and Lennon Hughes to make their peace. Where is Kooky Monster?
He's standing right there.
This is Captain Cook.
That's Captain Cook.
We don't have Cookie Monster.
Lennon from Team Wallaby, saying that
have Cookie Monster.
I was promised that peace would be made and we would get Cookie Monster back.
Kookaburra? That's his name? Captain Cook, is that his name?
That's Captain Cook.
I have Captain Cook.
Did you have Cookie Monster earlier today?
I would like to swear on the Holy Bible that I did not have Cookie Monster.
Get him off the street. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. I was promised.
We hope to have the return of Cookie Monster, and
No.
we're told he's being treated well under good conditions, taken hostage, but being pampered.
How do we know though? How do we know?
No, they wouldn't do anything untoward. Yeah,
you'd hope not.
So that's the first wave of 5x5 groups out of the way. Again, getting off to a fairly slow start here today, very casual, which is nice. Always gives the staff and the crew a bit of time to warm up into the competition and warm up their judging skills.
Judging skills and scrambling and
exactly,
and all the things necessary for this competition to function.
Yep. As I mentioned before, if you just joined us, we're going to have Ethan Pride on, head of the WCA. Is it chairman? I think it's chairman, or I can't remember what the exact title is.
Chair. He's chair of the WCA.
Yeah. So he'll be coming on in about 5 minutes, and Michael's going to give him an interview. Should be really, really insightful.
Don't remove 5 point Ethan. Please. I beg of you.
Yeah, there may not be bribes exchanged under the table here, large sums of money, or Kookaburra mascots in exchange for 5 blind recognition.
That would probably it's a risk worth taking, I think.
Yeah.
As much as I'd hate to see 5 blind go, I think Kookaburra is much more important. But anyway, very excited for that, to hear about more of the future of the WCA and also just general thoughts on where we are now.
Exactly. It's been a big few years of growth.
Absolutely, and I'm pretty excited to know how he's coping with just the growth locally, but especially around the world.
Exactly. So as you said, later on today is obviously the main event, the 3x3.
Yep.
That'll be taking up about 3.5 hours or so, but not to worry, because we're going to have the way that we've organised it is there are a few fast people in each group, and when we say fast, kind of the top 16 to 20 seeds. They'll all be stationed on the red stage, which is where we're doing the stream, and so we'll be able to see in each group we'll have a few people that we can really follow their full average.
Yep.
And hopefully see some really, really fast times throughout the entire 3x3 round.
Absolutely. And I think one of the people that's going to be worth following for this group in particular, on station number 4, Jasper Murray, mostly known as the Pyraminx World Record holder. He's quite good at that event, I've been told. But he also has a shot at breaking some 5x5 New Zealand national records.
There you go.
If the day's right. So very excited to see how that plays out. Other than that, we've also got up the front stations 1 and 2. We've got Ryan Driscoll, who is he's definitely one of Australia's big cube nerds.
He is. He made the 7x7 final at the World Championships 3 years ago.
Yep,
and I believe the 6x6 final as well.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah. Am I also correct in assuming that a few years ago he was Australian national champion in 6 and 7?
He was. This would have been 2017.
2017.
Big cube national champion in 6 and 7.
Yes. Some very prestigious titles there. And then next to him on station 2 is Asher Kim McGarrick from the US. Made the flight down and hopefully setting some good times here.
Fingers crossed. I think they're still all warming up. So the thing with 5x5 is it's got to be scrambled correctly, and it's kind of the biggest cube that they need to make sure is scrambled correctly. So scramblers always take a fair bit of time and are fairly cautious, because you really don't want to end up with a mis-scrambled 5x5 and then you have to solve it, and then it just snowballs into not a whole lot of fun.
Much better to be cautious and get it right than go full ball and mess it up.
Yeah, exactly. So
that might be something I'm asking Ethan about as well. Let's talk let's talk about possibly making a change to that, but that will be covered later.
That will. Although I might grab Ethan now if you're ready.
No problems. Where is he hiding? Oh, he's just over there.
So I'll go grab Ethan.
Yeah.
I'll pass you over to back to Michael.
Fantastic.
See you guys later.
Okay, so on station 4, just about to get ready for his first hole, we had Jasper Murray. as we've said before, he is a good shot at breaking some New Zealand national records. And also joining us in the commentary booth, as Feliks was saying before, is the great Ethan Pride.
Hello, Michael. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks. And how's your morning going so far?
It's very good. Things have been quite smooth.
Yes,
it's good to see everyone back, and this is going to be the big day.
Oh, yeah, this is the big day. First rounds of 2x2 and 3x3.
So
going to get a lot of foot
700 competitors, I reckon.
Yeah.
It'll be quite busy.
Quite busy, but we're well prepared. We know that everyone's got a role to do.
Absolutely. All the volunteers are ready to go.
Yep.
They're all here nice and early this morning, getting set back up after the relay last night.
Awesome. And that was fantastic to witness,
It was.
wasn't it?
How close was that final?
Oh, that final was fantastic. Had to go down to
Had
waiting
to go
on
right down to
calculations.
the end.
Yeah.
Yep. No, I couldn't have had a better final.
Absolutely not. Jasper Murray at the moment just finishing up on station number 4. But now that I've got you here, Ethan, what are your thoughts on how this competition's been so far?
It's been very good. It's good to... It's sort of like rounding out the year, the last Continental Championship. The first year we've had Continental Championships every continent.
Yep.
And it's good to see Oceania finally getting a Continental Championship.
Oh, yes. It's been a long time in the making.
Absolutely.
But, it's here now, and I'm very confident saying that it's, definitely lived up to my expectations.
That's good. I'm glad it's looking like how we imagined it.
Yeah.
Like we always have a vision, and then whether that vision shows,
whether it comes to life.
And it has, I think.
And it's just so fantastic to see. It's
absolutely
definitely a great way to end out this year.
Yeah.
But as for major competitions, obviously this is going to be the last one this year. But next year's the big one.
World
Championships in South Korea.
That is going to be a huge one.
Oh, absolutely. Any details on that which you can?
I think we'll see an announcement very shortly.
Yep. Okay,
I think
fair
you're not going to have to wait too long for an announcement on Worlds.
Well, you heard it here first.
I'm very much looking forward to seeing everyone in Korea.
Oh, fantastic.
It's going to be a very good competition.
Oh, I'm very excited for it. If it could be anything like it is today. And
absolutely. I think the team's going to do a very good job in Korea.
Beautiful, beautiful. What's the competitor... Oh, actually, competition hasn't even been announced yet.
It hasn't been announced, but it will be at least 1,000 in the competition.
At least 1,000?
At least 1,000.
Wow, okay. So
it's going to be quite a big competition.
Yeah, so we've
got... And especially coming back after 4 years of no World Championships, it's going to be...
Yeah, wow. It was a bit of a shame missing out on
the Netherlands one.
Yeah, the Netherlands.
They put so much work in because they were going to do Euros in 2020 and then Worlds in 2021, and it just... it never worked out. They were quite unlucky.
It all fell through. They were very unlucky in that regard. But Euros this year, at least they
Euros, yes, that was good.
That around,
good to
get
around.
Pretty good in Copenhagen.
Exactly.
Fantastic.
That was one of the first ones this year.
Yep.
But that was all part of. There was like a big block of the Continentals.
Yeah.
And then we sort of had to wait for our turn.
Yeah. Look, it's been good seeing how all of the other continent champs have been run, and then just taking
bits
the
of
best
learning
parts of
from
each.
them.
Yeah. Absolutely. So very, very excited to see how that turns out next year.
Yes.
Hoping to make an appearance. Would be
I'm
nice.
hoping that we can... it'll be good to crown the best in the world again.
It would be, yeah, because that's something we've been so long missing out on.
To have all of the world's best in one spot.
Yeah.
It's been ages.
And last time actually was right here.
Not far from this venue,
right? Not far from here, no. I drive past it on the way up.
Brings back some... Oh, you weren't even around then?
I wasn't around, no. That was my year 12. I had a lot of other things to do. Yeah. But moving away from World Championships, obviously, you are chair of the WCA.
Yes.
So there's definitely a lot of questions I've got to ask you, just about where you think we are at the moment and where you think we're going in the future, like initiatives and that kind of thing. I know particularly Speedcubing Australia was looking at becoming a recognised sport.
Yes. So
at some point.
Also on a world stage as well.
Yep.
We're looking at becoming an internationally recognised sport.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, it's really great. We went through a couple years of the very few competitions because of COVID, and that was quite hard. But now the communities are coming back at a much, much quicker rate.
Yeah, there's been
next year I think we're expecting way more competitions we've ever had in a year.
Yeah.
We're having 30, 40 competitions a weekend.
Wow.
And the number of volunteers has stepped up. So we're passing like 400 volunteers in the organisation.
Wow.
But yeah, as you say, sports... that is one of the next goals, is to become a registered sport around the world.
And what does that entail? What benefits?
So eventually it becomes IOC recognition.
Oh,
so Olympic recognised sport. Probably not in the Olympics,
right?
Per se.
Right.
But Olympic recognised. So it gives more funding to help us grow the community and more recognition.
Yeah, and with especially even the growth that we've seen locally in Australia and specifically in Melbourne, we're still getting 500-person comps with half of the people new.
Exactly. If you think back to the first comp of this year, it was about 200 people at Melbourne Summer.
Yeah.
And then the last comp a couple of weeks ago, 500 people, 250 of them never been to a comp
Over
before.
doubled. It's been incredible
Exactly.
how quickly it's grown, and just it doesn't look like it's slowing down anytime soon, really. So,
no.
Is there anything we can really do to try and adapt, or?
So we will have to adapt because eventually it's going to grow so big that no matter how many volunteer hours we put into it, it just won't be manageable.
Yeah.
So it'll be growing to some of the levels that other sports organisations, and there's really good basis for us to base it all off. So growing in line with some of these other organisations, learning from them, especially some of these bigger ones, and I think over the next few years you'll see a lot of change in the WCA.
Yeah, and I'm hoping it's good change, but I'm very excited regardless. It should be. It's amazing how everything's shaping up just to be bigger and better every single year.
Well, it just keeps getting bigger. It keeps getting better.
Yeah,
and as all thanks to the effort the volunteers are putting in.
Yeah, absolutely. And even the volunteers at this competition, it's just amazing how many people are willing to put
even at the smallest level, the volunteers for this competition putting in 12, 13-hour days just to make this one competition run. Yeah. And then you think that happens around the world every week, 30 times a week. Yeah,
it's incredible. Going off of chat here, obviously it's a bit of a hot topic about adding events. Adding and removing events.
So it is an interesting discussion, right?
It is quite an interesting discussion, yeah.
And I think there needs to be a process that makes it quite standardised.
Yep.
I do like the idea of some more spectator-friendly events.
Yep.
So if you think to the Rubik's Relay last night, for spectators, they see who won straight away, right? And that's something that I like as a potential, but nothing set in stone just yet.
Yeah, right. And it's a good point that if we're going to grow as a organisation, spectator friendliness is a massive,
it definitely needs to,
part
and that's part of this is like the stream getting better.
Yeah.
So some of these events getting streamed like this at this high quality has been very good for that growth.
And I've shouted out the producers all weekend.
Yes,
Daniel
they've done
Peter
an
have
awesome
done a fantastic job.
Awesome job all weekend.
Yeah, this stream has just been fantastic, and it's only one day in.
Yes.
So I'm very excited to see.
I'm excited to see what they've got for today.
Yeah,
I've heard
today,
it's going to be even better.
Yeah, today's got some good stuff lined up, especially with 2x2 and 3x3 coming up. So that's going to be very, very good to watch, and I hope that
good to see some of the results coming through.
Yeah, definitely. The data entry team's working pretty hard, so
they are.
Team Koala?
Yeah, Team Koala.
Team Koala.
I've seen the sombrero going around collecting all the scorecards. So for those at home, someone heads around in a sombrero to collect all the scorecards.
It's very unique to our Oceanic Championships, but that's the way we like it.
We have a few unique things.
Yeah. Fantastic. I was going to say there are people asking how their competitions are already scheduled for December next year. That's more to do with dues.
Yes, so there was a dues increase more recently.
Yeah, just for people at home who might not know what dues are, why do we?
So
what are dues? Why
so
do
the
we need them?
WCA collects a fee per competitor per competition.
Yeah,
that's how we're able to provide the results through our website, provide the registration system. So there was an increase to them a month or two ago, and there will be some exciting projects announced within the next month that we will be able to spend that money on to really improve some of the tech side of the WCA.
Yeah, fantastic. All right. Just in chat, guys, is there anything that you'd like to ask the chair of the WCA while he's here? Is there anyone at the WCA who gets paid?
There are currently no paid positions.
So it's all volunteer run.
All volunteer run.
Everybody's doing it out of the goodness of their own heart and for the love of the sport.
Exactly.
Is there anything that you're seeing over here that you'd like
we've got Feliks's one from back up.
Where is Feliks? Is it true you flew yourself to a competition this year?
I did fly down to Tasmania.
Yeah.
And those who watch the Arisandra's YouTube channel will see that we flew in a plane to the second part of that series.
That was a fantastic video. All around.
Yeah, I remember the night before I was going, I'm going to fly up to this one. He goes, can I come?
Yeah. That's the thing. Ari's very, very content focused.
Yes.
He's got content brain.
Good content.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And so he would have been right on that. He would have loved it.
Oh yes.
Definitely one of the most unique ways to travel to a competition, flying yourself there.
In a small little plane.
Yep. Fitting Jody in there as well. You got 3 of you just squished in.
It was very cramped, I think.
Was it 4
Miles
of you?
was there as well.
So it was
yourself,
we got
Miles and Jody, who are not short people.
No, not at all.
And I don't know if you've seen how small the plane was.
It was
about what Ari could fit in.
Yeah.
So Jody might have had some growth stunted by squishing into that plane.
How long was the flight?
It was an hour from Hobart to Launceston.
Okay, yeah, right. I knew it was Hobart to Launceston, but that's an hour flight. Okay, but it's an hour of cramp.
Like 3 hours from when I flew myself from Melbourne to Hobart.
You've done that?
Yeah, so that's how I got down there with the plane.
Oh, right. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then obviously you flew back from Launceston, or?
Yeah, flew back.
Yeah, right.
That was sort of a very unique experience to get to a competition.
Would have been, yeah. It's obviously, is it cheaper doing that?
It is not cheaper.
It's not.
It was all part of a uni course. So
right. Yep. Well, worth it then, I suppose.
Exactly. What else have we got?
Yeah, what else do we have? Has Edward Hollingdale beaten his record for most scorecards entered in? I don't know if
he hasn't entered. I don't think he's entered many scorecards today at all. It's been David Zemdegs has been doing a lot,
has been on it.
The rest of the koala team. But Ed's mainly doing checking, so
yeah, I was going to say
maybe he's entered Melanie 1 or 2 scorecards. I don't think that's near his record.
Yeah, I actually asked him that in person yesterday because I was keeping a keen eye on it, wondering if
he could go for his record.
Yeah,
but if the record it was going to be today with like 2x2, 3x3.
Yeah, if there was ever a time to
But I mean, I don't think one person can keep up with it all.
I was going to say if he enters all of 2x2 and 3x3, but those are coming in so
like
fast.
All of 2x2, 3x3. That's 1,300 scorecards.
Yeah, so which is I think that's
close to his record.
Best. Yeah.
But that's just the events after lunch.
Yeah, only after lunch, and then obviously it's just flat stick non-stop. Would be a little bit difficult to keep up with that.
Exactly.
What is your favourite event, Ethan?
Oh, well, I don't know who followed the Oceanic's Instagram, but we had an events tier list.
The tier lists
that Kerry and I put together.
Yep.
That had lunch is my favourite event.
I think lunch is everybody's favourite event. Yep. And for those of you who disagree, if it's not an event, why would it be on the schedule?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And maybe we need to start pushing for breakfast and dinner to be added to the WCA.
Yeah. Free of charge, or maybe that can be included in comp fees.
In the comp fees.
Yeah, in the comp fees, breakfast and
I mean, I don't know
dinner.
about you. The lunch here has been very good.
The lunch here has been provided for the volunteers. It's top notch. It's really great. Catering for all needs as well, but just we really appreciate the work of the MSC here.
Yes, to give us the food.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Make sure people are fed because there's not that much food here, so keeping our volunteers all close.
Yes. Yeah.
Having the corporate box to go up to. It's been quite a nice view.
I think that was definitely a main attractor to volunteering is that lunch is sorted. Don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, exactly. It's one less thing to think about.
Stand in line at a 7-Eleven and just wait for a sandwich.
Yes.
How have Jasper Solves been? I honestly haven't been paying a whole lot of mind to it. I'll have to see. But I think
I haven't seen much.
Most of my personal focus has just been on picking Ethan's brain. So
I'm sure the koala team will have it in WCA live in no time.
Oh yeah, they've been pretty on top of everything.
30 minutes lunch at a local comp.
30 minutes. Well, I mean, sometimes we've had to.
Shorten our lunch
if we're going way behind schedule. But to be honest, don't see that happening today. No. I think
as we saw yesterday, we were running very good on schedule.
Oh, we were.
That's why there was a lot of time for the commentators to have a chat to everyone about what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was a lot of interviews to go around.
Yes.
You'll see a few more of those today. So
yes, I've seen the schedule today. It's going to be a very full day for the stream.
Absolutely, and we wouldn't have it any other way.
Exactly.
All right. We need rankings for lunch. Wonder how you'd get on that. Any plans on Continental FMC comps next year?
Yeah, that's an interesting concept. So obviously for Ausnats this year we did FMC.
Yep, multi-location.
Multi-location. So it means that people don't have to go to different spots.
Yeah.
Well, they don't have to go to the same spot, which means there's a better chance of getting the best in the world. And FMC is the event that we can do that for, given that it's not too environmentally driven.
How so?
In terms of like speed solving, the lights, the noise.
Right.
Everyone should be in the same environment.
Yeah, it's more easy to create
FMC, it's a lot easier to create a similar environment around. And we did the FMC World in 2019.
Yes.
That was sort of an unofficial. It wasn't a championship or anything, but I do hope that one comes back. In terms of Continentals FMC next year, probably not, because our Continental Championships are even years. But if we do in 2024, we may be looking at separate championships for Continentals.
All right. I think I might just have to interrupt you quickly there.
No
I do
worries.
think Jasper's just got national record single.
National record single.
It was a low 47, and his national record single was 47.51.
Wow. Congratulations to Jasper.
Congratulations to Jasper.
Another
Very
record
slick-solving.
tumbling.
Another one. We've seen a lot of New Zealand Big Cube records go.
Yes.
We were very close to seeing 7x7 with Dwayne, but Dwayne
still
did
another
get
round to go as well.
Still another round to go of 7. We won't forget. But he did also break 6x6 single and average. And now Jasper's added to that.
With the 5x5 single.
5x5 single. Fantastic stuff.
And depending what his average was, we didn't see
No,
many
we
of
didn't
the
see much
solves.
of that, but there is potential that it could have been in our average as well. But
We'll
that's
see once it
solely,
goes in, yeah.
solely guessing. We have no idea whether he did well or not.
Exactly.
Who won Rubik's Relay yesterday? I think we're both very proud to say
Victoria
that it was
won.
Victoria
Being
won.
both Victorians, very
Yeah.
happy. It was very close though.
Oh, it was such an impressive last round.
And I like how a lot of the quarterfinals came down to the last solver.
Yeah. No, it was definitely it was a well-run event overall, but I think definitely
Yes.
just how close some of the matches were.
And
None
what
of
do
us could have
I'm
seen
going to have
it.
to ask your thoughts on the costumes.
Oh, the costumes. I think I'd narrowed it down to 2.
Yes.
I think New South Wales 2
Yes,
were quite good with the
scuba goggles and the fish.
what's it? Snorkels.
Snorkels, yeah.
And the Magikarp head on Jolena.
Yes.
But the one I think will take it for me
Is the Lennon
Victoria
Miles Div
2.
Vic
Yeah,
2.
I was truthfully. I was quite let down by the parade when they weren't.
when they weren't in. Yeah,
when they
well, they
weren't
came
dressed
back
up.
to the waiting area and said, "Oh, we'll get changed," and they didn't realise that there was a parade.
Yeah, well, neither did I.
Ah.
I was
Until it was
expecting
there.
it would be a surprise until they came out to solve. But then when
No,
I
we
saw
wanted people to show
Victoria
off their
2
costume.
on the parade and there was no costume, I was quite let down.
Yes.
But they definitely turned it around. I think Divnora's Princess Peach was a fantastic touch.
Fantastic
And
touch.
it was-
And they really went to all the little details in his makeup as well.
Yeah, he had the pink eyeshadow and pink fingernails. He actually still had that pink eyeshadow on when he came out to dinner, which I thought was hilarious.
Exactly. And we'll have to see what the fish decides is the best dressed.
Yeah, the fish will decide. I think the fish might be particularly biased to the WA1 team. Together we are
Together
the
we
fish,
are
those
fish.
matching shirts. I think there might be a little bit of bias there.
Potentially. But we'll
but
see
we will
tomorrow
see.
in the awards.
It's during the awards ceremony.
During the awards. It's the first
Okay.
award to go out is the Rubik's Relay Best Dressed.
Right, so for those of you who are wondering why there was no award given out yesterday, it's going to be done at the awards ceremony tomorrow after the competition's all finished.
Exactly.
Very, very exciting. There's a lot of hype in the chat for Jasper's NR, which I think is justified.
Yes.
It's fantastic.
Absolutely. It's a good effort.
Okay. We have a very actual. We
I see that
actually have a
question.
very, very
Detailed question. Are
yeah,
you going to combine
detailed
Southeast
question.
Asia and Oceania into one region? It's an interesting point. I think the fact that it's quite separate communities.
yes.
Like we don't see many Southeast Asians at Australian comps, and not many of us go to their comps. I've been to a couple of comps in the region
Yep.
and learnt a lot. So those who have seen the delegate paddles actually here today,
Oh right.
they're from Malaysia.
Ah, beautiful.
So that was from a learning from Malaysia.
Yep.
But I don't think, because there's not much mix,
Yeah.
it's best to keep it
Yeah.
separate. And especially like the Oceanic senior is able to do a good job of knowing most of the delegates in the region.
Yeah. Right. Fair enough then. But it's interesting to entertain the thought, but the answer is
Yes.
probably
not.
no plans to do so.
No plans to do so at this
No,
time.
right. NZ and Oz, little. Although it's only the two major countries, I
Yeah,
think
it's still good
there's
competition.
a lot of overlap in
Exactly.
the communities, and it's still very very tight knit.
Yes. And some Papua New Guineas coming out today.
Yeah, I saw the Techies.
Yes, it'll be good to see them. It was disappointing they didn't get a Rubik's Relay
I was
team.
thinking
in
that. I
time.
would have loved to.
A Papua
loved
New
to see
Guinea
him.
team.
Yep. However, I think even in their absence, it was still a well-run event, and well worth the time.
Yes.
This was something that I kind of chatted about with Feliks earlier, but there's some
About
talk about 5x5 scrambling.
Yes.
At the moment, 5x5s at the scrambling table have to be scrambled correctly before they're sent out. But there is talk about how it can take a bit of extra time, maybe reducing that requirement. Is there any talk about that in?
There is. So for those of you that don't know, we update our regulations each year.
Yep.
So there should be an announcement on regulations updates shortly after this comp.
Okay.
Once I've finished wrapping up this comp, I'll be able to have a look at that.
Yep.
But 5x5 was looked at in that, but it is an interesting topic about what the best solution is.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to say what the best solution is.
Yeah, there's benefits to both.
There is. But it also depends on the community, I think. Like here in Melbourne, we have a lot of experienced scramblers who can get 5x5 right a lot of the time.
More often than not, yep.
But in other communities, maybe they can't hold 5x5 or have to schedule so much of the comp that it becomes impractical.
Yeah.
Because they can't get it scrambled
yes.
in time. But I think it'll be interesting to see. I know there was a bit of community feedback on the forum.
Yep.
And a lot of that was taken into account as well.
I was going to say a lot of that would be shaping.
Yes.
For the community's sake, shaping our regs.
And that as well, the community survey.
Yes.
Which is up on the WCA website. For those in chat, fill that out. That's where we get.
I've done it.
Feedback.
If you haven't done it, probably get onto that. It's everyone's opinion is valued.
Yes, exactly.
And
the
more people we hear,
we only change by hearing what people want changed.
Nothing's going to change if no one says anything.
Exactly.
So if you had any grievances you wanted to air, rest assured Ethan will be on the other side, seeing all
Whereas
of
the
them.
Survey, if you go onto the WCA website, there's a big blue banner at the top.
Yep. So I'm even looking at the WCA psych sheet right now, and even still, WCA is conducting a community survey 2022, and there's a link there. All right. I've just been notified of something very important. I'm competing in 5x5 now.
Oh, you're competing now.
I've got to go. Who's subbing in for me, guys? All right. So I've got to go, guys. Been a pleasure speaking with you, Ethan.
Nice speaking with you,
and
Michael.
Lovely
And
to hear
good
about
luck.
the future of the WCA.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm going to sub out for Tom now. All right. Thanks, guys. I'll see you later.
Go, Tom.
Well,
yeah.
good morning, Ethan.
Good morning.
How are you going?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
And not to jump out, but I think I do have to jump out now as well.
Yeah,
I think
okay.
I'm going to hand over to one of the other commentators.
Hand over to James, maybe?
Yes, I swear it's not because you sat down. But thank you guys, and hope you enjoy the rest of the stream.
We have groups 8, 9, 10 and 11 coming up for 5x5 with some really, really big competitors up the front of our red stage.
So I believe the stations to watch this group will be stations 5 and 6, those featuring Brian Ing, who I think is a 53 average, and Jody Brewster, who has a 59 average. So both definitely sub-1 solvers. And also Jay, I guess on station 3, is sub-1 at his peak, but I don't think 5x5 is his biggest focus these days.
No, I don't think he has practiced a lot.
Yeah. So I guess highlight from the last group, I don't know if Stream caught it so much, but Jasper setting a new 5x5 NR single for New Zealand.
Did he? For New Zealand? Oh, amazing, yeah.
47.05. So that's really awesome to see, because Jasper's been grinding 5x5 for a long time now, and he's been getting some incredible times, like sub 50 averages at home, stuff like that. But he's really struggled to perform in competition, just like last week at New Zealand Nationals. He, I think, would have been the clear favourite, or one of the clear favourites, but yeah, in finals just couldn't quite pull it together. And yeah, there's been a lot of that at his competitions. I know his PR average is still only 54. I think we all know he's capable of destroying that. So seeing him get something is really nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
For sure.
And hopefully we'll see Brian come up for solve 1 in a sec. So anything you're particularly looking forward to today, Tom?
3x3 will be good. Obviously, the main event. I think that will be. It'll be long and hectic for the crew for sure.
Yeah.
As everyone's doing it basically.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. I think we've got 3 hours scheduled for 3x3.
38, 40 groups or something like
Something like that.
Something
insane.
wild.
It's just a massive competition, really.
Yeah. So I think it'll be interesting though.
Yeah, definitely.
And
any goals?
any goals for me?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Who knows? I've kind of given up on having goals after after a lot of competition nerves, but
Yeah.
I think just have fun and
Yeah, absolutely. Run a good stream.
yeah, that for sure. Hey.
Nice, it does.
Yeah, we've still just got waiting for our scrambles with the red stage warming up.
Yeah, I'll be there here in a sec. Did you happen to overhear any of the interview with Ethan?
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
What?
I don't know. I
What
would
was
have been
the
very.
chat?
I don't know. Well, I was competing. I was interested to see if there were any key insights there.
No, yeah, I just did 5x5 as well. So
Oh, yeah, true.
yeah,
at
I've
the
just
same
come
time.
down from the stage.
Yeah.
We'll have David doing square one
Yeah.
later today as well.
Yep.
I'm
Gonna be a
looking
huge
forward
highlight.
to that. Yeah.
Personally, I'm repping my boy Adrian from New Zealand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
It looks like we've got either David teaching Jay stuff or Jay teaching David stuff. I don't know.
There's some exchange of knowledge,
Yeah.
which you love to see.
Jay, of course, a former
competition.
world champion for square one.
Yeah.
David, a former world record holder. I'm sure he'll be looking to take that back later in the day. But the square one world record average at the moment is pretty tough to beat.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat saying that Jasper got a 54.95 average.
Yeah,
Damn,
right.
that's better than I realised. That's pretty sick.
Someone's saying that long hair was actually a thing before Team-On.
Yeah, I've been seeing you get compared to Team On quite a lot.
Wow, I didn't know that actually, you know.
Yeah.
I've just totally copied Team-On. I
Oh,
didn't
exactly.
realize, do other people have long hair as
I don't
well?
think they do. No. I think that's a Team On thing. He was first, you're second.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. Only two in the world.
I'll always be in his shadow.
Yeah. What we've got Brian warming up for his first solve right now.
Awesome, you love to see it. He looks like he's got a nice arrangement of things on his table.
Yeah. All the props to bring with him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe some lucky charms. Let's
Yeah.
see how he goes.
It's interesting seeing how people sort of prepare for their official solves
Yeah.
with like their little rituals and lucky
Mhm.
charms and stuff.
Or some people just like go up there and just
Oh yeah, I
bring
know.
nothing and solve, you know?
Yeah.
Everyone's got a different style.
Yeah. Yeah, personally I like to not overthink it too much because I find that if I like put too much thought into like calming myself down or having like too much of a pre-solve ritual, then I just have time to like get in my own head.
Yeah,
And
true.
it just makes me more nervous. But yeah, it just very much depends on the person.
Yeah, I actually, at the couple competitions ago when I set my PR 3x3 average, I just like decided, I was like, I'll just take some deep breaths and just
Yeah,
take my
exactly.
time, like just keep it simple.
Yeah.
And that actually I felt like really calmed me down.
Nice.
Brian's
Hopefully coming towards the end
hopefully
of his solve now.
coming towards the end.
He's second on the psych sheet with a 53.21 average, so hopefully he'll be looking for some times around there.
Yeah, we don't have the best view from here of
No.
where he's at because of that cube cover, but it looks like he's finishing his 3x3 stage now.
And 103.
103.
I don't imagine he'll be too happy with that.
No.
But first solve of the day for him, so
Yep.
hopefully as things progress, he'll settle in and get some good solves in a bit.
And over on station 3 and 4, Jay and David,
Yeah.
both heading towards the end of their solves here.
David, of course, not so much known for his 5x5 times, but he does have a 103 official average, and we saw him get a good 4x4 average yesterday,
Yep.
PRing by about a second. So maybe he can do something similar in 5x5. Jay with a 106. So
And a 106 from
yeah,
David as well,
just
slightly
barely
slower.
faster from Jay. Yeah. Someone pointing out Carter Kukala also has long hair. That's true. There's at least 3 of them.
Another bloody copycat.
Yeah.
You hate to see it.
Yeah. It's terrible, really. It's unforgivable.
It's unforgivable.
Yeah.
It's a stain on Timon's legacy.
I
really.
know, really. Yeah. You and
How
Carter,
dare we?
just
How dare we?
the absolute nerve of you two. We've got Jody hopefully heading towards the end of his solve now. Looks like he's finishing up his last 4 edges, I think.
Yeah, he looks very in the zone there.
Yeah, some big pauses there though.
Onto his last layer there.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's going to be too happy with that solve.
No,
but
certainly not.
once again, I think everyone's just kind of getting into it on their first solve.
Yeah,
It's the
definitely.
first.
I mean, it's early in the morning.
Yeah,
You know, a lot
it's
of people
pretty
haven't
early.
really warmed up properly, and yeah, they're just doing what they can, pulling a few solves together here and there.
Yeah, we'll hopefully see Brian here on his second solve.
Yep.
Warming up, getting into it.
And it's one of those things where a lot of these guys really don't have to worry too much because they can be pretty confident in making finals. So
Yeah,
just, you know,
exactly.
getting something decent on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, so far, Jasper Murray in first place for this morning.
Mm-hmm.
54 average. And that NR single for New
Yep.
Zealand.
And Angela in second, who has a 55.65 average with a 51.96 single.
Nice. New Zealand's leading us so far.
Yep, top 2 places. Love to see it. Also, I'm especially happy for Angela's average there because I think that's her PR by about 2 seconds.
Yeah, wow.
So that's great to see.
That's great.
She was another one who really struggled in New Zealand Nats finals a week ago.
Here we go. Brian, 56.
There we go. That's more like it.
That's more like it, yeah.
Yeah.
Had a good 3x3 stage there, it looked like.
Yeah.
Now back to David and Jay. Both under the table solvers.
Yeah. Very annoying for stream. What's your opinion on that, the under the table solving?
I was doing it for 5x5 today, so
Okay,
I can't pretend that it's not comfortable, right? But I mean, obviously for the viewer, it's a little less exciting. But
Yeah.
these sort of events are longer form and
Yeah.
not as spectator friendly to begin with. So
Yeah, that's fair.
know.
You think it's for really more something like 3x3 where the stream's going to have a really good view? It's
yeah,
gonna be
100%.
Really spectator friendly.
Haven't seen too many people solve a 3x3 under the table.
No.
Jay with 108.
Yeah. So it's far off his peak, but
I don't think he would be expecting too much
no,
more.
No, I wouldn't think so.
He's been focusing on his FMC and
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, it paid off. He's Oceanic champion.
100%.
Just narrowly stealing it from David Roach. And another 108.
They are going to matching times here.
Absolutely neck and neck. It's going to be the story of the round, really, isn't it? David versus Jay.
And that might be, once all the 5x5 times are entered, that might be nearing like the finals cutoff as well, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's true. Because we're around halfway through 5x5.
Yeah, we're already seeing 118 average being.
Yeah,
being
and I
in
think it'll
16th
get significantly
place.
faster than that. I think it'll probably get down to sort of 104, 105 territory.
Yep.
Which I don't think David and Jay will be at right now, so they might need to pick it up a little bit if they want to make finals.
Is Jody Brewster finishing off his solve? Say sub 110? Yep.
Yeah, just a
109.
little faster than his last solve. But again, really probably needs to pick the pace up if he wants to make finals.
Yep, he doesn't look too pleased with that. Brian next to him on station 5 is powering away there, as usual.
Yep. I do wish the cube cover was in a slightly different place, though, because from where we're sitting, it's quite hard to see him solving. I am curious how many of these guys are Yao solvers, though, because I know Jay was a big proponent of that in the early days before Yao really took over. So he's definitely a Yao solver, but it's really taken hold in the last few years.
Definitely.
A lot of people switching to Yao on 5x5. Anyway, that's a 56 for Brian, so that's definitely finals territory, but he won't be You won't be getting any PI averages or anything with a time like that counting.
Jay's third solve here, I believe. Looks like he's getting the from the little peak of the cube. I can see 108.
108. So will we see another 108 from David? That'll be the question.
He's consistent, but he's not happy with that consistency.
He doesn't know that's. He knows that's not great.
Yeah, I don't think he's too worried though. He's already proved himself as the Oceanic champion.
Yeah, I think he said on day one that his Oceanics is over pretty much.
Yeah.
As soon as FMC finished, for him it was just about having fun after that.
Yeah, and I mean it's always fun to go up there. Get to do some solves, even if they're not great, you know.
Ooh, and you might have just seen that in the corner of the frame. Chris jumping around. He got a 50.92 single on 5x5. I believe that's his overall personal best by several seconds. So that's it's got to feel pretty good.
Chris Mills, yes, his previous single was 54, so he's dropped that single by just under 4 seconds, which is a massive increment for him there.
And Ari's just delivered us with a wallaby. I believe it's Joey the Wallaby.
We have another guest here on stream with us.
Yep.
Making some friends. This is, of course, Team Kookaburra.
It's all friends, isn't it?
Yeah, we're all making friends.
We're all friendly.
We
haven't kidnapped him at all.
No. No. And there is no controversies between the crew teams here and...
No, he's just visiting.
Yeah, he's just visiting.
Visiting his mates.
Here's Jody Brewster finishing off his last edges and looking to go into 3x3 stage here.
Yeah. Hopefully this will be a bit of a better solve for him. On to last layer. PL.
And 105, that's his best so far.
A little bit better, but yeah, I think he'll still be a bit shaky for finals. I don't know. Someone in chat asking what time Chris got. It was a 50.92 single.
Yeah, he's very chuffed with that.
I'm curious where that'll rank in the UK, because that'll be pretty high up there, I think. I know he's been chasing some 4x4 and 5x5 NRs for a while, more 4x4, but he's been getting pretty good at 5x5 as well. Okay, so that puts him 4th in the UK.
4th, yeah, wow.
Just behind Harry Savage.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Brian Eng here, Station 5. His 4th solve, I believe.
Yeah, 4th solve. Looks like he's coming to the end of it. And
the stream hasn't caught it, but we've just had a thief.
A theft.
An absolute thievery with another team's crew member stealing our Kookaburra.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Just from right under our noses. These people, the absolute disrespect.
Cannot be trusted.
I mean, I think we did steal theirs first.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. No. Joey was just visiting.
I still. We've done a trade. We've essentially, we've swapped an apple for an orange.
Something like that.
And we will be holding on to.
Oh, absolutely.
Is this the wallaby or the kangaroo? I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I think it's Joey the Wallaby.
Joey the Wallaby.
Anyway, Michael's just finishing up his average in a sec, and I'm sure he'll reclaim Captain Cook for us.
Yeah, we're going to need him back pronto. And hopefully we can collect some more friends later today.
Ed Hollingdale in chat. Team Quokka strikes again. That thief took Kevin the Koala as well.
Oh my goodness.
Team
Quokka.
Unbelievable.
I think they have a trophy rack at this point of other teams' plushies that they're stealing
it's
and
just
collecting.
inhumane, really.
It's yeah,
You hate to see it.
it's animal trafficking,
It
frankly.
is, absolutely. It's animal cruelty.
Yeah. I don't know. I would not trust my future children, let
No.
alone my plushies, my
No.
precious plushies with Team Quokka.
I wouldn't trust Team Quokka with anything.
No. It's despicable.
I know.
Anyway, we have Jody Brewster here on stage, red stage, station 6, and looks like he's
Ooh,
Oh,
a bit
no,
of a
he's had a
pop there.
pop here.
Yeah.
that piece has come out. He's trying to put that back in and giving a sad look to the camera, and it looks like it's fully fallen out at this point
Solves a bit.
with a few other pieces.
Bit gone, really. So
For those of you who don't know, that when those internals sort of come out, you have to take a few more pieces out in order to get that back.
Yeah.
So he's struggling there.
Yeah, it can be very tricky.
And that's definitely going to be his outlier of the average.
Yep.
Which hopefully doesn't affect him.
Yeah, I don't know though. I think he'll be struggling to make it once all the results from the next couple of groups are in. But we will see.
The decoy.
Yeah. And Jody with a 205.
Now there's a bit of banter going on here.
Is there?
Because Edward Hollingdale, one of the delegates, they need their Kevin the Koala back.
True.
And there's a lot of tomfoolery, a lot of a lot of theft going on.
A lot of shenanigans happening.
Shenanigans, yeah. We do a little bit of trolling.
Yep. And Brian, I think that might be him finishing his average with a 57.
And desperate times call for desperate measures. Most of the teams are in need of their mascots back.
Yeah.
Yep, 57 for Brian to finish his average, which should be well under sub 1, but not his best.
No. Well, that's a counting sub 1 for David, so I think he's going to be beating Jay pretty handily.
Oh, wow. Yep, he should.
They were looking very, very neck and neck for the first two solves, but I think David's taken it home after that.
Yep.
And I think with the counting 56 that David will be pretty comfortably into finals, but we'll see once the results are in.
Around the room, we can see at the moment, we have this guy. The other crew members are clutching onto their animals very closely, which maybe we should have done.
We should have done.
We kind of set ourselves up by putting the kookaburra here in the open, visible for the stream.
Yeah.
Anyone could come and snatch it.
I don't know. I guess you got a false sense of security when you're on stream like this. You wouldn't think anyone would have the nerve to just walk up and take it.
And Team Quokka, they are cunning. You know, they wait for the scene to switch.
They do, and they just walk up.
Swiped it.
Brazen. Broad daylight.
Swiper, no swiping. We're gonna hold on to this though.
Yeah.
As leverage for future.
Absolutely.
But yeah, as I was saying around the room, some people have stuck them to their lanyards. They're clutching them. It's really every person for themselves here.
Absolutely. I know I've seen Michael and Chris with Captain Cook threaded onto their lanyard while they're competing, so no one can take them.
Yeah, it's a war zone, really.
It is, absolutely. It's become the real story of the competition more than the actual times.
Yeah, and
it's just the weekend of the mascot wars.
I mean, hopefully each team by the end ends up with theirs back, but I feel like someone might be taking a few more than they were supposed to.
Than their fair share, absolutely.
And Jody's finishing off his average here with his 5th solve. I believe he's looking at an average somewhere in the 10, the mid ones.
Yeah, I think it'll be sort of 107, 108, somewhere around there.
And
Maybe
with
a
that
little bit
solve,
higher?
yeah, it should be sub 110.
Yeah, I would
Which
think so.
I don't think he's too pleased with, but
No, I think that'll be right on the cusp of finals. What
Yeah.
we're looking at right now.
that could be in finals, could not be. We'll have to wait and see. And do we have one more group of 5x5, or are we moving along? Yes, we have one more group of 5x5, groups 12 to 15.
And of
Coming
course,
up.
we'll be seeing our first seed, Feliks Zemdegs.
Felix Zemdegs on the red stage, yeah.
And he'll be on station 5, along with Adrian Overemerton on station 6.
Yep.
Not so much for 5x5 solver, but he's been getting into it a bit recently. He's been very fast at 3x3 for some time now, and in the last year or two he's sort of started to diversify into other events. He's of course gotten incredibly fast at square one, using Lin, and then recently Clock as well, using Sharon, no flip. And then he's been getting pretty decent at 5x5. I know he's been pushing that sort of 1 minute sub 1 territory, so hopefully we'll see some good results from him.
And on the other stage we have Ebo as well, who's the 5th seed. Yeah, so definitely some sub 1 averages.
Yeah.
Maybe sub 50. I'm not sure what shape Felix is in these days, but
yeah, I don't know. I
we'll
believe he switched to Yao recently though.
Yeah, right.
So hopefully we'll see some good times with that. I'm not sure if he's managed to beat his PRs with Yao yet. They might still be with Redux, but yeah, he's definitely part of the Yao revolution.
Okay, in good news, Ed Hollingdale says in chat, Kevin the Koala has been returned.
Okay.
And several...
We're still waiting on Captain Cook, though.
Yeah, several Quokka members, so they have returned one, in order to get their 5x5 times entered. They returned Kevin the Koala, but we still have no eyes on our beloved Captain Cook. The decoy. This... We've just gotten word that we don't even have Team Wallaby's real Wallaby.
We have Team Wallaby's decoy
But
Wallaby.
this is a decoy Wallaby.
We had the real Wallaby yesterday.
Okay, I see.
They're
Michael's telling us
getting
we had
smarter.
the real Wallaby yesterday. They
Every
are getting
day.
smarter, true.
Where are they getting these animals?
I don't know.
Oh my goodness. So here we are. We've been, fool me once, shame on me.
Exactly.
Fool me twice. Wait.
I don't know.
The other way around. But basically,
one of the
shame
two.
on us,
Yeah.
because here we are sitting with no real plushies anymore.
No, we've got a decoy
rough.
one from another team. We've lost our one.
It's very rough.
Hopefully, one of our other team members can get Captain Cook back before too long. Get him home safe and sound.
And look, I don't want to give away too much, but I may or may not have a man on the inside.
Might you?
An
Okay.
infiltrator
Yep.
from another team that
A double agent.
a double agent that could possibly be hooking us up with something soon.
Oh, I'm looking forward to see that.
But we're sitting here. We have no leverage,
No, it's true.
no power. We can't.
It's an uncomfortable
stuck,
position, really.
Yeah. All we can really do is defame the other
Oh, exactly.
the other crews from
well,
the
that's the
stream
thing.
here.
I mean, we have all the power here, don't we?
We
really,
have the influence.
Really.
Yeah, the real power.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Feliks Zemdegs is going to be coming up for his first solve before too long on station 5.
Mm-hmm.
He's currently just warming up with some 3x3 solves, which he got a 6.3 there, pretty nice. A lot better than the times we saw from him at the Rubik's Relay yesterday.
Isn't this yours? Okay, we appreciate that. Thank you so much.
And we've just been joined by another special guest on stream.
Ed Hollingdale has gifted us with Kevin the Koala. Now, we just want to be clear, we did not steal this.
No.
So we're not inciting any
And
we don't
rallies,
any
we don't
protests.
endorse any, theft
No,
of mascots
Of
either.
course not.
It's terrible.
Unless we get them. But
Well, yeah,
other people don't
I mean,
steal.
obviously not.
Obviously. But we're looking after him in
Yep.
the meantime. Ed Hollingdale, what a man.
Yeah. And now we've got Felix coming in for his first solve. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of shape he's in. Given, I know his 4x4 average yesterday, it was a bit shaky. He was in the sort of 27s, 28s,
Yep.
which is definitely far from his peak form. And under the table, the 5x5 goes.
Yeah, he's got his some earmuffs on as well.
Yeah,
Trying
I
to drown
think
out the noise and stay focused there.
I think that's a strategy that he started employing in the last sort of year. I think learning from like Timon and those guys who really find that just cutting down the noise helps a lot with their nerves. I guess it makes it feel more like, you know, they're solving at home or whatever, or just reduces the distractions in general.
It's a 52.
Yeah. Not even the fastest time we've seen so far, actually. I think they would go to Jasper Murray in the first round and then Chris Mills in the last group. But yeah, still faster than anyone's averages so far. So
Yep.
he'll still be looking fine for finals. And some intel in chat from Ed Hollingdale. Captain Cook spotted Station 5 of Blue Stage.
Oh, yeah. That's our culprit. That is the young lady who swiped it straight off our table earlier. We'll be getting that back, don't you worry.
Hopefully Chris or Michael can go and retrieve him for us.
We've got a little covert operation going on here.
Yep, it's tactical, really.
But yeah, here on Station 4 and 3, I believe we were seeing times around a minute from these two guys.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure who that is on Station 4. Are you
No,
familiar?
I'm not familiar.
Okay.
I believe he's from New South Wales, and Yibo from representing China.
Yeah.
Station 3.
And a 48 from Yibo. So that's the second fastest time we've seen
Wow.
so far.
He looks happy with that.
Yeah, I'm sure he will be. That is not his PR single. He's got a 44, but definitely a good time for him.
Yeah, definitely.
And beating Feliks on the first solve. Which is, you know, you can never be upset with that.
No. And he's definitely looking at contention for finals and
Maybe even scraping together an overall podium. Obviously
Yeah.
not eligible for the Oceanic podium, which is the main focus here. But for him, he'll be looking at overall podium, hopefully.
yeah, definitely. Definitely going to be up there. Adrian getting towards the end of his solve as well on Station 6.
And a 107 for Adrian. So that'll be right around his PR average of 106. So I can't imagine he'll be too upset with that. But hopefully he'll be getting some better times later in the round.
Feliks going again for his second solve.
Yep, I think that's right. We've seen a 52 from him so far. Hopefully he can pick up the pace a bit here. Obviously Feliks, easily a sub-50 solver at his peak. The greatest 5x5 solver of all time, I think. It's pretty undebatable. Not the fastest anymore. I'd say Max, Timon, and Sunghyuk Nam, and maybe Kai Wen Wang would all be faster than him these days. But he's definitely right up there.
Oh.
And Feliks just finishing off now, and a 47.86. Again, not quite the fastest solve we've seen, but definitely heading towards the fastest.
Yeah,
average.
getting that sub 50 and
Yeah, that's more the shape that we sort of expect from him.
and not too far off.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Off what he once was. That's definitely a good time for this comp so far.
Yeah, I think his fastest global average was probably around 44, 45 seconds, something like that. So 47 is, you know, nothing to sneeze at. And now Yibo coming in for his second solve. Will he be able to match Feliks again? We'll see. Just tried to direct our covert operation once again.
Yeah, for some of that confusion in the chat, there was qualification times for certain events at this competition in order to, make sure things are running smoothly.
Yeah.
And
so in order to compete at all, you needed to have already competed at a competition before.
Previously.
So there are no first-timers here, which probably helps with everything running smoothly.
Yeah, and we've been going good.
We have.
Yesterday and today so far.
Yeah.
Staying pretty much on schedule.
Yeah, I think at times we were sort of 5-10 minutes ahead of schedule. I know one-handed ran really well.
Yep.
Groups were like flying by there. And this morning I think we're just about bang on schedule.
We have Chris Mills coming over to us now.
With Captain Cook.
He's
have been retrieved.
Our mascot. But hold on, we got to hold on to these guys tightly. There's Lennon Hughes and okay. You want Kevin back? I guess we'll give Kevin up. Here's Feliks starting his third solve. And Adrian on station 6 getting towards the end there. 106. That's right around his PR average.
Yep, right around there.
The second faster than his previous solve. We are taking some extra precautions and gaffer taping our animals to the table so that no
more Team Quokka shenanigans.
Feliks with a 43. That's great. He should be very happy with that. That's only a second slower than his
PR
average.
Yeah.
And 9 seconds faster than his first solve. So he's definitely warming up this morning.
Yeah.
We'll see how he goes on his last 2 solves later. Yeah, we're hoping this gaffer tape will secure our 2 buddies here.
Yeah.
Who will be looking over very closely as well, because
of course. I think there's not going to be any more.
I don't think
just walking up and taking them again. We're on guard now.
We can't lose these guys again.
No. I don't think I could take it really, personally.
No.
And Yibo coming in for, I think, his third solve now. I don't think I caught a second one.
Yibo hitting 40-second mark. Getting to the end of his solve here, hopefully. Little bit of shenanigans. We don't want to be distracting the competitors though.
No. But if you just heard a stampede, that was some more of the mascot wars taking place. Some members of Team Kookaburra, I couldn't possibly name names, but some members of Team Kookaburra abducting, I believe, Joey the Wallaby. So we may now.
We don't want to snitch, but Yibo with 55 there.
Pretty good. I think he'll be pretty happy with that still.
It looks like he's cooking up a solid average there.
Yeah.
That is definitely getting him into finals.
Yeah, pretty
tomorrow.
comfortably. Someone in chat saying Feliks' 505 OCI is almost 10 seconds better than OCI2. Yeah, he's pretty much dominated the event for years and years now.
Yeah.
For even on the world stage, he had the world record for upwards of 10 years, I think. And it was only when Max came along in sort of 2017 or 2018 that someone managed to challenge that. But yeah, he's just incredibly good at 505.
Yeah, and it's really impressive as well that even after Feliks had pushed the envelope and beaten his own records for so many years, that people overtook him and
finally managed to catch up. Yeah,
it's a really, really fast event these days.
Yeah. That's just ridiculous, I
On
think.
station 5 here, if we switch over, Feliks is around 40 seconds.
Yep.
Looking to hopefully finish his solve soon here.
There we go. 46, 47, yep.
And
oh,
right around 50.
Not quite managing to bring home another sub 50.
No.
But
I believe he has one more solve
yeah, I think that might be right.
to finish his average.
One or two more solves.
Yibo starting his 4th solve, I believe.
And we've just had some results come in from the last group. Looks like Brian managed to put out a 58 average, so he did manage to get sub 1, but definitely nowhere near that 53 mark that he set before. And David definitely beating Jay there. He got a 102 PR average, so he did manage to PR in 5x5 as well as 4x4. And Jay right on the cusp of making finals right now with a 108 average, but it seems pretty likely that he's going to end up being knocked out.
Yeah, definitely 15th place. He's holding on there, but with Yibo and Feliks in here, it looks like that's not going to happen there.
Yeah.
And we might see the 16th seed pushing further closer to those low 1 minute solves.
Yeah, I think it could end up being 105, somewhere around there. And Yibo with a 55 for, I think, his 4th solve.
And great results. The top 2 still being New Zealand.
Yep, love to see
Finn in
it.
there as well.
Yeah. And we're yet to see Dwayne as well, who I would definitely expect to be right up there.
Yeah, definitely. Podium contention even.
Yeah, I would think so. Dwayne's, on a good day, a sub 55 5x5 solver. I'm not sure he's quite pulled that out in competition yet. He has with a 54.22 average. But hopefully we see something like that today, and we could see at least one New Zealander on the podium.
Feliks starting his solve with Adrian 15 seconds in. Both heading under the table there. Out of sight.
Out of sight, out of mind. No good for us.
We're looking at square 1 coming up next after 5x5, is that right? Yeah.
Yep, square 1. Just up then. We'll have to wait a little bit before we see, David and Adrian. But in the first group, we'll have Asher, Kim,
and Jody in
Macdiarmid,
group 4. So,
and Feliks on station 5 with a 40.95.
Wow.
So his time covering quite a spread this average.
Yeah, and
from
best
40 to 52.
Best solve of the
best solve of the comp so far.
Yeah.
And that looks like this finishes average off. So I think he'll be looking at a sort of high 40s average. But
yeah, big spread there, but he manages to get a few good sub 50s. So
yeah, I mean, counting that 43, he'll be looking at probably somewhere around 47, something like that. And Yibo coming in for what I believe to be his last solve. Hopefully he'll be able to pull out something great here like Feliks did. Luke in chat asking, do we know who's going to be commentating 3x3 finals? Yeah, the plan is for myself, James Macdiarmid, and Michael Tripodi to commentate that. We might end up changing things up a bit because we've been a bit loose with the commentators so far, but that's the plan.
Could be very exciting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it so much.
Make sure you guys stick around for that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yibo hitting 30-second mark there. We're not sure exactly how he's going, but he looks very focused, very in the zone, turning away fast, and we're hoping he can pull off something nice here. That speed tells me he's on 3x3
And
stage.
there we
51.
go. 51.
He's happy with that as a solid average overall.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that's probably going to be his PR average. He looks pretty stoked with that. That'll be a counting 51 for him.
Yeah. So
that's
hopefully breaking his 56 PR.
Should be pretty comfortably ahead, yeah.
And definitely making finals.
And Gil asking if we're going to see Stewie. So for those of you who are unaware, Stewie is Stuart Clark. He's a Queensland cuber, I believe, is he?
Yeah.
And he's famous for reconstructing an incredible number of solves. So if you look on CubeDB, you can find reconstructions of fast people solutions, slow people solutions, all sorts of stuff, and it's a great resource for learning new things. And he's just been working hard at that for years and years, thousands of solves, and he's a very, very insightful cuber.
Yeah,
and
he's
we're going to be
very talented in that respect. Hey?
Yeah, and we're going to be bringing him on as a guest commentator for the first few groups of 3x3 is the plan.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so that'll be later today. Probably be him and either Feliks or Jay.
So yeah, that is almost wrapping up the final heat, 5x5. Just a few more people finishing off their solves. We'll be moving into square one soon, with Feliks and Jay taking over the stream soon.
Yep.
Power duo there.
Oh, need no introduction, really.
No.
Iconic.
What else can we say? The height of Australian cubing.
Yep. The golden age, some might say.
Yeah. And definitely some great solvers to look out for in all three heats of square one there.
And on station 6, we've got Adrian, who just finished off his average with a 57.82 single. So I think that might be his first sub 1 officially. I'm not 100% sure about that, but he's certainly very happy with that. And just checking that's his PR single by 4 seconds.
Wow.
So he's got to be stoked with that. So we'll be handing over to Jay and Feliks in just a second. Hope you've enjoyed our commentary, and we'll see you later.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
James, can you make sure that Adrian gets in a good square one station? I'm not sure when he's... Yeah, I didn't see him on the list. No, so he wouldn't have been in the red. I made a note of that last time. Him and Edgewood Warrior are in beds. No, they're all... Okay, yeah, just get Adrian on. Hello.
Heyo.
It's your boy Jay McNeill.
And Mr. Zemdegs.
Welcome back to Oceanics 2022. How did 5x5 go?
Not great.
Okay.
I threw the freest sub 1. I did like 2 extra slice flip slices on edge bearing that I didn't need to do. Got a 103.
Love a good slice flip slice.
Oh yeah.
That's what big cubes are made of.
Literally.
So do you think you're going to make the finals?
No.
I
don't think so.
Let's see if any results have been entered. We obviously had Jasper Murray with his national record single, 47. A couple of other sub 1 averages in there. Angela with a 55 from New Zealand. Brian Eng with a 58. And Jayden McNeill currently in 15th spot with a 108.02. So I think with the results to come, unfortunately, Jay, your 5x5 shot is over.
Yeah, the journey ends here, but it's okay. I had a great time hanging out with David Epstein.
You were teaching him some square one, we saw?
He was teaching me. He showed me like the better EO alg for 1-1 edge thing. I'm not going to learn it, but I think I can maybe do it for now. But give me like 2 hours, I'll forget it.
Right. And you're competing in square one though?
Yeah.
I think it's in the final group, maybe with Dave as well, potentially.
May as well for the content.
Yeah. Let's get you two up there together.
We're not making finals, but we'll have a good time.
Could coach him during the round. Mental coaching.
True. Yeah. Yeah. That's probably the one thing I can help with.
The mental game.
Can't teach him anything alg-wise.
Yeah, we're having fun with Dave last night. He was taking the Rubik's relay very, very seriously. He was having his warm-up cube and everything like that, and we kept saying that New South Wales won, averaging 19 in their practice, and Dave believed us.
Hell no. Hell no.
So yeah, he's a very intense cuber, very intense competitor.
Well, that's what makes him so good. That's why he's, getting W's left and right.
Exactly. And looking forward to seeing him in the 3x3. He's been really focusing on that a lot as well.
So who do we got for the first group?
First group of square one. Let's take a look. Apparently it's just Asher in the first group, although I'm not sure if we're getting Adrian. So Adrian from New Zealand. Crew member, he was just solving 5x5 next to me, but he's one of the square one favourites with the New Zealand national record. So we're not too sure what group he's in, but we're hoping to get Adrian on stream.
Yeah, he would be very interesting to watch because he's one of the fastest Lin users from what I have heard. I talked to Ben Worry yesterday about the Lin method and kind of where it's at relative to standard Vandenberg 3-look. And it does seem pretty viable once you take it to its most advanced conclusion. So it'll be really interesting to see how it plays out in a live setting.
For those in the chat and for me, can you explain the difference between the Lin method and the Vandenberg 3-look?
Yeah, sure. So the first step is the same. You do CSP, and then where they differ is Vandenberg 3-look, you will do OBL, so you will do an intuitive solution to orient both sides, and then PBL or permute both layers.
Yeah.
OBL being orient both layers, permute both layers is a similar kind of algorithmic idea.
So it's just kind of cube shape, get the OLLs on both sides, and then PLLs both sides.
Pretty much. Yeah. Maybe more accurate to say separation instead of orientation, but same idea.
Yeah.
Whereas for Lin, after cube shape or CSP, because you account for parity during cube shape using a tracing method similar to OPA for 4x4.
Yeah.
After that, you do block building, so you eventually end up with a layer minus one edge.
Right.
And then from there, you do PLL plus one, which is however many algorithms that is. So I think it's a little less alg heavy than Vandenberg 3-look, and it's also a bit more intuitive since you have to do block building, although even that will become fairly algorithmic. And I believe Ben said that at the highest level he thinks 3-look is still better, but there are some interesting things you can do. So in Adrian's case, apparently he plans the second block or the first block for the layer minus one during inspection on top of CSP, which is a interesting optimization, and it's something you can't really do as much with OBL, I imagine, because trying to trace all 8 of the, it'd be all 16 of where the pieces end up does not seem super practical, whereas with block building you can kind of pick and choose some partial block to plan, which makes the method, in theory, I think 3-look, which I believe is what Adrian is trying to work towards long term if he's not already there.
Right.
And that's where I think the methods can become comparable, and there could even be an argument for one being better than the other. So those are the primary differences between the two methods.
Got it. So it'll be interesting to see and compare and contrast when we get to see them competing. Which group are you in for square one? Do you know?
I don't know. I probably should have
I think you're in the last wave. We've got you blanked out there, so you'll be you won't be able to catch Dave Epstein, but hopefully we'll get Adrian. We'll get some solves from Adrian. And we've just got the competitors coming out now for square one, round one, groups 1 to 3, I believe.
Looks like we got everyone sitting down now. On the res stage for 1 and 2, we have Mr. Charlesworth and Zaid. Zaid recently getting a 5.20 official single, which is really, really good for square one. I believe he's hoping for quite a good average in this round. As for the rest of the front row, I'm not seeing anyone who's particularly known for square one. I do see Alex, who got the Megamix OCRs yesterday. But I don't believe he is a square one enthusiast. But, I mean, you never know with these young people, because a lot of people are just good or competent at every event or most events.
Yeah, definitely New Zealanders seem to be fairly well-rounded in terms of their solving. Like likes of Jasper being really good at 5x5 and one-handed and pyramids, and being a contender in all those events, especially pyramids. But those are quite different events. And then you've got Dwayne with Scube and one-handed and the big cubes. It's a real mixture. So we'll see. Alex is waving at the camera there.
Hi, Alex. Hi.
Big shout out.
Beat you yesterday.
Shout out to anyone back home, back home from New Zealand, family or friends of Alex. He says hi.
Someone's asking in chat who's next to Zaid. That is Jonathan Charlesworth. I believe he's a very good Scube solver from WA, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Been practicing the big cubes as well. I think his 6x6 is around in the sub 2 range, and he's hoping for something a bit better. So he'll be in a few of the finals, that's for sure.
Okay.
And then next to, I'm not too sure who that is with the cubicle hat and t-shirt next to Alex, but we'll see how they go with their solving. So first solve's coming up on these stations.
Yep, we got Zaid getting ready for solve 1 on station 2, just setting up his scuffed tripod with a mirror block cube. Kind of a pro strat, using it for the grip. Hopefully we don't see a cube tower collapse from a timer stop.
Yeah.
That would be very unfortunate.
What would you do if you were sitting next to Zaid and he was doing that?
If his average was going poorly, I would maybe do an intentional harsh timer stop. But if he looked like he was doing okay, I'd probably be less toxic.
Let's see how he goes here.
Okay, about high 2 second cube shape. Not the best, I believe. Could be a sub 10. Oh, sub 9.
8.99.
Not bad. And with like kind of a rough start too,
Yeah.
I would imagine.
A little bit lucky. Jonathan Charlesworth going for his solve as well. Still be doing a lot of turns in that solution. Probably not the most efficient, and gets a parity.
Yeah, it gives it a little tap just for good measure.
Dwayne and Jasper are both from the South Island, New Zealand. I think they're both from Christchurch, but
yeah, that would be correct. Because when I was over there for the FMC Nats for New Zealand, they were like 2 of the main people I was hanging out with. Definitely the biggest names in South Island.
Yeah, so I hope they've got a lot of viewers from New Zealand and Australia, but wondering where else in the world our viewers are tuning in from. Would be great to hear.
Ed Hollingdale letting us know Asher got a 7.2 in the back. So that's a pretty good start. I was talking to Asher earlier. I finally got the chance to meet him and introduce myself. He really wants to get a sub 8 average. He's been gunning for it for quite a long time. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see it on the stream. But yeah, I would love to see a sub 8 from Asher. He says he's capable of sub 7, but he's kind of losing interest in the event in favor of kind of 3, 4, and OH. So I think he's just looking to get sub 8 and then move on.
Right. Asher definitely a contender for one of the podium spots in Square One.
Mm-hmm.
Adrian and Ben Kirby also from the South Island. Unfortunately, Ben Kirby, New Zealand national champion of last weekend, unfortunately couldn't make it to this competition, but that looked like a really exciting final. Ben getting his first sub 7 average, so congratulations, Ben, if you're watching. Shame you couldn't be here, but yeah, that was a great win. I think it's his 3rd New Zealand national title in the 3x3, so veteran 3x3 cuber.
Yeah, definitely proving to be the best, at least when the stakes are high for New Zealand. And yeah, definitely a shame we couldn't get quite all of our top guys down here for the Oceanic Championship. Jonathan going into his 2nd solve. And Zaid just getting ready now. Getting the scuffed tripod ready.
Zaid rocking the Ralph Polo Loren hoodie.
Swag on deck, dripped out.
Yeah.
Goated with the sauce. Tracing his CSP. Doesn't look like the best cube shaped case. Yeah, I think that was a 5 or 6 slicer. A bit of a lock-up and a head shake. Oh, no. He might have... Okay, he unsolved his CP, it looks like. Or maybe did, like, the wrong PBL branch.
Yeah, we didn't quite catch that one on camera, but I think Zaid would be pleased that no one saw that.
Yeah, probably for the best. You just wipe the evidence.
Yeah.
8.00 from Asher for solve 2. So definitely good pace for his goal of sub 8.
Asher, obviously from the Pacific Northwest, where there's lives near the current Square One world record holder Max Shaw for both single and average. So there's a lot of Square One pedigree over there in the US.
Yep, you can actually kind of see him in the back now for station 10. It looks like he's doing his third solve.
Yep.
Probably can't see it on stream, but you can see the timer at least. Okay, high 8.
8.98.
Not the best for the, going for his goal of sub 8, but if he can make that 7 count, then he's got quite a bit of leeway. Probably not enough to make the high 8 count, but still. And it looks like there might be a potential penalty issue, hence the delegate sign.
Yep. Got our lovely delegate signs there.
Yep, looks like Nat Cito's on the case. Jonathan Charlesworth going into solve 3, I believe. Zaid doing the same.
Almost all of the team leaders are wearing the backpack, the Oceanics backpack, every single one of them. So I wonder what they've got in there that they're carrying around.
Probably some stolen plushies, knowing them. Jonathan with a 12, but also a head shake. So gotta wonder what he averages normally if he's unhappy with a 12. Looks like Zaid making some key errors in the last few steps. Looked a bit slower than what he's capable of. I know he's doing some level of PBL, but not OBL. So, yeah, a bit unfortunate for this round. Unlikely to PR this time.
It says the backpacks have the scrambles.
Smart.
And the plushies. So Zaid counting that 11. What do we think is needed to make the Square One final at the competition? Obviously, there's just going to be the 2 rounds, I think.
Yeah, so 16th is low 11, though you do have to imagine some people in the lower echelons have gotten faster and some at the top have gotten slower, notably seed number 6 will probably be getting like a 15 average.
And actually interesting, Jonathan Charlesworth has a 9.71 official average. So
yeah.
He's well off his PBs there, so maybe he's not been practicing it as well.
Yep, at least I'm not the only one.
So yeah, if Zaid can keep up the 11s and 12s,
yeah, he should have a good shot. Yeah.
But really, Square One, it's probably a head-to-head with David and Adrian, and then probably Benjamin Warriors looking to round out that podium, but you never know what can happen.
Yeah, Benjamin Warrior notably getting a 4.6 very recently that was allegedly a world record fail due to, I believe, a pause on either the second to last step or the last step.
I think that's just a skill error.
So toxic. Alright, Jonathan Charlesworth going into his 4th or 5th solve. I think it's the 4th solve. Looks like this will be a better one from Mr. Charlesworth. Yep, low 10.
So he probably needs another time like that to have a shot at making the finals, I would say.
Yeah, even then he'll be cutting it quite close. I think he knows that. Looks like Asher did his 4th solve in the back, but unfortunately I was not able to catch what he got. So hard to say what pace he's on now. Zaid going into his 4th. Getting the tracing underway. Slightly lucky cube shape, but I've seen much worse. And then going into the PBL portion. looked like favourable cases, but I don't think he quite capitalised the way he wanted to, so a low 10. Looking good for finals, potentially.
Yeah.
Depending on how accurate the psych sheet is. Again, you've got to wonder if maybe some of these averages here are like a few seconds better than, peak skill, because obviously square one, there is a decent amount of luck that can be had, especially if you're not doing large amounts of OBL and PBL.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Ed mentioning in chat that Asher had an 11.5, so probably not getting sub 8 for this round. I don't think his BPA would be sub 8, but there's always the final, and he's going into his 5th now in the back, just behind Zayd.
Alex Vucic getting the 9.26 just there. And Asher getting a 591 just behind Zayd in the red jacket.
Yeah, I saw the little kind of hand gesture. So must have been some sort of luck towards the end. Or maybe just surprised, like maybe it didn't feel as fast as he expected.
Yeah, or Alex getting the 9.26 on station 3, which means it's probably a pretty easy scramble.
Potentially.
If we're getting best times like that on the last one, so it'll be interesting to see Jonathan Charlesworth just finishing up. He hasn't quite got that, but see what Zayd can get to finish off the group. No, this is definitely going to take Jonathan out of contention for any finals.
Yeah, most likely.
So final solve here from Zayd on station 2.
Fairly clean start so far. Very big pause for the PBL and some lockups on his AUFing. So that's somewhere in the sub 11 range. Should be good enough for finals, but definitely not what he wanted.
How do you find, you've obviously practiced and been very, very competitive at both events. How do you find the accuracy needed to turn square one? Is it you need more accuracy or less accuracy than say the 3x3, and how do nerves affect that square one turning?
Right. Yeah, I was talking with this about this to Asher earlier today, and what I kind of realized in the moment is that obviously you want to be accurate with every event. Like there's no room to be sloppy on any puzzle. But the thing with square one is that there are so many different there's a lot of variance in how many degrees you need to hit. Whereas with the 3x3. You need to be good at 90 degree and 180 degree turns, whereas square one, there are just so many more angles, especially during cube shape, because you can have clumps of big corners together or clumps of edges together. So it not only affects the number of degrees in which you need to hit accurately, but you also need to be comfortable with your fingers being in very different positions, like gripping a group of edges, or maybe even extending it so you can reach a corner to turn more easily. So there's just a higher ceiling of, or I guess a higher learning curve in terms of finger trick knowledge required and how accurate you need to be in so many different situations. So it is a very punishing event in that regard.
So much harder than the 3x3.
Absolutely. I mean, 3x3 you just need 2 layers of degrees. And obviously you do need a decent finger trick repertoire, but you're always kind of dealing with the same state in terms of where your fingers need to go and how the layer feels through a turn.
And then obviously the hardware itself is much less forgiving with inaccuracy, so 3x3 corner cutting is pretty amazing these days. Square one, you need to be much more precise and don't have as much room for error. Yeah,
I mean, I'm not a hardware expert, but I would say that with square one, due to the nature of the puzzle changing shape, it's kind of harder to make it such that it will cut corners in a favorable way in so many different states.
Exactly.
And I was going to say something else about hardware. Just in general, because it's a less popular event, the hardware is not going to be quite as good as the N/N series of events.
Right.
Most notably, a few years ago, the best puzzle was the Vault V2, which was notorious for edges just kind of breaking. I don't know if the current hardware, the MGC, has that issue, but I do know it's a very common thing for square one solvers these days to just not be happy with the level of hardware, which makes sense, although I do come from an era where when I first got into square one, the best hardware did not cut corners, and it popped a lot. So yeah, kids these days might be a little spoiled, but I also do understand, like relatively speaking, you do want hardware to be better, but there are kind of limitations with the puzzle build.
I suppose as hardware evolves through time, the finger tricks get better. You're really pushing the turning. Like, you know, if you had an older cube, you may not be as disappointed by it because you're not trying to turn as quickly overall. So you're not really pushing the limits of the hardware. But I guess you always try and push the limits of each new cube, and so when you can't do that, that's when it gets frustrating. Whether it's an old one or a new one.
Absolutely.
It's just like limitations, basically, is the main frustration.
Yeah, you do have to work with the limitations of what you have. Like, you'll see, probably later today in the 3x3, there'll be a decent number of competitors who are, like, fairly good at 3x3, but they come from, like, an older era, so you'll see different finger trick... I'm not trying to roast you, Felix, shut up. You'll see, like, very different finger trick repertoires that made sense within the, like, context of, like, die-end level hardware limitations, whereas these days you'll see... probably people who started around like the magnet era or just before, having kind of a more sophisticated turning style and being able to take risks that pay off more so than they would have in times past.
For sure. Okay, we've got our competitors out here on the red stage. So I think this group we're going to be focusing on Ben Worry and Jody Brewster. So Benjamin Worry from Brisbane, is that right?
Yes, yes. And then Jody from Tasmania, so that'll be stations 3 and 4 on the red stage. Got Benjamin Worry deep in thought, reading a book.
Interesting warm-up strategy. What do you make of that?
I think he just wants to read a book. I don't think it's a warm-up strat. I think he's just, getting his healthy habit in for the day.
Any insight into what he might be reading?
I can't see the book cover.
No, it looks like a very, very thick book. We'll be able to get a shot of it soon. But
yeah, hopefully when he puts it down, we'll be able to get a shot of the cover. Any predictions, Felix? I'm thinking a romance novel, personally.
Looks to be a good 1,000 pages thick. And by the looks of it, he's only 20 pages in, from what we can see.
He's only just started.
Yeah. He's got a long way to go, so he better hope that he makes a lot of finals and get that reading in. So you can see just on the table there, Ben about to solve the book in front of him. Probably, I would expect some kind of fantasy novel. Those are the ones are the ones that are ever that long, I reckon.
Yeah, that's a good prediction. So I got romance, you got fantasy. So he's just starting out, and again, like I mentioned, he uses the Lin method. So you're going to see a slightly different kind of
shake of the head
dynamic with the solves. Yeah, he's not happy with that. It looked like quite a good number of lockups. So yeah, you're going to see with the solves, one thing I did forget to mention, and we'll see this with Jody since he uses more traditional Vandenberg-based methods. You'll sort of see the puzzle get oriented such that the colours are separated quite early into the solve, whereas with Lin, as you do PLL -1, since the solved blocks are on the bottom, it's just going to kind of look like most of it gets oriented, and then just in one alg, it's just kind of instantly done. So that'll be interesting.
Yep, for sure. Jody just waiting for his first scramble. So Jody is the 4th seed in square one with an 8.05 average, and Benjamin Worry next to him is the 3rd seed with 7.55 average. So both of these two will be looking to hopefully snag a podium in this event.
Absolutely, Ben especially being quite a heavy favourite for podium, and also not unrealistic for him to potentially win the whole thing.
Next up is Epstein and Adrian.
Okay. Yeah, we could do that now then.
Yeah, let's make sure we capture Epstein and Adrian.
Mm-hmm.
Or we could do it... Could do it when Pyrrha starts.
Okay.
Just kind of want to get this and then Epstein. I don't know.
Yeah, for anyone wondering what we're just discussing, so we're planning to do an interview with David Roach, who got second in FMC this weekend, and he's a very interesting case for a few reasons, which we will get into when the time comes, but for now we got some square one to watch. Jody going into his first or second solve, and you can see, yeah, like I said, since it's Vandenberg based, you see the layers get oriented quite early, and then it's just done very algorithmically. 7.7 for Jody, so pretty similar pace to Ben Worry so far, it seems. Looks like we got Benjamin's mum in the chat. I'm wondering if you could tell us what Ben is reading by any chance. If you could let us know, that would help us with our prediction on what he's reading going into his warm-ups for this average. Or if you want to keep it a secret, keep us on our toes, that's totally fine as well. Apparently the book is called Feast or Faced. It's all someone's. Okay, so someone in chat's on the case. We'll get to the bottom of this sooner or later.
Can't believe he sacrificed 1 kilogram of carry-on. maybe he brought checked luggage to the cubing comp. 7 kilograms for a cube comp with everything you need for an Oceanic Championships doesn't quite cut it. So he might have had check-in and a bit of spare space to pack his book.
Yeah, it also looks like you were right with the prediction. It is a fantasy series.
There you go.
So not a romance novel, novella.
Maybe Kanye's autobiography.
Is that a thing?
That would be my second guess. I don't think he has one yet.
Someone's got to get Kanye on that. Tom Nelson's got all the details. Author is Raymond E. Feist. So it rhymes with iced. Don't know what the title is.
Ben Worry coming up here. We saw a 7.6. I missed his second one, but the chat almost certainly saw it. So they can get us up to date.
Mm-hmm.
It's not our job, is it, as commentators, to be across?
I mean, sometimes we got to do a little something behind the scenes, like organising interviews and such. Going into PLL +1 at about, I think it was like high 4. So maybe he got a bad case or just didn't capitalise. It looked like slow turning but no lockups and maybe a high move count case. Either way, high 6, pretty solid. Could be good for PR average. So I don't think his official average is particularly great for him. No. It's like a mid-7, whereas it seems like he's very capable of sub-7. Jody going into his next one, doing a bit of tracing. Hopefully he remembers to remove the insert. Don't forget, Jody. Don't forget. He's got it.
There we go.
Nailed it.
Jody with a fast, definitely turning a bit faster.
Yeah, very good bursts to start out the first few steps. But probably not doing those cases the way he wanted to. It looked like maybe a missed alg from like a wrong angle.
Yeah, a bit of a brain freeze on that PBL, or it was the edges. No, we don't think Ben's too far through his book. When he was holding it above the table before, it's just starting. Obviously, these first couple of days for a lot of these competitors, you'll only really be competing in, 3 or 4 events, and we've got all competitors competing in all of the events that they've chosen to. So it's all very spaced out. We've got a lot of groups, a lot of heats to get through. So less competing today, and then Sunday is really when we go back to back with all of the second rounds, semi-finals and finals for all of our events. So you'll probably have triple the number of actual events and rounds than we've had on Friday, Saturday, and also Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, today is a pretty small lineup, but obviously since we're doing 2x2 and 3x3, like those each combined probably going to take like at least 6 hours just for round 1 of 2 and 3.
Yeah, that's all we have from lunchtime at 2 o'clock until about 7:30 p.m. It's 2x2 and 3x3. We've got almost 800 competitors registered. We filled up the registration limit, so we'll see how many of them come here to compete. Indeed, William Gann from Malaysia on station 6 just there, shake of the head.
Yep, not a sub 20, not what he wanted, no doubt.
Yeah, stay tuned, chat. We're about to see the top 2 seeds after Ben and Jody. The top 2 seeds being Adrian from New Zealand, and Dave Epstein, former Square One world record holder from Melbourne. So that'll be really, really exciting, coming up in about 5 or 10 minutes. Jody getting ready for another attempt here.
Yep, just taking his time, getting himself ready. This time going for the mid-trace removal of the insert. And kind of taking an extra beat before starting the timer after putting his hands down. It looks like a almost a good one. Maybe he got parity.
Yeah, that looked really smooth for the first half of the solve.
This looks like a good one from Ben.
Does.
Bit of a scuffed AUF, but this could be a pretty comfortable PR average for him, honestly, because he's got a counting 6.
Yep.
And
the 7.6 as well.
Yeah.
And I think we missed the second solve.
Yeah, if anyone knows what he got on the second one in chat, please let us know so we can, see if he's already even got PR average from this. It's okay, stream didn't see that.
Oh no. They didn't have the visual. But yeah, unfortunately, sometimes if people are running around near the cameras, can be quite loud.
Yeah, we just had a little kid who doesn't understand, not to do that, as it can make a lot of noise. So he'll grow up one day and figure it out. Feels like it's taking a fair bit of time between solves for Ben to get his puzzle. You do have to wonder if maybe there are some potential misscramble issues happening. Square One is one of the events that logistically tends to have quite a few issues. For one, needing inserts is obviously a bit cumbersome, and on top of that, there's just less people that tend to know how to scramble the puzzle properly, since the notation is so different from other events.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep, Jody going into this one. Again, taking that extra beat to start the solve. And it seems to be helping his mindset at least. Only a couple very small lockups. Looks like parity again. At least he seems to know a good enough number of algs for it to not be completely game over. Looks like he can still make finals with what he's got. Ben Worry going into this one. Good smooth. Very big pause for the block. Still a sub 8. And yeah, he knows he kind of fumbled that pause. Yeah. That was definitely 6 material.
Probably about 1.5 or 2 seconds there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it looks like
Jody still has another solve potentially, and maybe so does Ben. So maybe we didn't miss one after all.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we did. So Ben, I think he
counting the 7.6 and 6.84.
I think his worst possible average might still be PR.
I think so. I think that's right. He's already PR'd, but probably is looking for that sub 7 average, I would say, with his final solve.
Yeah, I don't think his BPA will be sub 7, but could be low 7.
He had the 646.
But yeah, he's going to counter 7.6 no matter what is the issue.
And the 6.84. So if he gets his best, it'll be sub 7, I believe.
Okay, yeah, it'll be just barely, I believe.
Yeah.
Hard to do math in your head.
So Jody's on his last solve here. His turning has been generally really good, but it just looks like he's made a few mistakes with the tracing and CSP. So if he's able to kind of pull together a good set of solves in the final with this kind of turning and some nice cases and getting those CSPs right, looks to be a chance. But yeah, at the moment, it's fair way off Ben and the rest of the top seeds.
Yeah, it looks like no parity on that one, but it didn't look like a great PBL case. Namely, the top layer, it looked like something that's like a little hard to deal with unless you're advanced. Alright, Ben going into the last one, so just to repeat, if he gets his best here, it should be barely sub 7. And even if he gets his worst, PR is still in the bag. Nice and smooth cube shape. Slight pause, but not a solve killer. But yeah, that'll kind of do it. Not what he wanted, but depending on what David and Adrian get, potentially first for the round, although kind of unlikely, but at the very least I think there is a very, very high chance he's top 3 Oceania for this round.
Oh, definitely. I would expect he's the first ranked competitor after the first few waves of groups. Dave Epstein generally going sub 7 pretty consistently for most of 2022. It looks like he's had one round which was a 7.6, but of his approximately 15 rounds so far this year, Dave Epstein's been sub 7 in all of them, and you'd think he's looking to go sub 6.
Yeah, and it looks like he has a 12-round streak of sub 7, so I imagine something pretty tragic would have to happen for him to lose to Ben Worry for this round. He would have to get pretty much his worst average in the last, 14 rounds for that to happen, so kind of unlikely.
Been posting a few fast videos as well. I think it was a low 4 stack matted average that Dave had earlier on. So we're just bringing up some of the results now so far from square one, just on the stream.
Yeah, it looks like Adrian is a bit less consistent. He's got 3 sub 7s, but also some over 8-second averages a few times. Just looking at 2022 alone, it is mostly sub 8 with 2 exceptions. Quite a lot of NRs, and then a peak of his most recent average, 664.
Yeah. It's 8 national records this year for Adrian in the square one event. So we're just changing over groups now. But yeah, so far actually no sub 10 averages. So Asher we thought was doing a lot better than his average suggests. So his average was 10.1 currently in first place. Obviously Benjamin and maybe Jody might be able to beat that. But yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the Sol 3 was +2, so that changes a lot. Looks like Charlie Egan's got a PR in square one, 1291.
Let's go, Charlie.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, a lot of PRs in this round. That'll make it into the final for sure for Charlie.
Yep,
Didn't know he was practicing square one.
Yeah.
But I think you may be competing next.
Am I? Let's let's find out.
I think so.
Oh dear. Square one.
Group 7 to 9.
Yeah, I think I'm meant to be swapping out for Tom for this, so I think that implies that I will be competing. So if someone can wrangle.
Yeah. Tom.
Tommy boy.
Tom. Gotta swap out for Jay. Yeah.
Alright, wish me luck.
Yeah. Jayden McNeill, your 2017 Square One World Champion.
Yep.
Coming up. Don't miss it. Stay tuned.
Yep, also Canberra 2022, 4th place. 18 average.
Welcome back, Tom.
Thank you.
How are you going?
Hold on, I think my... Speak again?
How are you going?
Okay, there we go.
Very good.
That's better.
Very good.
Yeah, good. Feels strange to be on this side for the first time.
Yeah, got some really exciting action coming up. So stations 1 and 2 we're going to be following the whole time this group. Adrian and Dave.
Mm-hmm. David, the former world record holder. Hopefully we'll see some great times today. Lots of love in the chat for Jay, the Square One OG.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Jay... Doesn't look like Jay is going to be on the camera, which I'm sure he'll be okay with that. But yeah, it's really see station 1 and 2 here, David and Adrian.
Yep, the big stars today from this group. They're both got their cameras set up. Expecting some good times for sure. We switch to 1 and 2. I think we're just making some adjustments to the camera setup.
Yep.
We'll see them in a moment anyway.
It's a good thing. It takes a while to scramble the square ones.
Yeah. I was in the other room, but how did the last round go?
The last group was it was Jody and Ben Worry.
Yeah.
Ben Worry, we think he got a PR average of be around mid-7, so a bit better than his 7:55. So there we go. 7:42 for Ben Worry, comfortably putting him in first place now.
Yeah,
and
nice.
Jody, not too sure, but I think it was around a 10-second average from what we could tell.
Okay.
Yeah.
So definitely contending for finals.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Safely making the finals.
Yep.
And then after square 1, we've got Pyraminx, which is one of the most popular events here, and generally in cubing competition. So we've got a lot of groups of Pyraminx, and going to see a lot of people filtering through. We've got a few interviews coming up as well with David Roach, one of our fewest moves podium winners, and we've also got Jasper Murray, a Pyraminx world record holder from New Zealand, who's going to come on and have a bit of a chat before his average. But yeah, just for now, we're just in the last groups of square 1.
Yeah, we have here on camera now stations 1 and 2 with David Epstein from Victoria, station 1, and Adrian from New Zealand.
Plenty of chat going on. Dave looks very relaxed, so does Adrian.
Yeah, no. They seem very comfortable there.
Might be a bit different come finals time.
Yeah, definitely. But David does well under pressure, hey. We see.
Let us know in the chat who you're going for in this matchup, Adrian or Dave.
Yeah, what do you guys think? Yeah, a second between them in their PR averages, but who knows what could happen.
So here we go. David getting ready for his first solve. A little bit obscured by the camera in front of him, but it's looked to be a really smooth solve. 597 for Dave. Solid start.
Right after him, Adrian about to inspect. After fixing up his camera. A few people saying Lynn for the win in chat. And they're using 2 different methods, it sounds like.
Looks like it, yeah. I think Adrian uses Lynn and Dave uses Vanderberg method.
Yeah.
So Ben Worry in the previous group was also using Lynn. So you'll see the one edge on the top layer that's not solved, and then there's an algorithm. Adrian's not happy with this at all. 905.
Rough start. But
neither of these competitors have to worry about missing the finals. It's very, very comfortably.
Yep.
Making it with any kind of 12-second average. So that's not what they're focused on. I think they're just trying to get the nerves out, get warmed up, and put down some good times. So sometimes you see that after a shaky solve like that at the start, it kind of really frees you up for the rest of the average, or especially after you get 2 poor solves, you kind of think to yourself, well, the average is kind of gone. Let's just put down something good.
Yeah.
So that can happen, but we'll see. So yeah, Dave looking a lot happier than than Adrian after that one.
Yeah, he looks very comfortable. We'll see their second solves in a moment.
Okay, David, his cube's arrived. Headphones on. Adjusting the glasses, doing a bit of warm-up. That turning looked super smooth. Doesn't elect to solve the warm-up cube entirely. Just gets to PBL. So
yeah, a little bit of a lock-up at the start there. After cube shape, but he pulls it through to low 6.
Yeah, you see, even with the lock-up, he's still got a fair bit of margin for error.
Yeah.
Over the rest of our competitors at the moment. Now Adrian's second solve here. Looks to be a bit smoother than his first attempt. And really locking up on that last algorithm there. 8.55. Yep, David's PR average is a 5.50, currently ranked 3rd in the world. And his single PR is 4.40, ranked 5th in the world. And both of those are the current Oceanic records. Adrian's PB average is 6.64 and single 4.67. Both of those are the New Zealand national records.
Yep.
Dave just about to start his 3rd attempt. So we've got the 5.97 and the 6.24 so far.
Has that same ritual, but he solves his warm-up cube that time. Nice.
68.
Very smooth.
So yeah, Dave looking pretty steady. So the world record average 5.02 by Max Shaw from the US, and the world record single 4.28. That is probably one of the world records that most would say is really up for grabs amongst the top square one competitors these days. 4.28 is definitely beatable by a fair few people with the right scramble and the right conditions, and obviously a smooth execution. So I think we've got a few competitors definitely capable of that, and we've got Ben Warry with the 4.66, and then Dave and Adrian also with those mid-4s as their PBs. So definitely world record potential in this group for the single solve.
Yeah.
With the right scramble, but they're going to get the same scramble. So if there is an easy one, we would expect hopefully two really nice times.
Station 2, Adrian, about to start his 3rd solve of the average. The 8, bit of a pause there. He's really not happy with this average, but we'll still get him into finals for another chance later.
Definitely, but at the moment that'll place him in third behind Ben Worry.
Yep.
As the third seed going into finals.
And someone's pointed out in chat as well, there's been 17 different square one world record single holders in a row.
That's amazing. That's
yeah,
amazing.
Interesting.
17 in a row.
Yeah, so no one's held it twice for the last 17.
I wonder how far that goes back. Probably back to, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe
2013, 2014 or something like that.
You'd think so. Here's Dave again.
That turning is incredible. It's really smooth. Small shake of the head there with 6:48, but I think that's still his worst time, and that's faster than any of our other competitors' time so far. Except actually Ben Worry did get a 6:46, so just about.
Still the second fastest of the round so far.
Yeah. So Jasper will be competing in square one a bit later on. So Jasper's in group 20. So there's going to be a fair few waves of Pyramix solves to go through before he comes on stage. We've got Australia's own Riley Dexter solving Pyramix, our national record holder, with a recent 1.90 average. And a few others. We've got the Australian champion, Emmett Hobbs, in the first group, recently winning at Australian Nationals over in Perth. His first national title. Emmett's been kind of maining Pyramix and practicing Pyramix for many, many years now. Always, in the running for podiums and such at local competitions, but to win the national title was very exciting for Emmett and his dad Jeff as well. Very, very experienced runner and volunteer at competitions.
I've seen him many comps.
Coming for many years, iconic. So if you're looking for anyone to be a celebrant for your wedding, Jeff Hobbs is a registered marriage celebrant. So within the Victoria region, just give Jeff a call. He's got his Instagram page, Jeff Hobbs the Celebrant.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Someone's confirmed. Yeah, it goes back to 2013 with a 7.41 single. That streak of square one records.
So Dave Epstein getting ready for his final solve. Can get a sub 6 average here if he. I think he needs around a 5.75 or thereabouts to register a sub 6 average. And that'll do it. That'll be a sub 6. So he'll be very pleased with that and give him a fair bit of confidence going into the finals, hopefully. But yeah, very, very solid, smooth solving from Dave.
Yeah, big to be consistent as well in the first round with, maybe those nerves, the early morning.
So yeah, really showing over on who's the favourite for square one. Obviously, I think a little bit off his global average at home. He's definitely averaging a bit faster than that, but in competition, especially at the Oceanics, it's not so much about putting down the best times for you. It's just about making sure you're solid and you can get the win. And Adrian finishing there with his best time, 6:48.
Yeah, much stronger than his start, which is great to see.
Yeah, so David with a 5.96 average there in round one. Only 2 rounds of square one today. 2 rounds of square one overall. So the next up will be the final, but that will be tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, so moving on to Pyramix very soon.
We are.
And as you said, national champion Emmett in the first group here. Should be on the red stage for us.
We shall see. I'm also going to be handing you off to to Michael, who's going to be coming back and helping to commentate. We're looking to have a couple of interviews as well, as we mentioned before, bringing Jasper on and potentially bringing David Roach on for fewest moves. But for now, I'll say see you later and wishing you all the best.
Thanks for that, Faz.
Hope everyone enjoyed the square one there. Dave, clinching that first place for everyone, 596.
Great
very
first
solid.
round performance. So let's get Michael on here in a second. I'll be solo for a minute. He's over there chatting. You guys got any thoughts on that average there? It was very consistent from Dave. He's from what I see, he always performs well. Can you come in, Michael?
Feliks has lied to you.
I will actually be the one leaving also.
Yeah, I think neither of us are going to be here.
Oh, we've got David and Jay coming on.
Bye, guys.
For an interview.
That's my stint. I'm done for today.
All you FMC fans, enjoy.
Alright, what's up everyone? We've got David Roach here, the second place winner for the Oceanic podium and second place overall, no less, for Oceanics 2022 in FMC with a 25.33 official mean. So David, just to start off, kind of maybe introduce yourself, tell us about like your journey with FMC. I believe you've been doing it for like the past few years, like methods you use and, you know, I guess why FMC appeals to you as an event.
Yeah, thanks Jay. My name's David Roach, from Sydney. And I first learnt to solve a Rubik's Cube back in 1981. Back during the original craze. Like there's a few of us older people here who remember when Rubik's Cube first took off. So and then quite some years later, probably around 2014, picked it up again and started learning to solve in a fast way. I think I used to be able to do it in about a minute, back in 1981, and then learned how to actually speed cube and entered a few competitions. And then FMC, I guess one of the things that appeals to me about it is that it's a little bit difficult to compete with all these young people on speed, but FMC gives you the time to actually, work it out as a problem, as a puzzle, and something that I felt like I'd be competitive at. So that's where I sort of started on the journey, and I find it really enjoyable.
Yeah, absolutely. That's so awesome. Yeah, like 1981. So that would have been before the first World Championship, that blows my mind. And you would have learned it about over 15 years before I was born, which is pretty mind-blowing. And obviously, like being over 50, like you are by far like the oldest person who has ever podiumed at a major championship, which is just absolutely unbelievable.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah. I think before that, the record would have been Graham Siggins for multi-blind. Because he's podiumed at majors, obviously. There might be some other ones for like the very older majors, but like obviously doing it in this kind of time, like this era of cubing, like it's much more impressive, I would say either way. And like you said, like with the puzzle solving aspect of it. So like these days, like a lot of people, I don't know about back in the 80s, but these days everyone kind of learns from a tutorial, like they don't really figure out how to solve the cube themselves. Whereas with FMC, there's obviously resources and things you can learn to get better at FMC, but it is very much more, I guess, like cubing in its purest form, like you're trying to solve a problem on your own, so to speak. So yeah, and same for me, like that's a big aspect of why it appeals to me.
Yeah, and there's also that sort of thing about, God's number of 20 and trying to get sort of close to that or even below it in some cases. And I mean, it's interesting you talk about, back in the day when, we had books that were published that taught you how to solve a Rubik's Cube. So I sort of learnt what by modern standards would be very bad techniques in terms of solving very inefficient techniques. And in fact, so when I sort of retaught myself how to solve a cube, I actually ended up not using CFOP. So I do, I do F2L and then I do corners then edges, which is not a typical method. So that's still the method that I use for speed solving. But yeah, FMC, and I haven't actually learnt to do domino reduction yet, which is obviously the technique that you use and that most of the people getting good results in FMCUs. So that's still a project for me to learn how to do that. When I have maybe a bit of holiday time, a bit of brain space to actually sit down and work on that. So that's, at the moment, I'm still, in terms of technique on FMC, just really working with block building and, trying to find really good starts in particular. So I do edge orientation first and try and work from, trying to find the best edge orientation to then start with the block building technique and then corner insertions. And so it's a pretty simple technique. It doesn't require lots of memorization of algorithms or anything like that, which appeals to me as well because I'm not very good at that. So
right. Yeah, I was actually just about to ask you about like what kind of repertoire you use for FMC, but I mean you pretty much covered that. So like EO block building, primarily corner insertions, any edge insertions, or
yeah, I mean I know how to do edge insertions, and if there's like a 3 cycle of edges that I can solve with like a 6 or maybe 8 move insertion, I might look for it. But generally corner insertions, I generally go sort of standard sort of block building would be 2x2x2, then to 2x2x3, and then F2L-1, and then just solve edges from there. It's usually the technique. But if something comes up and there's already lots of corners solved and there's just a few edges, then I might try it. But that's the exception rather than the rule generally.
Gotcha. Yeah. So before we get into kind of how your mean went down, I do want to ask you just as an older person, because I think there's definitely a narrative of getting too old for cubing, not necessarily the hobby, but too old to be competitive per se, due to either the hands get a bit slower, which is less relevant for FMC, but for other stuff it can be a factor. And then also just time, free time, you've got commitments you have to balance, and I guess
job and
maybe
family
so maybe touch on that, how you make time for cubing, and what limitations do you think you actually have to deal with, and what do you think can be kind of overcome at an older age?
Yeah, I mean the time thing is obviously one part of it. But that's we all have time available that we devote to leisure, whether it's watching television or whether it's reading a book or it's trying to solve a puzzle, or doing a crossword puzzle. It's you can sort of integrate it into your life in those ways. I don't see it as a big issue, but the thing about I'm not very fast. I don't have a sub 20-second average on 3x3. So this feels like an area where I can still use my brain without necessarily having to be very fast and be competitive. So, I think there's... I'm surprised more people don't do it, because I think it's a really great event, and I'd like to see more people in the cubing community taking it up. And also, I think a lot of people maybe see it as a little bit challenging or daunting, because it's a different way of solving to what people are used to when they're speed solving. So I think maybe... if people sort of understood that it's a different approach, but I think in some ways a more interesting approach to solving. I think more people might actually take it up.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think there's something very rewarding about having to kind of push through. I guess at least in my attempts, trying to push through a lot of my starts being bad, and just being persistent and finding one that leads to something good, and then also the satisfaction I personally get from getting optimal from a DR, even if it's a very, I guess, tricky case where the optimal may not be so easy to arrive at. There's so many aspects of FMC that are very rewarding, and I personally want to work towards making it a more popular event, at least for people within cubing, through some domino resources, teaching people how to do it, and stuff like that. And also the thing you mentioned about making time, I thought that was pretty interesting, because I tell a lot of my students through my work, if you spend an hour every night watching Netflix, that's an hour you could be spending practicing cubing, because obviously most of the people I work with, they do 3x3. Or in your case, that's enough time to do an FMC attempt.
Sure.
So,
and it's it's not to say you can't watch television and practice cubing at the same time. You can. I mean, cricket is a great event to watch while practicing cubing. You've got the little breaks between overs, and anyway. But that's a pro tip for the summer. But yeah, certainly for FMC, it does require a bit of brain space to sort of you have to sort of set aside a bit of time. I do a lot of untimed FMC. Where I'm just trying to work it out. I'm not sort of putting the hour limit on there, but there's a danger there that you end up just you're always attempting to get a sub 30 solve, and you can spend well over an hour on one solve. So that's a little bit of a danger. And going into an event like this, I wasn't expecting to get the result that I got. Very pleased with it. A lot of luck involved in that as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, luck is nature of the beast. FMC, you've basically got an hour to get lucky. And yeah, like you said, like going over the hour can be like a good practice to kind of force yourself to keep pushing and keep checking new starts.
Yeah.
But obviously time trouble is a thing. I personally had some very bad time trouble on my second attempt.
Right.
Hence why you beat me by 5 moves. But I mean, we do different approaches, so obviously that was a factor.
Different results.
Yeah.
And I mean, look, I it's very easy to DNF on FMC, right? And and that was a danger for me going into this, because I've had plenty of solves where I can't work out anything decent within the time limit. And actually on that second solve, I was in a little bit of a panic. I think I had about maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes to go, and I hadn't found anything. I didn't have a backup solve or anything, backup skeleton. And so I thought, I had one of the edge orientations was quite a good start, and I thought, look, I'm just going to try from this, and I'm going to just do a linear solve from here. I'm not going to do normal inverse scramble switch or anything. So I just tried that, and came up with a really nice skeleton with lots of cancellations on the insertions, and ended up with a 24 on that. So again, just got a bit lucky on that one, and I was very pleased with the 24 PB for single. And then on the last one, managed to 23, which was even better there. But that was a really nice scramble on the last one, I thought. So
yeah, I completely agree. The last scramble was like by far the best, and it's no surprise everyone did their best on that, myself included. So before I let you go, let's just like break down each of your attempts. So like what kind of starts you did move count wise, how your insertions went, stuff like that, like how many corners, roughly what you don't have to get exact. If you want to pull up your notes, that's great.
I pull up the note. I did write it all down yesterday, so so I can actually check and remind myself. So
yeah, so I'll just take it back to the first one, because
so
that was a rough one for a lot of people, I think.
Yeah, and that was probably the one where I was most in danger of. Well, it's the one where I actually used all the time. So I found an okay, what I thought was an okay skeleton. So yeah, edge orientation in 4 moves, and then it also produced a number of corner edge pairs, so 3 of those. And then on the inverse found 2 by 1 blocks, and then on the forward managed to convert that into a 2 by 2 by 2, but there's lots of other blocks in there. So eventually I ended up, without going into too much detail, mostly on the inverse, I found a 22 move skeleton with 4 corners. Which is not a great skeleton, 22, and that's that's sort of around probably 30 plus, right?
It looks like you got quite lucky on the insertions.
Yeah,
that was
all 3 solves I got lucky on insertions. I was uncharacteristically lucky. So yeah, so on the insertions I had 9 cancellations on those 2 corner insertions, so that brought it down to 29. And actually, when I did the reconstruction yesterday and checked the insertions, there was actually a 9 move cancellation on the first, so I could have actually had a 27 and would have tied with you. Yeah, so that.
But I would have beaten you on single, unfortunately.
Is that how it works? So
if we tie by mean, it's whoever got the best single wins.
Right.
But
yeah.
Ooh.
So is that the same for 3rd, 4th place?
Yes. So I believe, 3rd and 4th place this weekend, Riley and Josh both got best single at 25, so they just get to share 3rd place.
So for that reason. Okay. Interesting. All right. So so would have been a bit tighter anyway. So so would have had a 27, but I was pretty happy with the 29. And that's when I said I was running out of time, so I didn't actually get to check all positions for that first insertion. So
well, there's also like nested issues with like multiple corner insertions, because you can have one that cancels very little, and then the nested one inside cancels more.
Yeah. So the and the 2 that I found were 5 and 4 cancellations, which you think, well, that's probably going to be pretty optimal. And but there was a 9 and a 2, so yeah, would have had 11 instead of 9. But anyway, that's so that was the first. Second one, excuse me, was pretty similar sort of technique. So 4 moves on the edge orientation. Had a 2 by 2 by 1 block with 1 move, and then got up to pseudo F2L -1 in 14 moves, and then found a 5C in 19 moves. So again, that's about par, and that's about for me. That's 19 moves to 5C is roughly a 30.
Yeah, that's like expected value of like 29 to 28.
Yeah. 29. I think 29 to 30. So maybe 5 cancellations you'd expect. And again, I got 11 cancellations, right? So super lucky, and they were optimal too. So
brilliant.
And all at the end. So maybe it was just I probably didn't have a very optimal finish on that, so I could have actually found that with a bit of fiddling around on the skeleton. And then on the last one, so going into that, so I had a really good second solve. Both sub 30 he was pretty happy with, and so the goal in the last one was really just don't stuff it up, don't DNF.
Yeah,
just
don't,
make sure I get
don't fumble the bag.
Don't fumble the bag, and make sure that I get. I had a good chance of being. I had a good chance of being on the podium, and we were equal going into the last round. I wasn't really expecting to do that well, but then I found this a really efficient, and again it was all nothing inverse, just all on the forward scramble. Found a really efficient 5C, so 15 moves to 5C, 3 move edge orientation. So it was a really nice scramble. So we had an edge orientation, and then I think plus 1 move to get to a. It was a 2x2x1 block just on the edge orientation, and then pretty easy to get to 3x2x2 block. But yeah, I found 15 moves to 5C, and then. Again, really good cancellations. So, where are we? Yeah, so I had 6 move cancellation on the first insertion. So
yeah, that's really good. And then I'm guessing the second one was just kind of an average.
Yeah,
insertion.
It was like so 2 cancellations on the second. So, and I had the time, so I just basically wrote out the skeleton again after the first insertion, and that was the optimal. So again, so it got down to 23. So that was. Very happy with that. So
yeah, double PR and second place at Oceanic. So 2 more questions before I let you go.
Sure.
What are your overall PBs like at home compared to what you have in comp?
Yeah, that's pretty close to it. So I do have a 24 average PB. So I have in terms of singles, I have like I think 120, maybe a 21, a few 22s around there.
Okay.
And then I had one was a set of 3 for an online competition that was a 20. It was 22, 24, 26. So that was the 24 average. So that's my best. So 25.3 is pretty close to that, and I'm very, very happy to get that in competition. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, I mean, that's glad for me to hear, because it's not a fluke. Like you've got the not that fluking's bad. Like I've gotten my overall PB in comp before. Like my previous 24.67 in 2016, that was overall PB by I think 2 moves. So I would argue your mean is like slightly more deserved than the one I got back then.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Take the luck when you get it right.
Exactly. Like there's no shame in it. It's the nature of the beast. If you're not getting lucky, you're doing the event wrong.
Yeah,
I would say.
Right. Yeah.
And then last question. I guess I'm just interested in like your time management. So when you find these very promising skeletons, like those first 2, like you definitely insertion-wise got a lot better than the expected value from them. Whereas on the last one, like I feel like unless you feel like there's some more starts you haven't quite explored, like you'd be pretty likely to start insertions on that kind of early. So when do you I guess my question is, when do you start on insertions, and like how much time do you kind of set aside for finding maybe other stuff that could be as good or better?
Yeah, so time management obviously a really important part of FMC, and so how do you use that 60 minutes? And so for me it's like it's about 10 minutes that I use just for the edge orientation, just to sort of check lots of edge orientations and starts. And then I probably allow myself about 20 minutes for corner insertion. So I make sure that I have that time at the end, particularly if I'm doing 2 of them. And, I might make a mistake or something. So, you want to check the solve at the end, etc. So I pretty much, leave it up to 40 minutes of elapsed time before I'll start on insertions. I think with a couple of those I may have started, particularly with that last one, I think I started a bit early. So I knew it was a really good skeleton. I thought, I'm going to check this, and then obviously great cancellations. And I found those really quickly as well. I found the cancellation, the insertions really quickly, and the cancellations. So I had a lot of time left for that last one, and I actually spent a lot of time just checking that skeleton, just seeing if there's anything else in there. But I couldn't find anything, and it turns out it was optimal anyway. So it's a little bit horses for courses, but generally try and allow generally aiming for 5C or better. At the end and allow about 20 minutes for insertions.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting here, because I think it kind of overlaps a lot with how I do DR. Like I do have the 10 minutes for not necessarily checking EOs, but writing down as many as I can to check, and then I'll go through them like most to least promising, just based on like the theory and the layout of the scramble.
And how many roughly would you get?
I usually check between like 40 and 60 per attempt.
Wow, yeah, a lot more than me. I'm doing maybe on a good day, maybe 20. So
yeah, it also depends. Like I think on the first attempt I did a bad job. I think I doubled down a little too much on the 4-move EOs.
Right.
It paid off to an extent, but like there's still a lot for me to learn as well. But yeah, and then also with the finishes, like I usually leave the last 20 to 25 for finishing my DRs, which kind of overlaps with how you're doing that time for the corner insertions. So I think if you ever decide to learn DR, I'd be more than happy to help you out. And it sounds like you have a good kind of base to work with. But
yeah, I mean, I kind of understand the principles of it. I just, and obviously edge orientation is a big part of the starting the domino reduction. So, but just actually sitting down and going through the nuts and bolts of it, it takes some time. So.
Exactly, but like either way, like block building is clearly serving you quite well. So you can always take your time with that. But either way, I'd love for you to join the DR cult, so to speak. But yeah, thank you so much, David, for this interview. This was an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. It's been great to chat to you, and thanks to everyone out there. So.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. I think with that, we're going to hand it back over to two people to commentate some Pyramid stuff, potentially. Got a few people in the wings. I might actually be staying on, potentially.
Okay. You don't want me to talk about pyramids.
Let's see. It looks like we're getting James. Are we getting James? Okay.
Okay. All right. I'll hand over.
Yeah, let's hand it over. Yeah, no problem, David. Have a good one.
Hello. How's everyone doing?
Good morning, James. How are we doing?
I'm doing okay. I discovered just before Square One that I was doing Square One. I went to check on the scorecards for moving around other competitors, and I found my scorecard.
Oh.
Fascinatingly enough. So turned up, did 2 solves, not 5 solves because I didn't make cutoff. Cutoff was 20 seconds, and I got a 20.33 as my best solve. So not ideal from a results perspective, but yeah, it was interesting. I've had a bit of a hectic morning making sure the right competitors are on the front row for stream. And just in a sec, we're going to see Elias and Junchi Feng, who are 2 of the best Pyramixes in the world, on stations 3 and 4. So hopefully that's going to be exciting.
Certainly, and they're from New Zealand, right?
Junchi is from China,
China?
but Elias EU, is from New Zealand. He's part of the New Zealand Nationals Pyramix podium that we got last weekend, which was actually tied for the 3rd fastest Pyramix podium of all time, which is pretty incredible to see. There's a massive depth of talent in New Zealand there in Pyramix.
Certainly.
And Junchi starting with a 194. Very nice. Hayden asked if I'm commentating Jasper. I'm not commentating Jasper doing Pyramix. At least that's not the plan.
1.47. He looks very pleased with that
147.
It's a good start.
It's a great start.
Yeah, he looks extremely excited about that one, actually.
Yes, Elias is known for, as well as being just a ridiculously fast Pyramix and 2x2 solver, his goated reactions.
Yeah.
Whenever he gets something good, you know all about it.
Right.
It's brilliant.
Well, we love to see that. Great for the viewers at home.
Oh, absolutely. It's lovely to see. So these are actually seeds 5 and 6 overall, so we should see some more great times from them. Elias definitely, I think he's someone who's still, seed 5 is probably a bit of a weak placing for him. He's had some just ridiculous times at home, sub 2, averages of 1,000, stuff like that. So he's I'd say one of the best Pyramix solvers in the world at home.
Right.
But he's struggled a little bit to pull it together for official competitions.
Right. Of course, competition nerves are a whole nother beast in and of itself.
Yeah.
And here in such a big stadium, there's plenty going on, plenty of people walking around you, so you've got to just have that laser focus in order to execute properly.
Oh, and especially on the front stages, stations 1 through 6, we've got the cameras pointing right at you. It can be a pretty intimidating experience. 218 for Junchi, looks like.
And Elias onto his second solve.
181. That's a brilliant start for Elias.
We see here they have their hand warmers. I think it's relatively warm in the venue today, and I
I'd
only
say so.
expect it to get warmer as 3x3 commences later this afternoon.
That, and also it's a beautiful day here in Melbourne.
Yeah.
It's a nice change from some of the recent weather, but I expect it to get very warm later in the day.
Elias onto his third solve here.
Yep.
Looks like he's fixated on something now.
Yeah. Oh, 245. Unhappy about that, but still in a pretty strong spot.
Highly disappointed reaction there.
Yeah. He only needs a 2.08 or better on the next solve for his PR to be possible, given he had such a good single on the first one. And a 195 for Junji. So both these guys putting on a show for us right now. Junji maybe a little bit more consistent, but
yeah, perhaps. But 181 was not official. Okay.
So he's only done 2. Okay, I see. So he's got a 147 and 245. That makes more sense.
How did you find the Rubik's Relay Cup yesterday, commentating that event?
Well, I wasn't commentating.
Oh,
it was,
just a viewing?
I was competing.
Competing?
I was competing. I was.
What was that experience like?
Well, I wasn't the slowest one on my team, which is it's a win in my book because I was the resident old washed-up cuber on my team.
Right.
No, we went up against Queensland 1, who ended up coming second overall. So I think losing that matchup by a little bit was there's no shame in that. But no, it was fun. It was fun. I've actually done it once before at the 2017 World Championships. I was part of the Nations Cup for New Zealand, and we had an absolute drubbing there. We went up against Poland at the very start, which we had basically no chance. But yeah, it was a lot of fun.
1.33. That was a very high TPS solve, it seems, with relatively low move count.
I don't know. It was, that was a flawless solve, I would say. He's on for something special here. He has that 245 hanging over him, so it could be, it's a bit of a danger, but he has the potential for something incredible here.
A little eruption from the crowd there after he had solved that one. So what is his best possible average currently?
Well, he's only done 3 solves, considering that 181 wasn't official, so his best possible average is unknown as of right now, but we'll find out in just a second once he's done his 4th solve. And yes, a 2.06 or better on his next solve will lock sub 2 for him. A 2.42 or better will lock PR. So this is a very exciting moment. That next solve can do big things.
One thing that I kind of find interesting to observe is people's different methodology when it comes to waiting in between solves. Quite a common one is just using the stack mat timer to just time unofficially.
Yeah.
Another common one is having the headphones on with music.
Yep.
What do you personally do? What do you think is best?
I'm past my days of having a ritual or whatever. I just sort of chat with my judge a little bit, and then when it comes time to solve, I just say, I'm ready, I think for most events, I don't care too much about them, so it's pretty chill.
Right.
So just a reminder, 2.06 here will lock sub 2 for him. 2.42 will lock PR. Let's see what he does. And Junji also coming in for his 4th solve at basically the same time. Or 5th solve, sorry, I think.
A little disappointed with that one there. Look like the TPS slowed down
so he'll be looking
towards the end of that solve. Elias, inspection here.
Yes! And that's it. He has a sub 2 average. At sub 2. Yep. Sub 2 lock. And there's a classic Elias reaction.
Electric reaction and round of applause from the crowd.
And that's what we love to see. Finally got sub 2. So his worst possible average at this point is 198. His best possible average is 1.61, which would be a new world record average.
Right.
If he gets a 1.5 or better on his next solve, that's a world record average. Tied. 1.5 or better next solve will tie world record average. 1.5 or better next solve.
Right, I can't imagine the pressure here for this fifth and final solve.
Yeah.
This is where the waiting game can kind of get to you and get in your head a little bit.
Absolutely. And with that 245 hanging over him, you know, he's got to, I don't know if he's done the math himself, but he's got to know he needs something good here. But hopefully, you know, having just locked that sub 2 average, his nerves will be gone a little bit because he knows he's got something good, something that he's been grinding for a long time now.
Right. Atmosphere in the arena at the moment, in the stadium,
it's absolutely electric.
Electric. We're all tented, anxiously waiting for this fifth and final solve.
Yeah.
Possibly here it comes now.
Yeah, this is it.
Fifth and final solve for Elias right here.
Let's see if he can hold it together.
Elias starts inspection. Looks like he's found something. He's fixated on something now. Taking a bit longer.
Hopefully. Oh! So that is a 181 average.
So 181 average for Elias Yu. Congratulations.
That's quite a show.
Competitors running up to him.
Yeah, people swarming the stage. Love to see it. That places him WR6.
Sixth ranking
Sixth in
globally.
the world. Absolutely brilliant. And there we go. Love to see it. Elias not even in frame anymore. Too much energy for that. There we go.
And the arena, a
Erupts
stadium
in
applause. Possibly one of the fastest averages out of all the events.
Oh, absolutely.
This entire weekend.
Yeah, that'll be faster than a lot of people's 2x2 averages. That was brilliant.
Elias.
Yeah.
Would you like to come on stream? Come on stream. Now we're getting Elias on stream.
G'day, Elias. What can you tell us about that average?
Okay, so that was like definitely something I've been like working for like a long time.
Yeah.
And like it's so good to finally achieve that.
Yeah, exactly. What were your thoughts heading into that final solve?
Man, I was like, oh, okay, I already locked sub 2, so like
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I'm fine. But then like I was like, okay, this can be very good. And then I saw the last game, I was like, okay, don't panic. And then I guess I just like went all out and I got it. So like I didn't have like much nerves going into the last solve.
Yeah, we were wondering about that actually because you had locked sub 2 at that point.
Yeah.
You know, you had 198 as your worst possible.
Yeah, yeah.
But then yeah, it's got to be because you knew you had some great times in there. So there's potential for an amazing average. How were the scrambles overall? Did you find?
They were good, but like the solutions weren't obvious like at all. Like I don't think a normal pyramixer would see anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you think that's really you know what sets a really advanced pyramixer like you apart is the ability to find those solutions?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. Congrats.
So I'd like to point something out about my 2.4 that I got.
Yep.
So like I basically one looked it and then like I did the alg from the wrong angle, which I think it would have been WR average, but like but that's just something to improve on.
Yeah, it's also so hard to know obviously because if you got a 1.1 or something, 1.2 on the second solve, then you'd have so much pressure heading into the final few solves.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to ask chat. Does chat have any questions for Elias right now, or just messages of love, messages of support? Jules says, tell him the BPA was 161.
161.
Yeah. But no, that's incredible. And for your first Pyramix average here at Oceanics as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this your first international competition?
Yeah, first international competition.
So that's just incredible.
Yeah,
it's also great to see because I know you've like struggled with your nerves as well. Yeah. And you've been capable of sub 2 for so long, so that's awesome.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Someone complimenting your vid about Jasper's world record.
Yeah.
Hopefully now there'll be some vid about this. Someone asking, was the last scramble bad?
The last scramble, I think it was quite good, but like again, like the solutions weren't as obvious for like a normal person to see.
Yeah, because I think Junchi next to you, he got like a 2.8 or something on the last one.
Yeah.
So we were wondering, we weren't quite sure, you know.
I was kind of panicking about that because
Oh, well, definite highlight of the competition for you so far.
Yeah, definitely.
What else do you have coming up that you're excited for?
2x2, which I have next, I think. But I'm like
that's after 26. Lunch, isn't it?
Yeah. But that's
so you got a bit of time to chill out.
Yeah.
Let the adrenaline sort of soothe out a bit.
Yeah.
No, that's great. It was also really good to see you in the Rubik's relay last night.
Yeah.
How did you find that?
That was really fun. Yeah. And even though we didn't do our best, I guess it was like a good experience to have.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. You know, it's great.
Yeah.
Well, do you have any other sort of comments or anything for the stream? Any other thoughts on it?
Elias, are you going for 2x2 WR single? No. I didn't do any ML3, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just did the standard stuff, but yeah, it worked out, so.
Nice. And someone would say the joy on your face is so wholesome and he's so proud of you. Congrats.
Yeah.
Oh, well, congrats again. I'm guessing you probably want to go have lunch before too long? Or keep staffing?
Well, like, I guess we should keep staffing, but yeah.
Oh, well, congrats again.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
I'll bring on Michael now. Well done. Or Chris, apparently. Hello,
wow.
Wow is
that
the
was
word.
So exciting.
That was incredible. We were talking Elias up. We were saying he's capable of big things, and he just put on a massive show for us.
That was so exciting. I was just to the right. You could probably see me a couple of times. I actually put up my phone to record my reaction to the last solve.
Yeah.
I think we could see his dad in the background too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the tension in the room was palpable there.
Yeah. It's so impressive, like, how he got the sub 2 average.
Yep.
Cookie Monster is being returned. Thank you very much, Jackson.
Our backup mascot has been returned. We have the set together once more.
Yeah, how he got the sub 2 average.
Yep,
and he had the shot of world record, and then he got that last scramble. It didn't look very good.
No.
Flawless turning.
Absolutely.
No sign of any sort of shaking.
Exactly, and that's so impressive for Elias as well, who's someone who has struggled with nerves so much, you know, and he's been capable of it, and just getting that is incredible.
Well, who have we got up now? I don't know the names. We've got Benjamin Worry on stage 2. I think he's pretty solid at Pyramix, right? I'm not quite sure who that is on station 1.
I believe. I'll just bring it up. We'll find out in just a sec.
That was just so exciting.
Oh, it was incredible. That's probably like highlight of the day already for me. You know, it'll be tough for anyone else to beat that. So right up we have Sebastian Lee on station 1, who has a 2.1 second average. He's incredibly fast Australian paramixer. Benjamin Worry on station 2. Those are probably our 2 main focuses for now, so hopefully we'll switch over now and see some of their times. Jules saying now that the mental barrier is gone, he's getting sub 2 in the next 2 rounds for sure. I don't know, sub 2, I think sub 2 is hard on any scramble set probably. Like it always takes work, and there's always, you know, only a few mistakes away from messing it up.
Yeah.
But hopefully we'll see that now the mental barrier is gone, yeah.
Thank you, Fabio. Yeah, that 5x5 solve. I got a 50.92. Pretty sure it's overall PB 5x5 single earlier today in 5x5 round 1.
Unfortunately, I don't think we caught it on stream, but we caught sort of the edge of it as you reacted and jumped on frame.
I had my camera recording, so I'm sure I'll be uploading that.
Nice.
Probably in a few days. But I was actually the fish pick for 5x5.
Were you? The fish is wise.
The fish is wise.
The fish knows these things. Well, hopefully we'll switch to station 1 in a sec to capture Sebastian Lee.
And also Benjamin Worry, station 2 as well.
Station 1.
That was just a practice solve.
Yeah, I think they haven't gotten started quite yet. Still can't get over that though. 181. Under all the pressure of Oceanics, and as well because I think he was like kind of slow with his cube coming out and his warm-ups and everything. So he was one of the last people solving there, and the entire crowd was looking at him. You know, I wish we could get cameras back on the audience, but yeah, it was just incredible.
So here we have Sebastian Lee starting about to start his first solve.
Yep.
Apparently he would have had a sub-2 average the last time he competed, but he had
Really?
a tip pop on the last solve. So as he put the timer down, one of the tips came apart, which was unfortunately a DNF. And he starts with a 195. Crazy
just ridiculous stuff happening right now in Pyraminx. So apart from Elias and and your 50.92 single, any other highlights of the comp so far for you?
Well, I'm not sure. Every other event for me today has gone pretty poorly. I messed up a pretty easy Pyraminx set of scrambles. I counted a 6.
Nice. What's your PR average again?
2.89?
Yep. That sounds about right.
Square one, I got like a sub 20 average.
Yep.
I did make cutoff though, which was 20 seconds, and then it went downhill from there.
I did not make cutoff. I got a 20.3 as my best single. I discovered only just before the round started that I was actually signed up for it for some reason. Not sure why, but yeah.
Jasper should start his Pyraminx group in about an hour.
Yeah, I think we are a little bit ahead of schedule, so it could be a bit sooner than that.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's not for a while yet.
It was cool to see Jasper improve his 5x5 New Zealand national record single earlier today.
Yeah, definitely. 47.05 was it?
Yeah, I actually missed that solve. I was watching the first few solves of his average, and I was like, he's got a counting 57. Don't need to bother watching the rest.
I was competing, and I was looking back at the projector when I could to see his solves, but I just looked back at one point and saw 47.05. It was just awesome.
If you want to see that solve, Ari, our wonderful cinematographer for this competition, has uploaded that to the Oceanics 2022 Instagram page. So that's got the whole solve and a cool reaction from Jasper.
And plenty of other good videos on there as well.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job over the weekend capturing the vibe of the competition. Benjamin Rory with a 187.
Wow.
Was that his first solve or second?
First one that I've seen.
Because I did see his cube cover come over earlier, but then maybe it wasn't scrambled or something.
No. Oh, it looks like Sebastian Lee didn't start the timer there for his second one.
Ugh. That is unfortunate for Sebastian. So we think Sebastian failed to start that timer on the last solve.
Yeah, the displays are a little bit buggy, but this one does seem to be working as warm-up, so I'm thinking he just, didn't start the timer and DNF'd.
Yeah.
Which always sucks to see. You can see in his warm-up, though, just easy sub-2s. So I think we're probably going to get Jasper on for an interview before too long, hopefully. He can talk about his solutions and his hopes and what he thinks about Elias's average. We'll just see if we can get a hold of him.
Right, Sebastian Lee has received his third scramble. Just preparing for the solve now. He's in a bit of a nerve-wracking situation because we believe he has a 1.9 and also a DNF.
Yeah. So, potential for something very good or something very bad.
It looks like chat's saying that second one was about a 1.1, but he didn't start the timer. So that's really unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, Ben Mori got a 1.8 on it, didn't he? So
yeah,
must have been a very nice scramble.
Oh, 2.2.
So he's looking on track for PR, I'd say, with his 2.1 average. I'm actually going to leave commentary right now. I'm going to bring Feliks on because I'm going to go see if I can find Jasper. Get an interview.
See you later, James. Hello, Feliks.
Hi, Chris.
Were you watching that Pyraminx group with Elias?
I was. I think everyone in the stadium was.
Yeah, it was very exciting, wasn't it?
Yeah, when someone reacts that much, it definitely gets the crowd's attention. And it's always interesting, actually, when someone gets a really good average by solve 4, and then the entire crowd watches their 5th solve.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you kind of get people reacting on the 5th solve. No one actually saw the solve, but here we got the chance to really test his nerves and see how he handled that pressure on the last solve, and it didn't look like the easiest scramble at all.
Yeah, for me it looked pretty tricky, and his turning was flawless.
Yeah, no
sign of any shaky lockups there.
It's very solid.
We're just watching Sebastian Lee on station 1 at the moment. He's done 3 solves. He has a 195 DNF and a 220.
Oh, the DNF is...
The DNF was, according to chat, it was about a 1.1, but the timer didn't start.
Oh, no.
So that was a bit of an OCR fail, and he's one of the favourites for the competition. At his more recent competition, he DNF'd out of the sub-2 average by this tip on his Pyraminx, falling apart.
Oh, okay.
But he's just about to start his 4th solve now on station 1. And yeah, I assume he'll probably be kind of safetying it at the moment.
Yeah, you would think so. Getting a DNF in the first round, you don't really want to take any risks or chances. Although, you never know. Have you ever DNF'd out of an average, Chris?
Oh. Is it good?
We're not sure. So Sebastian, just for context... Oh, sorry. For context, Sebastian's just got a 1.13. But unfortunately it's a +2.
Sorry, we just missed that on stream.
Unfortunately it was a +2. So that could, with a solid solve there and the solid solve on solve number 2, that would have been, world record potential.
For sure.
That's very unfortunate. That's how cubing goes sometimes. Just got to give yourself the opportunities, but he doesn't look happy at all.
Yeah, it was really close to a +2 as well. We couldn't see it from here. We just got the word from a delegate that it was in fact a +2. Poor guy, man. 2 OCR fails in 1 round. First he doesn't start the timer, and then he gets just a +2. So with
the timer start and with the fully solved cube there, it would have been 195 and probably accounting 1.1.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we'll see what he gets on the last. Obviously, tend not to call it like an OCR fail. If it's an early solve that's DNF'd, always you never know how people would have handled the nerves or the pressure differently on the last few solves, depending on whether the mistake came early in the average. But yeah, definitely he was disappointed. But on the bright side is, he should take some confidence from this, in that his turning was really solid. In all these solves so far. It's just been a few mishaps.
It just comes down to giving him a lot of chances to get a good average. This is his last solve now.
His turning is
and
insane.
A 180.
That turning was ridiculous.
What an average.
That was there. Unfortunately, those 2 solves were where he had the mistakes. But
poor guy, man. Can't help but feel bad for him after that. But he's still gonna make it to the second round with that. He's still got a 243 average, even with a +2 in there and a DNFing of 1.1-ish. But there's 2 more rounds at this competition, and I'm going to be watching him now. After seeing those solves in that turning, maybe he's one to watch and beating Jasper.
So it's a +2 out of a 198 average, we're informed, and a DNF away from potentially world record.
Yeah.
So this Pyraminx competition is going to be really intense. It's going to be one final to stay tuned for.
So I think in our, what groups are we on now? Yeah, we're on 8, 9, 10, 11. So next up we're going to have Riley Dexter coming to do some solves. He's pretty good. He's got a sub-2 official average. I think it's 190.
Yeah, 190 I think is the Australian national record, ranked 10th in the world. So looking forward to seeing Riley come up for his solves shortly.
Yeah, just being moved down in the Oceanic rankings from 2nd to 3rd by Elias.
Yeah. Could he take it back?
So we've just been informed that there might be some fun shenanigans happening over lunch.
Yeah.
We've got a special guest.
We do.
So yeah, we won't be just leaving the stream blank at this lunch. There'll be some stuff going on. So that will be in probably an hour or so after we finish up Pyraminx. We're also might be getting Jasper Murray on for an interview after his average. Probably depends how he feels afterwards, because he's pretty invested in this Pyraminx thing. So I'm sure if he gets good times, he'll more than be happy to chat about it.
Yeah, or even if he doesn't, it'd be good to get him on just to chat about his one-handed solve so far and a couple of and a New Zealand national record in the 5x5.
Yeah, for sure. So he's been doing really well at this competition already, and he hasn't even competed in Pyraminx, which is what he's most known for.
So yeah, going to be very exciting. So if the DNF was a 114, the average would have been 163, we're informed. So yeah, that's a missed opportunity, but hopefully he'll take some confidence from the average.
Yeah, I mean those solves looked crazy.
It's always good to know things could have been so much better just with a few small mistakes than have problems with your turning or your confidence itself. These are things that are easy to fix. Starting the timer and finishing the solve.
Yeah. I have seen some people have issues with these G5 timers. I think they're a little bit different to the G4s in terms of how much pressure you have to put on them at the start, and I think maybe you have to hold on a little longer. They're like very slightly different. So maybe he's been practicing with a G4 at home instead of a G5, and now he's at this competition where all of these timers, I think there's about 80 stations here, are all using G5 timers. So maybe it's a little bit different to what he's used to.
Yeah.
We've just had the next group of competitors walk out. The main guy we're going to be watching in this group is Riley Dexter over on Station 1 on the red stage. Not quite sure about any of the others. Do you know who's on Station 2?
No, I'm not too sure who that is on Station 2, but yeah, it'll be Riley on Station 1, that Riley with the long hair and the glasses that we'll be focusing on. Got Zaid on Station 4 as well, but yeah, probably just Riley for this group. Have you ever DNF'd out of an average in competition?
I don't think so.
No,
I haven't. Oh, actually, I hadn't until last weekend. I was competing. I was competing in Megaminx finals at New Zealand Nationals, and one of my goals in the last few months has been to get a sub 40 Megaminx average. Although I haven't even got it at home yet, but that would be pretty cool to get a sub 40 Megaminx average. And I started with a 39. Then I think I got a 44. Then I got a 38. And then on the fourth solve, I think I was doing really well. And I got up to PLL, but I was quite shaky. I was doing the last AUG, and then I went to stop the timer, kind of rushing it a little bit, I think. And as I stopped the timer, the last few moves overshot. So it was a DNF by 3 moves, and it was like another 39 or a 38. And on the last solve, I also got a 39. So without that DNF, it would have been a sub 40. But who knows? On that last solve, I might have been a lot more nervous. Probably would have been a lot more nervous. But I seem to do pretty well in Megaminx, even if I am nervous, because it kind of helps me focus a bit more. But that was a little bit unfortunate.
But never fully DNF'd around, because that's always the what you can get really, really nervous about if you DNF one of those first couple solves in one of these first rounds, and just really puts the pressure on. You need to go safety. I remember, I think it was Worlds 2015 in the first round or second. One of my first solves was a DNF, and I was so nervous for the entire rest of the event. Just had to go super safety to make sure that nothing else happened.
Well, in my Pyramix round 1, I started with a 6, and then I got a 2. On the third one, it was a really easy scramble. Didn't start the timer and also messed up the solve, so double fail. So the last 2, I was just like, okay, I can make the second round very comfortably with like a 5 average, probably even a little bit slower. I'm not quite sure what it is to get there. So I just like chilled out, took my time, made sure the timer was starting and all of that. Because the last thing I want is to get 2 DNFs and not even make it to the second round.
Yeah, I think the one DNF average I've had was also in 7x7 a while back, where I finished my last solve. It wasn't very good, and I kind of reflexively hit reset on the timer because I wasn't happy with the time, and it was a DNF average because of that. Quite funny, but it's just a local competition, so didn't miss out on anything too much. Yep, for those who are interested in the event times, we've just posted a link in the chat. So the competition schedule, if you click that link that's just been shared, it'll show the schedule in your local time on the WCA website. But we're just finishing up Pyramix, so we've got about an hour more of Pyramix this morning. Jasper coming up in a few groups, and then we're going to have lunch. As we mentioned, very, very special, exciting guest on lunchtime, so don't miss that as well. And then after lunch, it's the 2 big, most popular events, the 2x2 first, and then the big one, the 3x3. It's going to be very exciting.
The big ones.
Yeah, I think you're in one of the first groups. Is that right, Chris?
Yeah, I am. Yeah. I am in 3x3 Group 1.
Yeah.
And so is Edward Hollingdale. I think we might be sharing a station.
Oh, okay. Wonder who set that up. So some of the puzzles are starting to come out now. Okay, Riley on his first solve here. Let's see what he can do.
Oh, looks like he made a bit of a mistake there. And that's a 257. It's close to +2, but I think it's okay.
Yeah, it looked okay. Yeah, it looked like a small mistake there. Just hearing Chris speak makes the day better.
If anybody knows who that is on Station 2, please do let us know, because we're a little bit clueless.
Station 2 in the hat. Riley looking very intense. Riley, the clutch anchor leg of the Rubik's relay team last night. For those of you who may not have been able to catch it, you can rewatch the Rubik's relay when you get a moment. One of the highlights of the competition so far. It was probably the last hour of the stream yesterday. Riley really saved our team in the final round, and actually in a round beforehand, with some really solid 3x3 solving to help us take out the title for Team Victoria 1. Riley's also one of our top contenders for 3x3 with I think it's a 6.48 average as his PR, but definitely capable of doing better than that. He started out an average with a counting 5 a few weekends ago at a local competition, and seemed to have maybe a few hardware issues, but it looks to have resolved those for this competition. And he's got a bit of a unique turning style, some funky finger tricks, but seems to, kind of never pause. Really, really good look ahead, and a lot of sophisticated algorithms for his last layer as well. He's getting ready for his second pyramid solve now.
I've just been told that stage 2 is Maximus Ferrier. He has a 3.2 official Pyraminx average, and no, it's not Phoenix Patterson. Just looks a bit like him.
No, Phoenix does wear the hat, though.
Ooh, 188 for Riley there. Not a bad solve. A little bit of a shake of the head, though. And there we have Maximus going in for a solve. Oh, seemed to make a bit of a mistake there, and a 453. You got any goals for the rest of the competition, Feliks? Any goals in the 3x3?
Just try and have fun and and do my best. I think these days, just try and do solid solves is the goal. So don't worry too much about winning the comp or placing it around or getting records. I think as long as I can kind of be consistent and solid and put in a good performance and then kind of see what happens from there, that's the goal. It'll be lovely to win. Going to be very, very tough against, say, Leo for the win of the competition, and then a lot of really tough competition for the Oceanic title. Got Dwayne, Ramos, Riley, Dexter, David Epstein amongst some of the.
Yeah, even Jody.
Yes, Jody Brewster.
Jody of the
we always
average.
forget Jody, the dark horse.
Yeah, don't forget about Jody.
Yes. So yeah, we'll see. But I think in the 3x3, probably need to be looking around the sub 7 mark for definitely the sub 7 mark. I would say for an Oceanic title and an overall podium. So that's kind of the benchmark. But it also a bit scramble dependent as well.
That's definitely true. It is going to be interesting with Dwayne Ramos, one of the favourites. He actually uses Ru, which is a completely different method, although scrambles that are good for CFOP are usually pretty good for Ru as well. But we might see some solves, there might be something really good for him and not so great for the CFOP users. That's not really something we see that much. I remember at Worlds 2019, we had 2 Ru solvers in the final, and they were both going head-to-head at once, and that was very exciting. But yeah. I think there's just one decent Ru solver here, at least for two-handed. For one-handed, there's quite a few. Right, Riley with his third solve now. He currently has the 2.4 and a 1.8.
That was really
and
smooth.
And a 235. Seemed pretty inefficient.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Some good turning.
The most recent, I think, Ru user to win a major championship in two-handed at least would be, I think, Alex Lau back in 2014 for the UK. We've obviously had Sean Patrick Villanueva come second at the World Championships last year. So plenty of solid Ru results throughout the years. But Dwayne definitely a shot at winning the Oceanic Continental title with the method.
Yeah, that would be pretty exciting. Although he hasn't had too great of a comp so far. Although he did get the 6x6 NRs at the start of yesterday, which is pretty exciting. And we actually see him judging Maximus on Station 2 at the moment.
So Riley's got so far 250, 2.5, a 1.88, and then the 2.3 there. So solid times, but not as fast as what we've seen from the likes of Elias and Sebastian. And
so for Riley to get to beat his NR, he's going to need to get 148 on this solve and then get better than that on the last solve.
Yeah.
So
you'll need a couple of good scrambles.
Oh, looks like Maximus has got a close to a +2.
The delegate flag is up.
Dwayne has put up the delegate paddle. We've got.
I didn't notice that Dwayne was judging.
Miles Jarman coming to check it. Not quite sure what the verdict is. Looks kind of good to me.
Riley for his 4th solve now. 4th solve of the average.
Riley Dexter with his 4th solve. Needs a 175 to have a chance of getting a sub 2, and a 148 to have any chance of beating his national record. Ooh, bit of a mistake there, and a 290. So yeah, it's kind of the average is kind of over for him now, but you can still get a solid low 2 average if he gets a good last one. But it seems like he might be a bit more inefficient than some of the other people, like Elias or Jasper. But his turning seems pretty good. I kind of think he might be using like top first method,
right,
as well, which is unusual nowadays.
And definitely a few more mistakes relative to those sub 2 chances, but definitely a contender. Also a contender for best haircut of the weekend, I would say.
Yeah,
in the running for that.
Do we have any predictions in chat for what Jasper's going to be getting? He's not in the next batch of groups, but he's the one after that. So if we stay on schedule, he'll be up in about 20 minutes. Any predictions? Do we reckon he's gonna do better than Elias, improve his world record, or maybe he'll bomb? Who knows?
And that's the thing about round 1 is obviously all the top competitors will have different scramble sets, and so it may be a bit misleading as to the leaderboard after round 1, just given the variability in the difficulty of these scrambles.
Yeah.
So he could get a much trickier set relative to, say, Elias or Sebastian. So we've got a few predictions in the chat for world record average, 149. That would be very exciting indeed.
Yeah, some saying,
keep our fingers crossed.
Some saying he might be a bit more nervous because of what Elias has got, and then maybe he thinks he needs to prove that he's still better. So that's a good thing to note.
Riley just finishing the average there with a 244. So a mid 2 average.
I think that is just a 2.4 average for Riley there. Not terrible, but probably not what he was aiming for. 245 average 5. Thank you, Jules.
Riley's parents, keen volunteers in the Melbourne region.
Yes.
His mums are very good on the data entry, very efficient, collecting scorecards. They've been around the scene for quite a while now. So thanks for all their help.
All right, in this next group, we've got Jody Brewster competing. He'd actually made every finals of this competition until 5x5, where he was very much expected to make the final. I think he's got like a sub 1 average in competition, and then he got a 111, getting 20th something place. Yeah.
Hopefully that'll give him a bit of warm-up time.
Alright, so yeah, we've just been confirmed that we're going to be having a 15-minute magic show during lunch.
Wow, very exciting.
Yeah.
Very exciting. Not Rubik's magic or Master Magic.
No, proper magic.
Oh, wow.
The wizards are here.
Yeah, Albus Dumbledore making a special appearance.
So yeah, if you've got any interest in magic and stuff like that, definitely hang around for lunch. That will be starting in around an hour or so, I believe.
As for us, we'll be gorging food.
Yeah, well, we've got a lovely area up at the very back of the stadium where we have an amazing view over the whole area. That's only for the crew members can get up there, and we get given great lunch. So we'll probably be having some food and maybe enjoying some magic.
Maybe watching the magic from the balcony. Absolutely. Magic tricks, not like the card game. But I wonder if wonder what kind of props and sort of magic it will be. Cards, or maybe something a bit more visual for the stream and the audience.
Yeah.
Maybe you need some volunteers to help pick a
I'll
card.
be putting my hand up.
Definitely.
I wonder if he saw me in half.
Can't stand being picked out for that sort of thing from crowds. Could be Rubik's Cube magic.
Maybe. So yeah, 1:15, so that's in an hour and 6 minutes is when we're going to be doing the magic show. And yeah, we'll be capturing it on stream. So those at home can have a watch. Yeah, in this group, we're going to be probably watching Jody Brewster on Station 1. He's a lovely guy. He's agreed to house me for Tassie Summer next month.
Oh, that's lovely.
We've also got Guanbo Wang on Station 3. He competes for China, and he recently got a 2x2 world record single.
Yeah.
I'm sure everybody's heard about that.
You were telling me yesterday, Chris, you were practicing some 4 movers.
Yeah, embarrassingly, yeah. And also on Station 2, we've got Brian Eng from Sydney. I think he's one of the fastest delegates in the world for 3x3 average.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who is the fastest delegate?
I think it's Carter Kakala, I believe. But yeah, Brian Eng, pretty sure he has a low 7 average officially. And his team did pretty well in the Rubik's relay last night.
They did, yeah. They were against us in, I think it was the second round. And I got a 9.9, so it was a much more close and entertaining competition, a race than what the seeds and PRs would have suggested. So just putting on a show for the audience. But yeah, Brian, very skilled cuber at a lot of different events. So you'll see him in a fair few finals this weekend. So both of them have their puzzles now. Jody representing Team Emu on the staff.
It looks like the judge was just checking that the things Jody had in his ears were just passive ear blockers and not electronic earbuds.
Ah, yes.
Because
not allowed.
Yeah, for those who don't know, having headphones in, playing music, or earphones in or anything isn't allowed because they may be able to have some information and cheat. That is a +2 for Jody Brewster, so that's a 4.65. It's a bit of a shame. Brian with a 3.48, and Guanbo just off the screen got a 5.63. So not the best starts for these 3 competitors, although a 3.4 isn't too bad for Brian. He actually has the same official average as I do, a 2.89.
There you go. Why would competitors use earbuds, earphones in competitions, Chris?
Well, at home, if they might listen to music and stuff at home, need to get in the zone, and it's definitely something to distract you from the just from the whole pressure of a competition. But obviously, yeah, we're not allowed to let them use electronics, so instead lots of competitors will choose to either have ear muffs to block out as much noise as possible, block out the noise of the crowd, block out the noise of the competitors near them, or I personally, in events, I like to try and focus. I use like little earplugs, it doesn't get rid of all the noise, but it definitely helps block out some of the noise.
Yeah, I've been using headphones as well a bit this year. I think just generally to block out conversations.
Yeah,
that's really the key one for me, because once you kind of start listening to a conversation, your mind really goes to that rather than the actual solve. So if you can block it out and turn it into white noise, that's I've found very, very helpful. Right. And just potentially like commentary or conversations from the crowd as well. Even.
Yeah. Jody about to start his second solve. He started with a 2+2. He got a 3.0 on this solve. Pretty good solve. And Brian also on his second solve. A bit locky at the start. And bit of a fumble at the end. So he now has a 5 and a counting mid-3.
Quite shaky there from Brian.
Yeah. So strapped around Jody's chest is, I'm not actually sure what the emu's name is, but that is Team Emu's mascot.
Keeping it safe.
Representing, make sure there's no other teams stealing the mascot. Thankfully we've got both of our team mascots. We've got Captain Cook and Cookie Monster. we lost Cookie Monster for a while, but he's now been safely returned. They're now gaffer taped down to the table. They're not going anywhere. And we have made deals with other teams not to go stealing any mascots. So I think the war has calmed down and coming to a close now.
That's very good. Yeah. It's all conserve a bit of energy for for the next 2 days of competing. I think very sensible.
So the next groups of Pyraminx have been called up. So Jasper Murray will be backstage, warming up for his group. Probably pretty nervous, but this is his first time competing in Pyraminx internationally, or first time competing internationally. But obviously he's competed in the last couple of days. But yeah, this is his first Pyraminx round outside of his home country. So there's definitely going to be a lot more pressure, and we've got a pretty big crowd behind us, actually.
We do. It's really starting to build now. Yesterday was a bit quieter. Chairs not so populated, but now, we're really starting to pack the venue. And I think by this afternoon, and certainly tomorrow afternoon, we're expecting a pretty full house, both in the stadium where we're competing, but also in the warm-up area, the massive stadium where most of our competitors are spending their days.
Yeah. So I think Jody just did another solve. Not quite sure what he got there. We're a bit distracted.
And so what can you tell us about Jasper's at-home times? I've heard some of his results at home are very, very strong.
Pretty crazy. I think he's had sub 1.7 average of 1000s.
Wow.
And kind of 1.5 average of 50s, like this kind of stuff. It's like crazy times. His 166 average it's solid, but for him it is very beatable. And if he controls his nerves, gets in the zone, and gets a good set of scrambles, 1.3 average, possible.
Let's hope so.
I think so. Yeah, very, very much possible. And yeah, I think Pyraminx average world record is probably one of the weakest at the moment. I know Elias and Jasper and some of the other guys over in America, and Jakob Hipser from Poland as well.
Don't forget Timon as well.
Yeah, Timon doesn't really practice much Pyraminx anymore, but all of these guys are practicing a lot of Pyraminx at home and pretty consistently able to get under that average when they're just practicing at home. But yeah, all it needs is a few competitions to do well, good scramble set, nice and focused, and we'll definitely see a sub 1.5 average.
Yeah, it's just about giving yourself as many chances and opportunities as you can.
All right, Jody Brewster doing his fourth solve now. Not quite sure what he got on his third one. 3.74, not too bad. Also, we've got a new UK competitor, Daniel Partridge, who only started competing this year, and he's been getting some pretty crazy Pyraminx times. I think he's got like a 2.4 official average. But
he's the national record?
Yeah, he's got the national record average, but he's been sharing some pretty crazy times at home. Just recently, he shared the first sub 1 average.
On cam?
It sadly wasn't on camera.
On StackMat?
It was on StackMat.
There you go.
And yeah, he's proven himself in competition. He hasn't competed that much recently in the last month or so. So he's definitely one to look out for when we see some more UK competitions. But I think they're done for the year until they've got a New Year's comp at the end of the month.
Yeah, the UK Championships this year looked like a lot of fun and very intense as
How
well. How did you find it?
Yeah, I was pretty nervous going up to it. I was doing a lot of 3x3 practice because I was pretty keen to get that UK Championship title. And throughout the whole day, it was so busy, like loads of competitors. I think we had about 460 people show up, and the most we'd had before was about 300 at a UK competition. So smashing our record for most competitors. The venue was awesome. But yeah, we also had Max and Team on there.
Yeah.
So when I was like sharing groups of them in like earlier 3x3 rounds, it was crazy. I had to make sure I wasn't solving at the same time as them because the crowd would erupt whenever they'd get a 4.
Which is pretty often.
It really did feel like the 2022 World Championships.
Yeah. And obviously Max taking that one out, but by the smallest of margins in the final.
Guinness World Records actually uploaded a YouTube video recently talking about Timon and Max and both of them being at the UK Championships. So very good video. I think it was about 10 minutes long. And some really interesting interviews with them and some funny quotes as well. So go check that out if you haven't already.
Yeah, definitely. That was a great watch. Some really interesting insights from Timon around, I guess. My sense was he kind of thinks Max is a bit unstoppable, but they're kind of really pushing each other. But yeah, it was so funny just seeing the kind of back and forth records from Max to Timon to Max, and now it's finally tied, which I think is really that's actually the best.
It's quite wholesome,
most fitting way for it to be. I don't think either of them, I think both of them sharing that #1 spot is very well deserved, equally deserved. You could not mount a case for either of them that deserves it more, I would say.
But I have seen Timon practicing quite a lot recently, and he's been sharing some pretty speedy times, which you might not want me saying.
No, probably not. I'm sure Max has been practicing, well, always, all the time, and very intensely.
Yeah. So I think both of them. Timon hasn't competed for a while. I think he's got a competition maybe next weekend. So I'm going to be excited to see what he gets there.
Yeah, great rivalry, and looking forward to seeing them battle it out at Worlds 2023. You'd think they're probably the two favourites. Although a lot of other chances emerging. You know, Maddie Inaba, Luke Garrett, Sunghyuk Nam coming back. But yeah, Max.
Leo
Borromeo, of course. How could we forget? Coming up later today. But yeah, it's Max v Timon right now.
All right, here comes Jasper Murray. Not quite sure which station he's going to yet, but it looks like he's getting in the zone. He's headed to station 2. So yeah, that's going to be the main focus for this round, is Jasper Murray on station 2. Dwayne Ramos is actually his judge. Both these guys are very good friends. They go to the same school over in Christchurch. They were first and second in OH round 1. Both crazy good speed cubers. Probably the best 2 speed cubers in New Zealand, in my opinion at least. And yeah, it's going to be intense to watch these solves.
Yeah, definitely. Didn't know they went to the same school. That's very cool. Then I think after his round, we're planning to get Jasper up for a bit of a chat and an interview, regardless of how he goes. I think
if he's keen, we'll have a chat with him, because even if he messes up this round, he's had a really good competition so far. Not quite sure who's going to be seated at station 1 next to him, but we've actually got Team New Zealand who placed 3rd. They're both sat around this station 1 and 2. We've got Adrian as the judge on station 1, waiting for his competitor, and then Dwayne and Jasper. Yeah, they got 3rd place yesterday. Didn't quite manage to beat you guys in the semi-final, but managed to take out Victoria 3 in the 3rd place matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting having that as the semi-final, the top 2 seeds.
Yeah,
Vic versus New Zealand, and I think generally. That was probably the fastest combined round in terms of the times that were put down there.
It was pretty close. You guys got sub 20 in that round, right?
We were, carried by Dave Epstein in that one with the 5.6. So kind of saving the great times for when it was needed. And next to Jasper is Queensland's very own David Pearce, a veteran of the Queensland cubing community. I'm not sure he's practicing as much these days. He's a very keen runner, very talented, and. Talking, he has videos of the Cube Mile, right? I believe.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's an unofficial world record or something like that, but definitely known for his Cube Miles. So what that involves is, I think it's 1 solve and then 400 meters, and then you do that 4 times. And very skilled cuber as well.
Not quite sure what his personal record of Pyramix time is. I'm just having a quick check now. He's got sub 3. He's got 298. Not quite as fast as me. But that 289 average I got just a few weeks ago was pretty lucky. It's going to be intense. The crowd is very much building up. Lots of people watching Jasper, hoping for the best.
Yep. Probably a lot of people watching back from home in New Zealand as well. So
yeah,
Jasper will get to say
show the love for Jasper in chat, guys.
And David Pearce, of course.
Yeah, and David Pearce. Looks like Jasper's opted to not use earmuffs. This average.
Very interesting, because he's been using them so far for most of his steps, from what I can tell. But
maybe he's just decided to take it chill, try and relax, smile his way through this average. He's already done very well at this competition with that first ever sub 11 OH average for him, placing him second round, and his 5x5 NR single earlier today. And I think he's probably going to be mostly focused on just trying to get the win tomorrow in the finals. So he's going to chill out, do his best in these rounds.
Mm-hmm. And we've got the cubes coming out now, the puzzles coming out now, sorry. And for these shorter events, I think competitors tend to wait for one another, at least sometimes, to complete their solve before going.
So Jasper in inspection. Event. Looks like he can't quite make his mind up of what he wants to do. Ooh, and a 3.3. Made a lot of mistakes in that solve, but the scramble didn't look very good. He looked a bit indecisive in his inspection. What we like to see is they pick up the pyraminx, they turn it around a few times and then stop, and then they keep it at one place. That kind of shows that they've found something good and they've decided on it, and then they'll spend the rest of inspection just ensuring they know exactly what they're doing. But until late on in the inspection, he was still spinning around the cube loads, trying to figure out what he was going to even start with. So yeah, that's sometimes a bit of a bad sign. If we talk about Elias's average, like the last one, he looked around a few times and then found what he was going to do, and then from there I was like, oh, he's got this. He's going to get a good time.
Yeah,
and he did.
That is a really good point. You'll see the same probably in 3x3. Once competitors have kind of planned the moves that they're going to actually execute, they'll tend to keep the cube in that same orientation and really just kind of visualize and focus on the finger tricks and exactly how they're going to execute the start of their solve. And if they can plan that out for a good 3 or 4 seconds and really kind of visualize it, then that gives them a great opportunity for a good solid start to the solve.
Yeah, Jasper looking a bit shaky in his practice solves here. Not getting the best of times, but he's got plenty of time to get in the zone. That looked like a pretty good solve. Once he gets the cube, he's got a minute to take his time, turn his cube, do some breathing exercises, really get in the zone. But Jasper looks like he's just trying to go straight into it. Yeah. This is his second solve now.
Oh, that was so smooth.
Clean 174 from Jasper. Not too shoddy.
See what David can put down.
Can he keep up? No.
Not quite this time.
6.28 for David. Shake of the head. Definitely being dwarfed a bit, sitting next to Jasper, the goat of pyraminx.
Who is you'd have to say Timon's probably the goat of pyraminx.
Yeah, probably Timon.
Based on his world record streaks, although I have to think back to the previous record streaks, but at least in recent times, Timon's been the clear pyraminx goat.
Jasper is actually the first New Zealander to get a world record average. They had a few. Tom Nelson got close a few times in the big blinds. He had a few records ranked like second in the world, but Jasper was the first New Zealander to get that world record, bring it home to New Zealand, and he's held it for a while now. It's been about 8 months since he set that record, and I think he's getting a little bit frustrated that he can't beat it, because he's definitely capable of it. And I think he's also a bit surprised that nobody else has beaten it yet.
Yeah.
But here we go. Here's his third cube. He's got a 3 and a 1.7 so far. .181, very clean.
Very clean. Yes, Drew Brad's also a contender for the Pyraminx GOAT, we would say.
Yep.
Very, very dominant from around 2014 or so through to Worlds, where he managed to actually get the Pyraminx world record in the World Championship final, which was very, very exciting, and one of the, to get a world record in a World Championship final is one of the clutchest performances we've seen.
Yeah, I was there. I was in the crowd, and he got the last solve, and he ran laps around the venue. He was so excited.
Yeah, it's always rare to see the big records in the big finals, because competitors tend to be a bit more nervous, but some really do thrive under the pressure.
Alright, so Jasper started off a little bit rough, but then his second and third were pretty clean. They looked like kind of hard scrambles from what I can tell. He's been a little bit indecisive in his inspections and frantically scanning around the Pyraminx to try and find something good. But so yeah, still second and third, good turning and good times as well.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what he can do in the last two. He'll need a couple of really solid solves in order to get near that world record average of 166.
I think if he gets a 144 or better on this solve, then it's possible. But yeah, I think probably his main goal is just to get a consistent average and maybe beat Elias. Maybe he'll want to do that.
Looks like 4 tips are scrambled on this one, so it might be tricky. But
not tricky for Jasper Murray. 169.
Spoke too soon.
And a shake of the head as well. So Jasper's best possible average is 175, and his worst possible is 231. So it really comes down to this last solve. He's definitely got the ability to get faster than Elias here. Looks like he's probably had harder scrambles as well.
I would think
from what
so.
I can tell. That one had 4 tips, and he's still got a 163, a 169. I think if you gave me 4 tips on a Pyraminx and that's it, I'd probably get a similar time.
I would probably get the same as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and to beat Elias, who got a 181 average, he needs a 185. His second, third, and fourth have all been very clean solves, even with a little shake of the head after that fourth one.
We'll have to ask him about that when he comes on shortly. I think this is maybe David's last solve for the round. We've got one more group of Pyraminx after this, or one more wave of groups across all of our stages. You may be able to see in the background some green tablecloths. On the other side of the stage, we've got blue and yellow stations. And so what we've got on the stream is just the red stage. So we've got the fixed cameras really focusing on some of the top competitors in each event and each group. And looks like David's got a 3.1 on that last scramble. Or maybe, oh no, that was his fourth. In which case, we can't really tell anything too much about...
Maybe it was a little bit of an easy scramble though, even with the 4 tips. Probably quite an easy body, as they call it in Pyraminx.
Yeah, easier than it looked from 15 meters away.
Dwayne has just been given, Dwayne the judge has just been given the Jasper's 5th scramble. So I think if Jasper gets a good solve here, he'll be pretty happy with a 175 average. That's his best possible.
Very smooth.
Oh, and it's a +2. I think that is a +2 for Jasper. So +2ing out of a probably like a 178 average or something. That's a bit of a shame. But still
be around mid 2.
Yeah, I think it's still a 232 average.
There you go.
So not too bad. 231, sorry.
Not too bad for the round. Let's take a look
at
where that might place him so far.
I think
Again,
that
first
is going to
round.
be second. Oh no, that is going to be third.
That will be third.
A Chinese competitor who got 213 average.
Again, because competitors in this in the first round all have different scrambles. It's not entirely representative of their performance. Just got a friendly judge walking in front of the camera there. And Jasper's scrambles, I mean, I'm not an expert. I don't claim to know anything about pyramix, but they did have looked a little bit more difficult. And certainly the turning and TPS, you can really see Jasper's, Jasper's skill in that and being able to tackle those slightly trickier scrambles. So looks like he's finished his average, but he's still kind of just waiting there.
Yeah, I think he's just waiting for David to finish his average before he gaps up.
Yeah. David on his last solve now.
Ooh, alright. I'm looking forward to lunch.
Yes.
I'm pretty hungry.
Me too, but I'm going to have to ask you to take the reins interviewing Jasper.
Oh, yeah.
You're much more familiar with him than myself. Oh, a few lockups there for David with the 465 on the last solve.
Had some fancy finger tricks to do those that B tip at the end.
Yeah, the finger tricks on the pyramix are can be pretty insane sometimes.
Something you'll see Jasper doing is maybe after his average or between solves, you'll see him just look straight ahead and just look really focused, and he'll be trying to count how many moves he just did in the solve before.
Oh, really?
So sometimes if he turns really fast in the solve, you'll see him do this, and he'll be trying to figure out, trying to count what the TPS was, trying to calculate it in his head, which is pretty funny. So I think we might have just seen him do a bit of that there, trying to recall the average, maybe where it went wrong, what solves were better. He's a very analytical guy, and he wants to do his best.
Yeah. Yeah. It's always good to reflect on performances and think about how you can improve.
Right. I think we're gonna get him on for an interview now.
Exactly.
So thank you, Feliks.
See you all later after lunch and get Jasper on. Thanks, Chris.
Chuck that on you. Well, that was exciting. How do you feel about that average?
Pretty awful. But my warm up was going really badly.
Yeah.
And then I was feeling really kind of off in the waiting area. So I wasn't expecting it to go well. But when you start off with a 3, it's just kind of feels like, what's the point of doing the rest of the average?
Yeah, yeah.
And then I did the next 2 were okay. But I was just getting annoyed that I didn't get any times I was actually happy with.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, I could actually get a decent average now. And then I +2'd, and it was just like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I've been struggling so much to solve in comp fast few ones, and I'm just not really sure why I can't get anything good.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. But I mean, even with your 3 there, the second, third, and fourth all looked like pretty solid solutions. It looked like you were struggling to find a right solution. In inspection, you were frantically looking around for quite a lot of the inspection. But the solves still look pretty good, and it's pretty impressive to start so poorly and then bring it back into a position where you could still get a pretty good average. But yeah, let's move away from pyramix. Obviously, you're a little bit disappointed on that average. +2ing out of first place. I think you got about 2.3 average, which is still going to place you, I think, third in the round. So much better than I can do. But earlier today, you got a 5x5 national record single.
Oh, right? I did.
How was that solve?
So the whole 5x5 round, I was kind of finding it really hard to focus.
Yeah.
And then I was getting really nervous and stuff. And then the last one, I just kind of managed to actually zone my mind out and not think at all.
Yeah.
And then I just kind of remember the centres and like beginning of edges feeling really fast, and then I just kind of did the rest of the solve, and it was a lot faster than I was expecting.
So you beat your previous national record single by how much? Like half a second?
Yeah, the old one was 47.51, so like 0.4 something.
Yeah, and I think that placed you pretty high up in the round. Do you have any goals for the finals?
I think I want a podium in 5x5.
Yeah. Let's see what you got in the first round, shall we? So you placed third overall and second for the continent. So yeah, pretty comfortably ahead of fourth place. Third place for Oceania being Angela Braganza, just a second behind, and then Brian Eng in third place. Fourth place for Oceania with a 58. So yeah, I think even with some shaky solves, you're going to be pretty comfortably able to podium for that. What else happened this weekend? Oh, you got that those crazy one-handed solves yesterday that placed you second in the round. How was that average?
I felt like I was just getting really easy block cases.
Yeah.
Like I would just finish first two blocks and be like, wow, that was really easy. And I kept thinking I was going to get like a sub 10.
Yeah.
And then I just kept kind of having really bad turning. So I think that's kind of represents all of my OH solves because my TPS is just terrible. But if I get good enough solutions, then I can get 10s, which is what happened yesterday.
Yeah, no, that was really exciting. I think Feliks and I were commentating at the time, and we were watching your solves, and I was like, oh, is this going to be a sub 10? I'm like, oh, no, it's not. But it's still a really good time, and it just happened over and over again. You, like, locked up at the end, but you still got a crazy time. But yeah, you've had a pretty solid competition so far, getting some really good placings. So yeah, that Pyramix average was third in the round. I don't think there's anybody in these groups that can beat that. But yeah, second for one-handed, which is crazy. Also, fourth overall for 4x4, but third place for Oceanics, an Oceanic competitor, and then fifth overall, second Oceanic for 5x5. How do you think the competition's gone for you so far? Do you have any other goals for the rest of the weekend? What are your thoughts?
I think I'm really enjoying it just because of like the way it's organized, and it's such a big comp, but you always know when you're going to be solving.
Yeah.
And you're never like suddenly asked to judge or something when you weren't expecting to be.
Yeah.
And I've also just enjoyed meeting so many new cubers because there's so many people who've like traveled from a bunch of different places.
Yeah.
And then it's actually been pretty solid results this weekend, which is especially satisfying for me because I did not great at Nats. So yeah, very happy with this comp so far, and I'm looking forward to the rest of it. I think I probably, if it continues on a similar pace to this, I'll be happy with it. I guess I want to win Pyramix, but I'm not that worried about it.
Yeah, that's good to hear. You'll be doing 2x2 and 3x3 after lunch. What group are you for 3x3? Are we going to be able to?
I'm Group 9.
Group 9. You'll be on the red stage as well, so I'm sure we'll have a camera on you for that. You've kind of been struggling in 3x3 a bit recently, haven't you? We saw you only actually you did pretty well getting to Nats finals, New Zealand Nats finals last weekend, but then a little bit of a struggle with the nerve handling. You got any goals for that this weekend, or is the focus more on the Pyramix and the 4 and 5?
I really want to get my 3x3 PR because I'll tell the story to the stream.
Yeah, go for it.
Last year I was going for a sub 8 average, and then I didn't get it at all until finals of my very last comp of the year, when I got a 741 average, which I was really happy with at the time. But then this year, my first few comps this year, I was doing Roo and screwing around, and getting 9 averages. But after I started being good again, I guess, I have gotten PR2 average, I think, 3 or 4 comps in a row. So I now have 4 sub 7.5 averages officially, and still a 7.4 PR.
Yeah, that's got to be pretty frustrating. I'm in a almost similar position. My personal record, the UK NR average is 668, but I also have a 675, another 675, a 676, a 677, a 678, and I just can't seem to get anything faster than a 6.68 average. But who knows, maybe we'll both break our barriers today. You get sub 7.4, I get sub 6.6. It should be exciting. Last question. Who is your prediction for, firstly, 3x3 overall winner and 3x3 Oceanic champion?
I think 3x3 overall winner will be Leo.
Yeah.
I think he's just the favourite by a decent margin.
Yeah, I agree.
And Oceanic champion, I reckon Feliks, just because of how much more experienced he is than other people. But I think we shouldn't count anyone else out, and it would be great to see a win from New Zealand. I think Dwayne has a pretty decent shot.
Yeah, for sure.
At beating Feliks as well.
Well, yeah. Thank you for coming on. It was very, very interesting hearing your thoughts about the weekend so far, and good luck for the rest of the competition.
Thanks, Chris. It's nice chatting.
Hello, hello.
Hello, James. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I've been excited watching Pyraminx. Been lots of fast times going down.
Yeah, very intense
ridiculous. Definitely, I think one of the highlights of the comp so far, this Pyraminx round, just because of the crazy depth of talent we have here in Oceania at the moment, and I think especially in New Zealand. What about you? How have you been finding it so far?
Yeah, I mean, some crazy intense Pyraminx solving. We got Elias with the 181, and then we had Sebastian Lee messing up the OCR single twice in one average.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
And then Jasper having a rocky start, bringing it back, and then getting a good last solve, but plus 2ing it. Yeah, very, very intense. I'm looking forward to second round and finals tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be great.
I cannot wait.
I was actually really impressed with how Jasper almost pulled it together. Obviously he didn't end up with the average that he was probably hoping for with that 231 average.
Yeah.
But through those second through fourth solves, he was really bringing it together and holding it down under pressure. So that was,
even with
awesome
the rough start, which is
with that 3 hanging over him.
Yeah, that's always nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
Right, I think we're about halfway through this last group of Pyraminx, and then we'll be having lunch break. I think we'll probably be having a bit of a break, maybe showing you some footage from the competition so far as we go get our lunch. But then make sure you tune in about half an hour for a magic show.
Magic show. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah,
I don't know how much of that we'll get to see because we'll probably be eating. But
well, we could watch it.
We can watch it from the top. Yeah, no, it'll be good.
I think something we also need to think about in lunch is we got to protect our kookaburras.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I think we've got to put them in our bags,
Yep.
tie them to our persons.
Yep.
We
Not
don't
let
wanna,
them
we
leave
don't
our
wanna
sight.
lose these guys again. They're very dear to our hearts.
The mascot wars have been something else at this competition.
Yeah, we have been told off many a times by some of the...
We haven't. We're very well behaved.
We've been well behaved, but
We're angels.
There's been a lot of people running around causing distractions because of the mascot wars, so we've been told to tone it down a little bit.
Yeah.
It kind of got a little bit out of hand.
It did. It was a bit unreasonable, really.
I mean, I walked into the venue today and stole a wallaby and was...
Oh, how could you? I would never.
At 8 a.m. this morning, I was getting chased by Lennon Hughes around the venue.
That was before people were competing, though. That was perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, that was a reasonable time.
Yeah.
To be messing around with the mascot wars.
Yeah. No, we definitely don't want to be distracted competitors.
Yeah.
No, I think the competition's been great so far. Though I've been very, on the subject of the mascots, I've been very pleased with how it's really, brought everything together, brought the teams together, sort of had a sense of camaraderie. It's been great. Yeah, so I've seen a few questions in chat about this, about how you can join the teams. The teams are actually just for staff, so each staff team is assigned a mascot, but general competitors can't join them, unfortunately.
Seeing questions that I forgot to ask Jasper. I'm sure we'll get him back at some point. Again this weekend. Like, he's such a great guy to chat to. He's got lots of insight into speedcubing and especially Pyraminx.
He's incredibly knowledgeable and analytical.
Yeah,
it's always great to talk to him. Any key insights from the interview?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think he was definitely a little bit upset about that Pyraminx average. So I tried to move away from that a little bit swiftly, but it seems like he's enjoying the competition nonetheless.
Yeah, it's always good to see.
And he's been pretty satisfied with his results.
Yeah.
Especially with he's had some really good placings. Like, I think he's had 4 placings in the top 3 for Oceanics.
Yeah, so I just hope he can hold that together for the finals.
Yeah, it would be very cool to see him on multiple podiums.
Yeah.
Here we have a fellow Team Kookaburra member, Michael Tripodi, getting a 14 Pyraminx solve.
absolutely spectacular. Actually, I've been really impressed overall, to be honest, how many, how much Kiwi representation there is in the top 3 in each event.
Yeah.
I know we've seen that in, I think there were 3 Kiwis in the top 5 for 5x5. And
we did pretty well in Megaminx as well.
Did pretty well in Megaminx, one-handed with the top 2 spots there.
Yeah.
So it's awesome to see. It's definitely not just being dominated by Australia like I think some people might have expected.
Yeah, Team New Zealand definitely representing here.
Yeah. I think we're just coming to the end of the last Pyraminx groups now.
Oh yeah, we've got Michael keeping an eye on Captain Cook and Cookie Monster. We don't want to lose those guys again.
No, they're very precious to us, dear friends.
All right. Well, I think we're gonna wrap it up for now. We're gonna go have enjoy our staff lunch. But yeah, remember, in 25 minutes at 1:15 p.m. Here in Melbourne, we'll be having that magic show, which is very exciting, and I think we'll probably watch it up from the staff room.
Yeah, I should think so. So we'll leave you now. We'll let you just finish watching the last 2 souls as they sort of come in. But yeah, I think that's us for us. That's us for now.
See you guys.
I loved figuring out the puzzle and figuring out how do they do that? How do those magicians do that? So I asked my brother as a young teenage boy, do you know any magic tricks? He says, I have one party trick and I'm going to show it to you next time we have friends over. So he got me up in front of all his friends, about this many people, a few hundred people actually, and he got some Coca-Cola. He said, you're going to learn the magic trick right now. Everybody, you know. Here's what happened. So he got some Coca-Cola, he poured it into the cup, just like this. Josh, he told me to hold it in my right hand. Hold it in your right hand. Good job. Hold it all the way out to the audience, and he said, say cheers. Very good. He told me to hold the cup onto my head. Hold it there. You got a bit of cushion there with that mini afro you got going on. But hold it on your head just like. He said, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to pour some Coke into my cup and hold on tight because we're going to make the Coca-Cola completely disappear. Now there's 3 steps to do that. There's 3 steps usually to any great magic trick. The first step is usually to create a distraction. So I'm going to create a distraction first, Joshua. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to close my eyes. And very slowly, Josh, I'm going to do a slow 360, carefully on my head, and then open the eyes. Okay? Think you can manage? Don't rush it, okay? Trust yourself. Go full 360, Josh. You got this. Nice job, nice job. And open your eyes. Very good. Now we have step 2, which are always the magic words. You know any magic words? Cucumber? Let's go abracadabra. Go 1, 2, 3. Abracadabra. Now, Josh, I don't know about you, but my cup feels empty. What about yours?
No.
No?
Yeah.
For real? We're right there. Can everyone count me up to 3? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh my gosh, the crowd goes wild! Josh doesn't look too impressed. Josh, you actually look a little bit nervous. Your skin's leaking. Far out. Josh, look, you told me you could still feel the Coca-Cola in the cup. Is that right? Well, here's the thing. You guys know that I can do magic. That's my job. You're not a magician, right? Yeah. If you made the Coca-Cola disappear, they would go nuts, yeah? Yeah? Remember, it takes a lot of guts. Put yourself in Joshua's position here in front of hundreds of people. This is all you, okay? The crowd's going to give you some encouragement. They're going to make some noise. They're going to go 1, 2, 3. You can do it. You're going to go over the head. Every drop of water, Coca-Cola, will disappear, I promise. Don't worry about the white shirt. We can get you a new one if this goes wrong. I've only ever got this trick wrong once. Tonight is my second chance. Here we go. Let's give him some encouragement. Remember, 1, 2, 3, you can do it. Are you ready, Josh? Yeah. Let's do it. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, you can do it! Oh!
Oh my God.
Josh, take a bow. That was incredible. Make some noise for Joshua! Thanks, man. Well done. Well done. I might get your help a little bit later. Awesome. Thank you very much, brother. Thank you. Well, we're going to get into our Rubik's Cube part of the show in just a second. But before we do, I wanted to show you something that I learned when I was in Las Vegas. Anyone been to Las Vegas before? You know what they say? What happens in Vegas stays on Facebook. That's right. That's right. It'll stay with you nowadays. Thank you, social media. So I actually got to meet the cast of Cirque du Soleil, the famous circus troupe, Cirque du Soleil, and they taught me an ancient art, which I'm about to show you in just a minute. Before I do, we've got the guy who managed to get that Swiss right. I just want you to scream for me. Can you name your favorite animal in the whole wide world? Hey, don't interrupt him. Say it, sir. A bit louder. For the stream, he said a snake. Now, I mean, there it is. There's a snake, pretty quick. I'm not very good at balloon animals. What I'm going to show you, I hope you'll never forget. And I also hope you don't attempt this, because this took years of practice. I'm going to show you the ancient art of sword swallowing. Now look, I came from Sydney today down to Melbourne for the Rubik's Cube Championship, and they wouldn't let me bring a sword on the plane. Go figure. So instead of swallowing a sword, which is probably retractable anyway, you know, like a measuring tape, I'm going to show you the ancient art of balloon swallowing. Everyone say, ooh, ah. Very spontaneous. I need your encouragement. We're going to swallow this balloon. Everyone start slow and give me a go. Go. Keep it going. Go. Keep it going. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, do you think I was really going to do it? That would be crazy, right? I'm a little bit crazy. Give me some encouragement. Give me a go. Go, 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 go. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Wow. All right, who wants to see the balloon come back? It's a bit of a different show, that one. It takes about 9 hours for the balloon to come back. When it does come back, though, my friend, it comes back as a poodle. Or I can do a Shih Tzu, one or the other. Now, I wanted to get 2 volunteers out of the audience, and we've got our volunteers just down here. I'm sorry to our stadium guests, but we had to get them. It's a bit too hard to get you guys to come down here in record time. So we have Amrita. Would everyone please give her a round of applause? Come right forward, Amrita. Wave to the camera. Hi, Amrita. Have a seat right here. Have a seat right here. Get comfortable. And we also have, I've forgotten your name, ma'am, but what was your name? What is it? Josiah. Let's give Josiah a round of applause as well. Josiah, come right up. Have a seat right here. Very good. Now, do you two know each other? No, you don't really know each other, right? You briefly met today. What we're going to do is have you ever had the experience where you almost know what someone else is thinking? No, okay, well this is going to be a first for you. This will be very exciting. I mean, I've had the experience at times, usually people you know for a while, you can really tell what they're thinking, right? And how different would it be if you could really know what someone else was thinking or what someone else was feeling at any given moment? We're going to try to make that happen right now, so you guys are like synced up with magic. Now, in a second, you're going to close your eyes. We're not going to do any funny business. I'm just going to get you to close your eyes. When your eyes are closed, I want you to be aware of everything that you feel, anything you experience. For example, Josiah, if you were to feel that, you'd remember 1, 2 taps on the shoulder. Likewise, Amrita, if you were to feel like that, that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 taps on the elbow. Obviously, I'll be asking you about your questions from when you close your eyes on, so forget about those taps, and just trust yourself. Okay, I'm sure you're going to do great. Okay, close your eyes now. Hold them tightly shut. It's very important for what we're about to do that they cannot see us. If you felt a tap or a touch, could you raise your right hand? Lower your hand. Again, if you did feel me touching now with the right hand, point to where did you feel the touch? Is that like your shoulder blade, Amrita? Keep your eyes closed. Very good. Lower your hand. Again, if you did feel me touching now with the fingers of the right hand, show the audience how many taps or touches did you feel? Thank you. Lower your hand. One last time so it's clear for everyone. If you did feel me touch you, now open your eyes and stand up. Come on, make some noise. Wow. So while you both did amazing, while your eyes were closed, Amrita, you felt 4 different touches on your shoulder, right? 4 separate touches. Do not take my word for it. Ask the audience, did I touch her or even stand near her? No! I was standing behind Josiah that whole time. And that's thanks to your guys. You're the magic. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Well done. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll be getting your help a little bit later. Now it's the moment you've all been waiting for. I'm going to show you some Rubik's Cube magic. Now, by applause, who in our audience here today in the stadium can solve a Rubik's Cube? By applause, if you can. Wow, it's like 50% of you. The IQ of this room must be crazy, the average IQ. So look, when I was a high schooler, I fell in love with not only magic, but also the Rubik's Cube. Anyone seen the movie Pursuit of Happiness? Pursuit of Happiness came out when I was in high school and everyone wanted to learn to solve the Rubik's Cube. So I took weeks to memorize all the moves and I could eventually solve a Rubik's Cube, got faster and faster, and in high school, year 9, my best time was like 29 seconds. Look, I know you guys are like, oh, slow, right? There's some guys doing it in 10 seconds. But I later realized in my later years in high school that I could combine magic with the Rubik's Cube to do some pretty cool stuff. So I want to show you my very first Rubik's Cube magic trick that I showed all my friends in year 11. Do you want to see it? Yeah? Okay, here we go. So I started off with a mixed up Rubik's Cube. And for those of you who aren't familiar with the Rubik's Cube, there's over 43 billion different ways you can mix up a Rubik's Cube. That's more, it's a crazy number. That's more than there are grains of sand on Earth. So I got the mixed up Rubik's Cube. I got my lunch bag and I said, I'm going to solve this Rubik's Cube in the world record. At the time, the world record was, I think, about 9 seconds. I said, I'm going to break the world record. I'm going to put the Rubik's Cube into the bag just like that, snap my fingers, and it was solved! I think the 50% of you that couldn't solve a Rubik's Cube, you were impressed by that. The rest of you are like, come on, Jackson, there's a second Rubik's Cube in the bag, right? There's actually not another Rubik's Cube in the bag. I'll prove it. Empty, gravity. I'm holding it. Come on, guys. You think I would really use a second Rubik's Cube in the bag? Oh, thank you. Now, you know, look, if I mix up this Rubik's Cube, maybe I can memorize the moves somehow. Maybe I'm like a savant and I'm able to remember all these moves. So I'm going to get someone else to mix up this Rubik's Cube. Someone who mixes up Rubik's Cubes and solves Rubik's Cubes all the time. Let's get Josiah back on stage. Please make some noise for Josiah. Now, Josiah, look, have you solved a Rubik's Cube, what, thousands of times? Yeah? I think I would have solved the Rubik's Cube thousands of times as well. And after a little while, I got a bit tired of always putting it back into the same position. So I found another way to solve the Rubik's Cube, but I'll get into that in just a little bit. But I did find another way to solve a Rubik's Cube. Now, Josiah, I've mixed this, 15, maybe 20 turns. I want you to mix it, okay? Everyone in the audience is going to count down from 10 to 1 in unison, and you're going to mix as much as you can in that 10 seconds. Are you ready? Wait for him to start. Are you guys ready? We're going to count from 10 to 1. Here we go. 10. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. That's perfect. Josiah, show the camera you've mixed up that Rubik's Cube. You did a great job, yeah? Yeah? Josiah, this is amazing. This is exactly the mixture I knew it was going to be. Thank you. No, as I said, Josiah, I got a little bit bored with solving Rubik's Cubes the same way every time. So I found a different way to solve a Rubik's Cube. What I would do is I would mix up another Rubik's Cube, just like this, and then I would take another Rubik's Cube and try to put it into the same mixture, which was a lot harder than just trying to solve a Rubik's Cube, and that made it a little bit more interesting to me. And Josiah, I think you have managed to do just that. You know, on this table behind me, this whole time there's been another Rubik's Cube. And wouldn't it just be absolutely crazy if you managed to get two perfect matched sides? Not only that, we've also got another set of matched sides right here. We've got 3 matched sides and 4 matched sides, 5, all 6 sides, a perfect match. Josiah, nicely done there. Give yourself a round of applause. Well done. Now I wanted to get someone in the audience who maybe has never solved a Rubik's Cube before. Amrita, you've never solved one before, right? Amrita, come stand right here. She's never solved a Rubik's Cube before. Amrita, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to hand you this Rubik's Cube behind your back. Please be very careful not to drop it. Now, when it's behind your back, I just want you to turn the Rubik's Cube like this, yeah? Just like this, and you can turn it any way that you want, but just make sure you keep turning, and whenever you want, you're going to stop turning, okay? Now, I know that you probably think that it's not even going to do anything, but I promise you, this has worked before, and it works. Behind your back, just turn it as many times as you want until you're happy that it's totally good, okay? So, okay, completely mixed. Go right ahead and just hold it right there and just turn it as many times as you want. And whenever you feel ready, I want you to pull the Rubik's Cube out from behind you, okay? And take one step forward so they know we're not doing a switch with anything in the case. Whenever you feel ready. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, make some noise for Amrita. Well done, Amrita. Thank you very much. Well done. We fooled the professionals there. Do you want to see one more Rubik's Cube magic trick? This is a quick one. This is a real quick one. Come in close with the camera. Mixed up Rubik's Cube. Okay? Watch close. Here we go. I'm just going to turn it a few times just like this, and in a millisecond it's going to go from mixed to solved, just like that. Thank you very much. Guys, it has been an absolute pleasure to be here at the WCA Championship of Speedcubing, Day 3. I hope you're having fun. Thank you for being part of the magic. I'm Jackson Hasters. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, 6th in the world. Anything else? Okay.
Bad first solve, good middle 3, bad last one.
Okay.
Sebastian Lee had a 113 OCR single plus 2. So
Sebastian Lee 113 plus 2?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. What's that? What's that? Yep, test. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Welcome back, everyone, to day 3, of Oceanic Championship 2022. So just to quickly recap, before we get to a very special interview, we just had the Pyramix round 1, the entirety of that. And to recap results-wise, LSU got a 1.81 world record 6 average, which is his first sub-2, I believe. Outside of that, Jasper Murray, the favourite for the competition for the Pyramix event, he +2'd out of a 1.7-ish average. He had a very poor first solve, good middle 3, and then unfortunate last solve. And then the last thing that I believe happened is Sebastian Lee +2'd out of a 1.13 Pyramix single, which is just very, very unfortunate. Kind of the nature of the smaller events, just one little mistake and you can ruin an entire single or average. But with that all said, we're now getting 2x2 underway for the first round. The rest of the day is just going to be 2x2 and 3x3 for the next 5 or so hours. But before we start showing some of that, I got a special interview with Billy Ray Cyrus, actually. So if you want to come on up.
Oh, my days.
Yep, just put on the headset, Billy.
Absolutely. Hello there.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to finally meet you.
Oh, to finally meet me? I'm sorry, I think we're longtime friends, my guy.
Yeah, no, you're right. So yeah, what's it like being a country superstar? You got a lot of smash hits from over the years.
That's a fantastic question. Well, as a country superstar, a lot of smash hits, legendary superhero, okay, protector of all the realms, and the greatest detective in all Crime City. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, there's all kinds of daily nonsense and hijinks I got to get up to make sure that I'm surviving and protecting the streets. And whether that's blaring out my favorite songs that I blasted out, okay, in the age of this modern era, or maybe some old tunes from back in the day. But let me tell you right now, how do I feel for being a amazing country singer? I feel fantastic. Thank you for asking.
I'm loving the enthusiasm. Really loving the high energy.
Yeah.
All right. So in all seriousness, for anyone watching who doesn't know who this guy is, he was a kind of a main character in a little kind of 2-part video me and Feliks did. I think like 4 years ago. It was we just commentated each other's 4x4 averages, and you notably. For my first solve, I got a timer reset, but we didn't have video proof of it because Feliks was zoomed in on your face.
Oh.
So I guess my next question would be, what's it like being so devilishly handsome to the point where you would distract the Feliks Zemdegs, one and only?
I do consider myself to be, maybe like a solid 10 in pretty much all manners of attractiveness and every shape, form, personality, and of course, my stunning good looks and a charming smile. But, how do I feel when somebody like you says something like that to me? I'll be honest, I feel great. I feel complimented. I feel heard. I feel seen. And it just reminds me of the great community we have here at the WCA, that no matter which person I'm talking to, I can say, hey, handsome, how you doing, okay? And I'm going to get a natural response of like, oh my God, okay, why'd you say that, okay? It's, well, because, I think you're handsome. And I think anyone who comes here to pursue that passion, to pursue a great community of, speedcubers and all that, I think they are, by definition, in my book, handsome.
Great answer. Yeah, I mean, it can be, because it can be hard, being so handsome. Like,
absolutely,
it's not all sunshine and rainbows. I'm getting a bit of feedback. Or distortion rather. I guess next question: what's it like being? Because you are actually weirdly recognizable. Because the Feliks video has I think 40,000 views. I think mine was about 10K. So there are definitely there's probably going to be some people in this chat who have actually seen your face before.
Potentially.
Does that kind of blow your mind? We've got nearly 100 viewers.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's fantastic. Look, does it blow my mind? I may sound a bit egotistical. No. Okay, my name is William Frederick Tremaine. I am the man of all men. I am number one, okay? I'm better, all right? If you think you're the real hero, you're not, okay? I am. So to blow my mind? No way. Now, do I appreciate it? Do I appreciate all the love and support and the fact that when people come up to me here and say, hey, I saw you from that video, okay? You seem like a nice guy. I appreciate it, absolutely do. But surprise? Definitely not. I think I bring something special to this community. And maybe I'm not here for every event. I want to change that, but I've had a very busy schedule. But I want to make sure I can keep bringing that time in, time out, and make people like you have that lovely smile like that.
I'm at a I'm at a loss for words with that. All right, what else do I have in my notes? All right, so actual question. So you're one of Ben Wakeland's friends. Ben Wakeland being a semi-notable cube solver and just a kind of aesthetically different character within the cubing scene in Australia. You've been going to comps just to kind of spectate and hang out for at least 4 or 5 years now. And you haven't learned to solve a cube. What's going on there, buddy?
Look, on one end, if I enter the competitions or anything like that, I'm sorry, I'm going to blow you out of the water in every way, shape, and form. I'm doing you a favor by not entering myself. But in another way, I want to be a symbol. And what that symbol is saying that, look, while you might not, solve a cube, you can be just someone from out of nowhere who can wander themselves in and say, what's going on here? If you want to solve a cube, we had flyers at the desk and all that, giving the old 1-2 on how to solve a cube. You have videos that you have online, on many tutorials online of how to solve cubes and all that. In terms of why I don't, well, I want to remain that beacon of someone who doesn't solve a cube. Could I theoretically bring myself to that point, solve a cube maybe a few times? Probably not, actually. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I've tried a few times, man. Right? Because there's been times where people get say that exact thing of dude, why can't you solve a cube, right? You've been to all these events. I've tried, man. I've gotten close a few times, but I can't. It boggles my mind how you do it. And people like you come and talk about parody and stuff. Sorry, I spat on you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's all good.
You talk about parody and stuff. I don't know what you're saying. And I'll sit during the tutorials, go step by step by step, and at some point, a mistake is made. I feel like, even though, the great guy, Erno Rubik, I met the man myself, that's definitely not a lie, shook my hand and blessed me with the ability to solve such a cube. Still can't do it. But, with my connection to Ben Wakeland, he actually, he brought me to this community. And that's actually how we became friends in the first place. Ben Wakeland is a very important person to me. He's actually my manager, for all talent. I'm a public speaker, debater. Anyone at my age is a debater. And, an entertainer, a showman. That's what I am. And Ben Wakeland has always been a key guiding light throughout each process. Each time I've entered something new, he's been there to help me with every single piece of connection and all that. The only reason I'm here in this community is because of Ben Wakeland. It's because of Zach Muhlenkamp, and the only reason I can keep going is because of those people, Ben Wakeland, Zach Muhlenkamp, my boy Jay, and of course, Will Gedeker, Tom as well. So while I did, ramble a little bit there, I just want to say that why can't I solve a cube? It's a long story.
It's a long story. Well, it sounds like you're doing it for a noble cause, and you know what they say, not all heroes wear capes. Some of them wear Superman t-shirts.
Hell yeah, we got. We're representing today on the.
Oh, you got the chain.
Yeah, absolutely. Real kryptonite. So say all that. It's neutralized, so I'm not being affected right now. I actually have no weakness whatsoever. Hey, how you doing? Okay. There's a little pose for you. This theoretically could kill me. Some people can dream up ways to harm me, something like that. It's not going to work out. You can try. I welcome any assassination attempts. Please, try and take me down. You won't win.
All right, last question. I don't want to take up too much more of your time, Billy.
My name's Will.
Yeah, sorry, Will.
Yeah.
So that recent assignment I helped you with for uni, because remember, you owe me for this. I did that little interview over Discord for you.
Yes.
So I'm making you do this now. How'd you go on the assignment? Did you pass? Did you get an A, B? Or I guess at uni it'd be like distinction, high distinction.
So that assignment was plagued by a few things. I'm going to get real here for a second. I was super passionate about that assignment, and I was so happy and grateful. And I'm going to thank you again for helping me out.
Absolutely.
Especially people like Carrie, the Speedcubing Australia president, helped me out too. And all that. But yeah, I didn't do too well on the assignment, and that wasn't because of the interviews or anything like that. That was down to me and my editing and my lack of time management. I struggled a bit, but have you seen a lot of Westerns? A big thing with Westerns is that you see the protagonist, the main hero, okay? He's going to claw through the sand at the start. He seems cool, and then something bad happens, okay? You see him as absolute worst, and that's why when you see him as absolute best, like right here, right now, it feels that much better. So, no, I didn't do too well on the assignment. However, using the skills and the lessons that I learned from that assignment, do you know what I did? You can look this up as well, all right? You can look this up. My next assignment for my next class, I worked with a man named Garbus Sinosian. Great guy, fantastic guy. We worked on a story about climate change, about the La Niña coming in through season, and 99% on that mark. Thank you very much. 99%, and it got published. Published. So you can look that up. Will Tremaine, WILLIAM TREMAIN, and Garbus Sinosian. That's SANOSSIAN, I believe that. Okay, check that out. They cut out a little bit, which I wasn't happy with because the entire thing was gold. But I am an accomplished journalist, aspiring professional wrestler, and of course a public speaker and entertainer. Thank you very much.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much, Will. I wish you all the best with your degree.
Absolutely.
And your last few years of uni. And yeah, that's about it. Get out of here, please.
Okay.
Hey,
you'll see me around.
All right, and with that, I'm going to pass it back to Tom to help with co-commentary, or Michael, either or, doesn't matter.
I don't think I can top that, honestly.
All right, welcome back, Tom.
Thank you. Good to be back.
All right, let's get serious. So we got Cameron doing some 2x2 up there. We've missed the first few solves, unfortunately. Looks like he's just doing warm-up for now.
Yeah, warming up for next solve. From what I saw, that interview seemed very energetic, very funny. I can't wait to rewatch it and miss those bits I couldn't hear, but...
Bro, I didn't realize he was going to be so high energy.
You tried to match it, but I mean...
I was not ready for that at all.
I think that's going to be someone's going to clip that.
Oh yeah, that's going to go on YouTube, 100%.
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
The law there is just too real. But anyways, we got Cameron going
Cameron
up.
about to start station 1. But we're going to see Chris Mills instead on station 3 with a 3.04.
Yeah, Cameron with the
Cameron,
mid 2,
yeah.
not what he wanted, unfortunately. I can see him just giving me a little quick death stare. Either, like, incorrect one, because it didn't look like he locked up or anything. It was just a lot of moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate. Chris Mills.
Dave's getting a little bit of practice in for the next round, 3x3.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. That is one of his main events.
Yeah.
It's like Chris is doing the same over on Station 5.
Yeah, I see a lot of 3x3s out and about. Though there are some people focusing on their 2x2 average here.
Yeah, I mean, namely Cameron. Like, he is a
Yeah.
2x2 main. It's his, I guess, his, like, name brand flagship event. You know,
For a lot of years as well, hey.
Yeah, I mean, 2013 world champion for 2x2.
Yeah.
Multiple time, like, close to OCR average, former top 2 in the world.
Yeah, I remember my first ever competition like 6 years ago. Seeing him win 2x2, I'm pretty sure. That was still at it. Let's see how he goes with this next solve.
Looks like there's quite a few options in terms of bars, so
it does look like a good scramble from here for sure. Oh,
not great. Good enough for another round,
yeah,
for sure. I don't think there's any world where Cameron doesn't make round 2. Probably does not bode well for rounds to come.
Yeah.
I imagine this time around probably trying to get podium if possible, as Feliks Patterson, the top seed for this event, is quite a bit ahead of everyone else.
Yeah. Yeah, Feliks Patterson with a 1.29 average, 9th in the world.
Yeah, and then next in line for Oceania, Elias, who just recently got the 1.81 Pyramix average in round 1. And then
you and Feliks.
Yeah, next to me and Feliks. That's a little bit fake. Next that's likely to perform well for Oceania, honestly, might be Cameron.
Yeah.
Either Cameron or potentially Jody. I know Jody doesn't practice as much, but I think he's retained more of the key 2x2 algorithmic information compared to me and Feliks.
Yep, Cameron's about to go for his 3rd solve.
No, I think this might be his last one.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay,
I missed the first two.
We missed a couple. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I was a bit preoccupied.
So we're not 100% sure on what his average is looking like, but 1.8 to finish.
Yep.
Definitely getting into second round there.
Chris Mills just starting his probably 4th or 5th solve at this point. I'm not sure how much EG Chris knows. I would imagine probably CLL. Looks like 3 look. Some sort of Ortega.
It
but
did
sub
there,
3.
but gives us a little token fist pump.
Yep, having a good time.
Okay, that heat of 2x2 is sort of phasing out now.
Yep, everyone seems to be standing up. Looks like we'll be getting into the next wave, which notably has Jody in it, being one of the top seeds of Oceania and overall, for that matter.
Yeah. So the groups 5 to 8 coming up next. Current situation is we have been left with only one Kookaburra that right, Jay?
Yeah, it sounds like Captain Cook has been kidnapped once again, held for ransom.
Unfortunately, I don't know what we've done to deserve this, but the other teams seem to have a fascination with our kookaburras. So we don't.
I mean, you can't blame them. Like the noise it makes, just top tier.
I mean, they're jealous that we got the best native Australian animal. That's fair. As you can see from this view, there's been some more tables brought up at the back now for 3x3 and 2x2 at biggest events of the competition.
Yep, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Gonna need to make this as efficient as possible because obviously with 800 some competitors, it's gonna be a lot of people to get through.
Yep, there's 36 groups of 2x2 and 40 groups of 3x3.
Oh my god.
So that's going to be carrying us from now, which is, or 20 minutes ago, 2 p.m. in Melbourne, all the way until 7:30 p.m. So, yeah, it's a big lot of solves coming up. But
yeah, I hope you all like 2x2 and 3x3 because that's all that's on offer. That's what's on the menu.
But there'll definitely be some speedy solvers.
Oh yeah, there'll be
to
some
watch out for.
There'll be some fast ones coming up. Jody, namely for the next group.
And we have a couple interviews as well.
Yep.
And also Stuart Clark coming on later to talk about, I'm guessing, some of his
just his reconstruction work and also like kind of what he's learned about the speedcubing meta, having analysed so many styles over the years.
No, that'll be really insightful. That sounds good. Have you gotten any good results today?
No.
No, I saw your 5x5 was a little bit rough.
Yeah, I had a very cringe 103 where I did 2 extra flip slices for no reason. So yeah, just had a sub 1, just decided to throw it in the bin.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Hopefully I get something good for 3x3 at least, but like if,
Yeah.
I'm here to be a commentator first.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Just have some fun, yeah.
Pretty much. I mean, like, I've already had so much fun past, 20 so minutes.
Yeah.
So much fun.
Is this exactly what you were envisioning when you signed up?
I'll be honest, I don't know what I expected. In terms of the core commentary, like, I figured this would be pretty similar to Worlds. But, yeah, it's just been an absolute blast, having the new team, having some new faces on the mic.
It's been good. I think great bunch, and yeah, we've got the next heat of 2x2 sitting down now.
Yeah, we got Jody on station 2. He's definitely one of the top guns.
One to look out for. Oh, he's given us a love heart.
Love you, Jody.
Jody Brewster. Yeah, he'll be looking to get a very competitive average and definitely looking at a second round of finals.
Without a doubt. Oh, he's got the kookaburra. Hang on.
Oh my goodness,
brother! What are you doing?
We were complimenting him, and he's just revealed that he has our mascot.
Yeah, you know what? I hope he DNFs.
You know what? Yeah.
I'm gonna be toxic. I'll say it. I said what I said.
You meant what you said. Yeah, he thinks he's sly.
He thinks he's so slick, just giving us a little tease. Like, haha, you can't get me from here.
Yeah, flaunt that all you like, buddy.
Bloody hooligan.
We will get him back. Oh no.
You will regret this, Jody. You will.
Just to be clear, there's no harm being done to any of these plushies, any of these stuffed toys. None of them were harmed in the making of this controversy.
Yeah. Jody, on the other hand, might take some damage.
And I believe Brian has a good average going into this competition as well.
Yeah, I believe he's in the sub 2 range. I think we're tied for average actually.
Yeah, 1.55.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of sub 2 in here, which really means like. I mean, there's obviously some competitors that continuously perform at that level, but
Mm-hmm.
we could see a number of people get a podium spot in the finals.
Absolutely, and it is like a very scramble-dependent event as well. So it's good to keep in mind for things like 2x2, skewed pyro. Like a sack sheet is not always the most accurate.
Yeah,
it's not out of the realm of possibility to get something multiple standard deviations outside of your normal range.
Yep. See Brian again with his little assortment of items that he tends to bring up to the station when he's solving.
Yeah, he's got the little makeshift camera stand.
Yeah, his cube box and a GoPro. He has a case for his GoPro there with a stick, but no, he has no tripod for it, I guess. So he's using.
That's almost kind of a flex, or maybe it's just like a better angle.
Yeah, maybe. And his water and cube box. He's got a few things there. Some hand warmers, and he seems to be getting some practice for next round in 3x3.
Yeah, hand warmers a very good strat. Definitely.
Oh yeah,
don't
you felt it down here as well.
Oh yeah, 100%. I reckon more cube stores need to stock those. It's just money on the table. You know?
Definitely. And Jay and I, who both live in Queensland, we've
been struggling.
Gone from pretty much 30. Was it 30 where you were?
Yeah, easily.
Yeah. We've had a week where I live. It's been like a week of like 30 plus, 30 to 35 degrees Celsius, and then straight down here into these cold days.
Yep.
Although the room temperature is much better today than day one, but it's still a bit of a shock to the hand sometimes. Takes a little bit of warming up.
Yeah, not my first choice of weather. Jody with a low 2 to start off. Looks like he did some sort of rotation in the EG, which might not be the most efficient, but it'll get the job done.
Brian on station 1, yeah.
Looks like he's starting in the same orientation. Oh.
1.43. Very solid. Jody getting his cube here for his second solve of the average.
Yeah, 2x2, one of the events where it's very easy to get through your average quickly is it's so quick to scramble, which is kind of nice as a competitor, I think.
Definitely. It's nothing worse than waiting around for your scramble for minutes.
Oh, yeah, especially big cubes, if it's like a mis-scrambled 5x5, just
something like that, yeah.
A bit tilting.
He's taking his time to think about this. Yeah. Good
Very
one
good.
look at 1.44 there. Just a smooth solve. He seems to be taking out his earplugs in between solves as well.
Yeah, I mean, with that in mind, I'm curious to see how Brian does. I noticed a few people in chat think he may be practicing 2x2 quite a bit.
Yeah.
And if Jody's getting a 1.4 on that, there's a good chance Brian can replicate something of similar quality.
He seems very focused here, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Here he goes.
Yep, also taking quite a bit of time with the one look. Looks like he missed the one look. Looked like a J-perm at the end.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, notice Jody as well took a lot of time with that. But obviously very different results for them both there.
I actually suspect it might have been a difficult scramble, but Jody happened to find something either
something like that.
really easy case or like a normal case with a big cancel.
Definitely seems like that. Because especially for Brian, it's rare to see, those sort of big mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
$2.11 for Jody's third solve. Looked like a very, very long algorithm there.
Might have been like an EG2 case where he just did anti-CLL to be safe. Maybe not confident in his like alg retention.
Yeah, definitely a high turn solution. But it was fairly smooth still, and he's got 2 low 2s now and a sub 2.
Yeah, the
1.4.
1.4.
Yeah, 1.4.
If he makes that count, very likely sub 2.
Yeah.
And then worst case scenario, probably like still low 2, unless like something very tragic happens.
Yeah. His PR being 1.66.
Yep, tied for 10th on the psych sheet. Brian getting ready for his next attempt.
Yeah, taking his time, as usual, to get in the zone there and get his hands ready, I suppose, with some of that, those alg spamming and he's been doing.
Yep, as he's about to get started, Jody on his 4th, I believe. Another low 2 with a rotation. Namely pointing that out as it is like a bit of a time loss, but obviously you can't just know every like LEG type alg, especially if you're not practicing, which I don't believe Jody is, having spoken to him yesterday.
And Brian almost matching his time with 2:05.
Yeah, so Jody very secure with his low 2, potentially sub 2. Brian kind of has a little bit more to worry about with the potential to count that 3.
To count the 3, yeah, definitely.
Thankfully, it is the first round, so he shouldn't have to worry about missing a round, but it always just feels good to kind of start off on a positive note, results-wise.
We'll see the top 64 advance, is that right?
That sounds about right. So he's going to have guaranteed sub 3, and that seems to be more or less what's needed.
Yeah, definitely. There he is, flaunting our kookaburra again.
What an absolute tease.
It's a sad fact, really, that someone can perform an act as disgusting as that and still not be punished by the cubing gods, you know?
And yet, to be frank, it's really our fault. We did not protect him well enough.
Yeah. I mean, you let someone over near the streaming table, you think you trust them, you think you know Jody, but people change. People, they do dirty things for a mascot. Here he is with his 5th solve in Station 2.
Looks like a pretty promising in terms of bars available. Although I could be getting whites and yellows mixed up and maybe it's just an awful scramble.
It is a bit hard to see from this, but yeah.
Okay, so low 2, probably 2.0 something.
Yeah, he pulls off a pretty consistent average and secures himself into the second round there.
Brian on his 5th.
Seems a bit unsure.
Looks like he failed the one look and actually locked up on the first move. So
he's going to be counting that 2.7. I'm guessing somewhere in the mid to low 2s with his average.
Yeah, that sounds about right. A bit unfortunate, but should not matter for this round or even the next. Actually, that might not be enough to make the final if that were his second round average.
Yeah, depending on how everyone... But depending on the scrambles and how everyone goes in the next round.
Yeah, if it's like a very sub-toolable set, I don't think that makes it.
Yeah. We've had some results entered for 2x2. Before this heat, this group, David Epstein is leading with a 2.16 average, which we may see Jody beat.
Jody will have absolutely beaten that.
Yeah.
I think he at least has 2.0.
Yeah. And behind that, Alex and Charlie. But I think we're yet to see some times that might beat these and knock them off the top spots.
Yeah, notably Cameron Stollery with 2.8. I think that's well above what he would like to get.
Yeah, his first solve that we missed being an 8. So that's counted as a 3.6 there.
Yeah, starting from an 8 and a 3 when you have a 1.6 official average is a little soul-crushing. Maybe not so much for first round, but You got to wonder if he's maybe sweating if he'll make round 2 with something like that.
And Brian finishes with 1.98. He did have one more solve there.
Yeah. Sub 2 to finish. All right, looks like I'm actually in the next group for 2x2, so I might do a quick sub out, but I should be back later on, at least for some 3x3.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, group 17. So I will be off for a bit.
Thanks for that, Jay.
And tagging in will be Tripod.
Tripod,
Michael
come on
Tripodi.
in.
Good afternoon, Tom.
Good afternoon, Michael. How have you been on this lovely Saturday?
Well, look, it's been an eventful Saturday. I haven't done much myself because today's not any blindfolded events.
True.
But currently, I'm just emotionally distraught from the robbery of Captain Cook.
Yeah, it's been a rough day for our kookaburras.
Yeah.
To say the least. Hey.
At least we have more kookaburras now than we started today with.
True, we did start with 0. We gained 2 and lost 1. So
and currently working on gaining the second one back through emotional manipulation.
Yeah, I mean, Jody is a hard egg to crack, but there is a slim chance that we could get him to surrender the kookaburra.
Yeah.
And
I'm not sure what his plans are.
Give up the hostage, but fingers crossed.
Yeah, hope is slim currently.
Yeah.
However, should be some good content to watch. That is what we're mainly focusing on here.
Yeah, 2x2 we have Asher
Kim McGarrick on station 1.
Yeah.
And Riley Dexter on station 2. Should be some real quality watching going on.
Yeah, they're going to be the 2 big ones to look out for in this, with being pretty high seeds as well. Asher, the 7th seed, with a 1.6 average, and Riley with a 1.73 PR average.
Yes, both very, very solid averages. So in and around sub 2, hopefully, for these on the first 2 stations.
Yeah, Asher seems to be just warming up a bit of 3x3. Maybe for his hands, maybe for next round as well.
Yes, 3x3, of course, directly after 2x2, and the main event everyone will be wanting to do well in.
Yeah, definitely.
So Asher and Riley definitely the 2 to watch here. Now we do some weighting. Riley a 1.4 on a warm-up solve, but it was a +2, so.
Gotta get those out of your system before the average
get all the
starts.
+2s out of your system before the big dance.
We hate the +2s.
Oh yeah.
What have you competed in today, Michael?
So I've competed in 5, and then I competed in square 1.
Yep.
And gee, what else?
You got a good 5x5 average, eh?
I had a very interesting 5x5 average. So for those of you who might not know me in my events, I'm a bit of a big blind aficionado. Yeah. I know 3 style for all big blinds. And I practice so little 5x5 that in very rare circumstances it can be faster for me after solving centers to just 3 style the whole thing. So I did that for solves 4 and 5.
Oh, did you know?
Because the first 3 were hot garbage.
Yeah.
My 4th solve was a 122, which was a good about 12 seconds faster than what I was averaging just using Redux. And then I DNF'd the last one because I missed a wing swap.
Right. So you did like centers and then
do centers normally,
and then your comms
no cross edges, and then just comms.
Yeah, interesting.
Might be a main method.
Yeah, you think it could be viable, or there's not much?
Well, judging by how today went,
for you perhaps, but
maybe I think for the large populace would be a lot better to just stick to normal solving.
Yeah, definitely. less algorithms.
Yeah.
Less commutators.
Not
to learn.
worth learning 500 plus wing comms to do an event that you don't really practice that much.
Hey, unless you want to actually do 5 blind.
Who would do that?
And try and beat Michael.
Oh no.
Yeah, you don't want anyone. Hey.
Oh no. Yeah. Sorry, bad method. Don't learn it. How about yourself, Tom? Have you gone today?
Oh, terribly.
Oh,
that's to be
fantastic.
expected. So, actually, I did get a couple of good pyramid solves. The event I don't care about.
Yeah.
But
that's
I'm
always
here
the
to
way
have
it is,
fun
isn't it?
And watch these two legends. So,
yes.
Riley Dexter on the left. His first solve of the round here in 2x2, round 1.
And Asher just next to him looking to start his first.
Riley with the 1.85. He's not happy with that. Maybe he didn't quite finger trick it as well as he had planned. But
Asher
hey,
maybe.
it's still a good solve as far as the results so far have been.
Asher looks like he might have missed one look that one. But that's a 4.20.
At the very start, a big pause after not quite getting that one look right. So he's going to start off with a 4.20, which is not what he's looking for.
No, not quite. But still 5 solves to go. Only problem is with a personal record average of 1.6. That's a long way off. So there's a lot of room for error.
Definitely.
On these subsequent solves. We saw it in for myself. Oh, Asher's got a sub 5 in practice.
He's that 3x3 solve was only 0.7 off his 2x2.
Yeah. And he had to solve the edges as well. Isn't that crazy?
Funny that.
Yeah. Not a lot of pauses on that one, but anyways, as I was mentioning before, we saw a similar thing in Leo's one-handed average where he had a really bad first solve, which was about 5 seconds away from his average, and then solved well up until the last solve.
Yeah.
And then because that first solve was so far off, his worst possible average was a long way back. But regardless, looking to turn the tide. But we've got Riley Dexter on station 2, just about to start his second.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is just the first round of 2x2.
Absolutely.
We still have a second round and a final.
Yes.
So both of which these guys are projected to quite easily make it.
Yeah, it would be
been upset if they didn't make it to the finals, but his second solve 1.79. Seems like he's wanting more from these solves, but he's on track to absolutely secure himself into the next round and get another chance. Asher taking his time with that one look. He gets it this time, but he has a little lock up at the end and just
looked
barely
like a
scraped
lock up
on the
even
sub
just
2.
on the last 2-3 moves.
Yeah,
of it, so
just the end of that.
So close,
algorithm.
but still sub 2.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot better than the 4.2 he laid down first.
Yeah, and for anyone watching that doesn't know, these, as Jay was explaining earlier as well, like these sort of fast events, pyramids, cube, 2x2, they're very scramble dependent as well. So we could see, a different result from these two in the next round and the next round, depending on the sort of cases they get.
Yes.
The solutions they can find in those 15 seconds.
It's currently in a bit of a lull at the moment, just waiting on these top 2 in this group to get their cubes.
Here they are. They've been getting them at very similar times. Which is
these are getting them at the same time, so we could see another head-to-head
style
battle. Okay, so both inspecting together. Asher starting first.
Oh.
Looked like another 2 look.
And a little lock up in the middle there. Oh, you think it was a 2 look? I couldn't tell if he was pausing or he got stuck there.
Looked like almost recognizing a PBL, sorry.
Yeah, maybe. Riley with the 2.6, which he's no doubt disappointed with.
It is his worst solve so far.
Yeah.
The rest were pretty comfortably sub 2. Worth noting as well, Asher has gotten PRs in 2 of his last 3 rounds of 2x2. He had 4 rounds ago, he had a 2.04 PR, then he beat it with a 1.87, and then has beat that again with the 1.60 that lands him on the psych sheet.
Yeah, so he seems to be doing well recently with this.
The round directly after that 160 was a 161.
Yeah,
so he's in good form as of late. That's from the WCC Western Champs.
He gets a 202. That's
202 for that one. And Riley
just narrowly beating him with a 1.99.
Yep, and it's another sub 2.
No, they're going basically solve for solve here with Riley, then Asher, then Riley looking better overall so far though.
Overall, head-to-head comparing solve to solve, Riley has had faster times on the first, second and fourth, and then Asher faster on the third. However, the difference is that his third time is counting. His 2:33 that he got on the third is counting. Riley's 2.69 is currently not.
But that could be an issue for him.
Yeah, it might be. Riley's worst possible average at the moment is a 2.18, which should comfortably get him through to the next round.
It should, put him in the top 3 to 5 of this round for sure. Jody leading the round so far in first place with a 2.03 average, as we expected. So he's the man to beat.
An absolute traitor. Asher now inspecting his last, and Riley doing the same.
Yeah, here they both go. Asher first on the right.
This pulls us a 1.50, so that's his best solve. He'll get a 2.11 average out of that.
It looked like he was a little bit surprised almost by it being solved there for a second.
Yeah.
Unless he wasn't predicting the AUF.
And Riley with that 1.53 also gets his best.
Yeah, so
a 1.88 average there for Riley. Yep. Pops him in first place currently of the competitors who've gone.
And 2.11 for Asher, which will place him in third.
Yes.
So far. Although I believe there is a few more fast solvers to come.
Yes.
Namely,
got some firepower in the next few rounds.
Phoenix in Group 29, which is a little while away. He's the first seed and one of the big competitors to look out for.
Yes, and someone who a lot of people have just recently found out about, Guambo Wang.
Yeah.
The new 2x2 single world record holder is here today. And he is in the second last lot of groups for 2x2.
And he's an impressive solver as well.
Yes, it is. It does get a little bit foreshadowed because he does have the 2x2 single and people mainly focus on that. But he is 29th in the world with a 1.44 average.
I mean, people expect the world record single holder to hold the average as well, but that just doesn't happen with an event like 2x2.
Yeah, not so much with the luck-based events. Although, now that I think about it, you've got in Pyraminx Dominic Gorney.
Yeah, of course, but
world record,
particularly 2x2, just based off the fact that it was 6 years, right, since it was broken,
yeah,
something like that.
Had to last a long time, but I guess that also means that it takes someone of great skill.
Yeah,
to take that
bit
record
of luck
away.
mixed in there with the scramble as well.
Without a doubt.
I mean, I was in that round. I didn't break the record, so
no.
There's definitely a bit of TPS and skill in there that
definitely
not everyone has.
Definitely personal record though. On station number 1, we've got a little bit of a kerfuffle going on right now.
Jody is being tickled by the
quite
tickle monster,
assaulted at the moment
Jayden
by
McNeill.
Yes.
And they're trying to recover the kookaburra. Let's keep things chill though, guys.
Keep it civil.
Let's keep... Oh, the cameraman's getting it. Jody is making a run for it. He's out of the building. He's gone.
Kookaburra intact.
In his possession, however. And the emu. Jody is dual wielding.
Oh no, has he passed off the... no, he hasn't passed off the Kookaburra.
No.
But he now has emu as well.
And his judging... His competitor place there has been replaced by Jay.
Yes.
Jay, a little bit unhappy with that result.
So...
the Kookaburra.
Kookaburra still not in Kookaburra hands.
And I believe Jody's gone to the scrambling table so that Jay cannot chase him without disqualifying himself.
Yes, I think that's factual. Now remind me, is Jody Team Emu? I don't quite remember.
Jody is on Team Emu.
Okay, Jody is on Team Emu. So now that they have the emu back,
they're probably our biggest nemesis today.
Oh, definitely. It was Wallaby, but we made peace with Lennon. But public enemy number one, Jody Brewster.
We're just going to say it. We're not even going to lie. Jody Brewster is on our hit list, and
look at him just flaunting all of those.
He thinks
mascots.
He's so slick with those 2 mascots on his neck.
No, he thinks he's so chill.
Wait and see, buddy. Wait and see.
Buddy, I don't think he's chill like that, honestly.
Nah, I used to think he was chill like that, but he just really ain't chill like that.
Mark my words, Jody.
Jody Brewster.
You're going down, buddy.
Sleep with one eye open, buddy.
Is anyone staying with Jody?
That's about all we're gonna say on that.
Might have to. I think he's watching the stream.
And we're watching you right back, Buckaroo.
Might have to convince Michelle to absolutely just berate Jody.
We know people, Jody. I have men on the inside in Team Emu. Okay?
Yeah.
Just saying. Watch your back. Okay. Leo with his first solve of the average on Station 2 there with a 2.22. He seems fairly happy with that. And Station 1 here, Jayden McNeill, the one of the greatest Australian cubers of all time. I believe he's won many rounds of 2x2 in his long career.
Absolutely.
Not so much these days, but that's not to say that he still can't pull out some fast times. Oh, he has a big lock up there.
A 3.02 for Jayden. Jayden actually was very close to Oceanic record for a long while. I believe that might have been after he quit practicing and caring about 2x2. But he has a 1.55 average.
Which is just 0.01 behind Feliks.
Yes. Just 0.01 behind Feliks. And Feliks's 1.54 was OCR for a very long time. So... has been close for a while.
Oh yeah, we're having a look. Jay did hold the Oceanic record for average back in 2015 with a 1.71.
He also held Oceanic record with the 1.55 average later on.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yes, this is his most recent. His PR average from 2015 was the then OCR.
Actually, at the finals of the 2015 rendition of Australian Nationals.
It seems like since then, he has still pulled out a number of sub-2 averages over the years.
Not so much recently.
No, his last one being earlier this year.
It was in 2022, his first competition with 2x2 in 2022. But since then, it's been a lot of 3s and 2 averages. Jay now just inspecting his second.
2.44 from Zach Graham there on Station 3. He's not too happy with that.
Many moves for Jay there on that one. That's a 5.29.
We've missed it, but Jay had a little bit of a fumble there. As he's known to fumble, he dropped the cube and had to quickly fix that error before stopping the timer. It leaves him with a 5.2. A little bit slower. than his best 3x3 times, I guess you could say.
Well, yes. His PR single has had a couple of sub-5s, but his PR single, the most recent one at Australian Nationals this year, was a sub-5. So, bit of a far cry from what he is capable of, or was capable of, rather.
Yeah, good to see Jay and Leo reunited once again. It's been a while.
And now they are fierce rivals.
Fierce rivals.
Pitted next to each other in the first round of Oceanic Championships. Truly as fierce of a battleground as it gets, the first round of 2x2.
Yeah, one grown man and one teenager. Or youth. Oh, Leo with a bad lock up there. Lands him in 2.64. And was that his third solve, maybe? Did we miss his second?
There's a possible chance we missed the second. I'm not 100% sure. I only have 2 solves down for both of these competitors at the moment. Jay now onto his next solve.
Yeah, that's right, Brian. The 1.55 is a little bit ancient. Jay with 2.4. Feigning a little reaction there.
Is his fastest solve of the average so far?
Yeah. Definitely, he's at more than half this previous time.
Yep.
Which was not the sharpest for him.
That'll be more in the direction that you'd want to go. Getting faster and faster.
Oh, come on, Aaron. Someone said that he's achieved old man status. I don't think we can say that, Jay. Maybe in terms of cubing, you know, we seem to see a lot of young talent, like many sports, but Jay's still a very much young man and not out of his prime. He's
has started on the
Oceanic
FMC
champion.
arc though,
and he was the Oceanic champion this week with FMC.
So I guess if there was ever anything that cemented him old man status, it would be that.
Oh, you think? Yeah, alongside David.
Yeah.
Perhaps, yeah. I guess. I mean, Jay does do FMC, Brian says, yeah.
Yeah. So Leo now just on his next solve now, finished inspection. Oh, it's a bit of a screw up. That's alright, a 4.38.
You love to see the energy from both of them though, hyping each other up as they fail.
Yeah.
Just having fun with the average.
Really, it is about just having fun because for a lot of these competitors, at least, I think they've grown out of their 2x2 phase.
I hope
they're just in it for the giggles. And Jay a 2.51.
You know, he could end up with
could still end up with a decent
mid
average
to high
here.
to average if he can you know, finish with another 2 strong.
Yes, at the moment he's counting a 3 and a 2.5.
Yeah.
However, that 5.29 on the second solve is a bit of a danger. If he happens to get quite a bad solve close to that or worse than that, it will count.
He could knock himself out of second round even potentially.
Well, let's see. On the psych sheet,
which we have up
I would assume second round these competitors should make.
It's quite fierce though. We're assuming they're looking at maybe a 3, mid to low 3 average to get into the second. Maybe these are people's PRs. Maybe a bit.
Yeah, they are people's PRs. If we're looking at 64,
it's hard to tell.
Yeah, looking at 64, you're looking at about a 3.05 average.
Yeah,
because
I am
tied 63rd on the psych sheet. Might I just
right now
drop that in there?
4.5 is getting into second round. However, there's still a number
many
of
groups to
competitors.
go.
Yeah, we're not even halfway. So it looks like it could be inching down. And Leo with a 6.28. That's not what he wanted there. that means he's going to have that counting 4. And yeah, we're not sure about what his final average was, as we missed one of those solves in there. But
yes, worst possible average for Leo now is ballooned up to a 4.43. And Jay's fumbled the cube on his last. So that's a 4.3. That is actually a counting time of 4.31.
Which leaves him with a 3.28 average.
Yes.
Should definitely secure him into the next round. However, yeah, we're not sure about Leo yet until his times get entered there.
Yeah, no, Leo, I think, best possible average sitting at around about a 3.
Yeah.
A 3.08 would put him at best possible average.
What?
Bad news, Tom.
I've missed my 2x2 group. That's
all
right.
No. Oh no! How are you ever going to recover?
Oh no! That was such a oversight. Whoops.
Oh boy. I don't know how you could do that to yourself.
Yeah, what a shame.
What a shame indeed.
The main reason I came to Oceanics, really, so it's disappointing.
A little bit.
No, I don't mind at all.
You sure? Not even a little?
Not even a little bit.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
But yeah,
You're a
next
big kid
up,
now, out of your 2x2 stage.
Yeah, I'm out of my 2x2 phase, please. I didn't have a 2x2 phase, frankly speaking. No, not really.
Surely everybody had a 2x2 phase.
Okay. Maybe.
I had a 2x2 phase. That was many moons ago.
Many moons ago. You reckon you'll be out of your blind phase soon?
Oh gosh, I don't even want to think about it. If I'm not a blinder, then who am I?
Yeah, right. We're going to have, coming up next, groups 21 to 24 of 2x2. And me and Michael are going to be swapping out now for James and Chris. Going to get some fresh meat on the on the table. Some new lads.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Another lot of the, as we've already discussed, the most handsome commentary team.
Yeah.
For a continent championships.
Exactly.
Hello.
G'day.
How are you all doing?
I have no idea what's been going on in this 2x2
I have no idea what's been
round.
going on either. No,
Should we have a look at WCA Live?
Try
and get a bit caught up.
Yeah, we'll see if chat can fill us in, something like that. Someone will know, I reckon.
Yeah, let us know what's been going on.
Yeah. Just hang out for a bit.
So this is a more exciting. Did you put Elias in this group?
Elias is not in this group. Elias is in the next wave.
Okay.
I guess.
But Feliks is in this group.
He is, absolutely. Former OCR holder for 2x2.
Only lost that this year.
Only
Maybe you can get it back.
Maybe. We'll see.
How are we all doing in chat? We enjoying the live stream? We certainly are. It's been great fun this weekend.
Yeah.
And still plenty more speedcubing to watch.
Looks like we got raided by Taslan just a few seconds ago.
Oh,
Party
awesome.
of 17. Thank you, Taslan. Hope you're enjoying the live stream.
I think Phoenix is in a pretty later group.
Phoenix is in, I believe, the wave after Elias.
Yeah, he is in group 29.
Yes. So that'll be
he'll be in
two
about
groups from now.
Be in about half an hour, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, on your left we have the lovely James McDiarmid.
G'day.
I am Chris Mills.
We are two of your commentary team.
Yeah, two of the 6, and in front of us we have one of our 2 team mascots, because we are the staff team Kookaburra here at the Oceanic Championships. But Team Emu, who are one of the normal teams, they just run in the scrambling and the judging and the running. They have stolen our Captain Cook.
Yeah, because they're menaces.
Yeah.
Menaces to society, that's what I
So
reckon.
if you see a Team Emu member wandering around, don't look at them. We don't like them anymore.
Don't talk to them.
Yeah,
don't even
talk to
acknowledge
them.
they exist.
In our eyes, they're gone.
Gone forever. Particularly, one rather tall glass of water, Jody Brewster, who has taken Captain Cook hostage.
We can't quite overpower that man to get him back.
No. Other teams, I think we'd have a good shot. Or other members of Team Emu, rather. But, no. Jody's something else. And apparently, he's holding Captain Cook hostage for a quokka or a wallaby. Neither of which we have. We've got nothing to do with that. So
we made peace with the wallabies earlier today.
We did. It's a very unreasonable demand, if you ask me. But anyway, let's go to 202. We see Feliks, and who's that next to Feliks? Do you know?
I don't know.
Let's find out, shall we?
292 though, not bad.
That is Joshua Hounslow.
Ah.
One of the best West Coast cubers. I believe he's an exceptional all-rounder who features on the vast majority of podiums over there.
Feliks with a 375.
Mm-hmm. Not the best start for him.
Bit of a fumble there.
Yeah. What do we think the cutoff will be for round 2, do you think?
Probably maybe a 3-second average.
Yeah. Sub 4 should do it, I think. Maybe
Still quite a few groups to go, though.
Yeah. The
face painters have arrived. If you're at this competition, maybe you're watching on the green, go get yourself a face paint.
Absolutely. And if you're watching the stream, keep an eye out for competitors with their faces painted. Hopefully we'll see a few of those before too long.
I've just noticed behind us, James.
Yep.
Is the man we hate.
Oh! The pest, the menace to society himself, Jody Brewster. He's lurking behind us.
We're not friends with him no more.
No. We used to be. Used to be on good terms, but no.
The emus, man. I'm pretty sure we've got emus judging this group.
It's just questionable whether they can be trusted at all, really.
Ooh, a 168 for Feliks.
Quite a reaction there.
And nothing from him. Completely deadpan.
Well,
just another solve.
168 is good, but I think we'll be seeing some faster times than that later on from competitors such as Elias or Phoenix Patterson.
Yes, for sure.
And a 162 from Joshua, looks like. I'm not sure if that's a +2. Hard to tell from here. Also, in the next group, along with Elias, we've got Guanbo Wang, who is, of course, the current world record holder for 2x2 single. As of a month ago? 2 months ago?
Yeah.
Pretty recently, anyway. He took down I think, one of the longest standing world records in the WCA's history, the 2x2 single, which stood for about 6 years, if I'm not mistaken.
He's just...
I'm gonna head off for a sec. I'm gonna bring in Marcel Waddock, who's the father of one of our New Zealand competitors and a great character. Hopefully have some good insights on what it means to be a parent of a cuber and just some good banter with Chris. I'll see you later.
G'day, chuck that on you. G'day Marcel, how you doing?
Chris, how are you?
Yeah, pretty good. So, to my right, we've got Marcel Waddock, who is the father of Liam Waddock, the current clock OCR single holder. And yeah, you're from New Zealand, so why did you decide to come all the way to Melbourne to this competition?
Well, couldn't hold Liam back effectively, and he can't be trusted by himself. Pretty much where it's at.
Yeah, I think that's very relatable for all parents of clock solvers, you know? Like, who knows what they're going to get up to in other countries? So, over in New Zealand, there's quite a big quite a big scene of the parents getting into cubing as well. What's that like, being a parent of a cuber, but also getting the chance to compete as well with all of these other parents of cubers?
I don't know if the scene's that big in terms of parents cubing, but there's certainly an involvement of it. A few of us do it, not to any particular level. But no, I think we just enjoy participating with the kids. We're there, observing them and enjoying their success. And I guess we learn to cube because it's their interest.
Yeah.
So it's some of them are definitely more serious about it than others.
Yeah.
They step up and they're there on every comp. So no, it's fun. That's what it's all about.
So I'm sure there's probably quite a lot of parents watching at home, watching their kids. I think a lot of parents might learn to solve, but they'd be a bit nervous to come and compete as well. What would you say to them as a bit of advice for them to go to their first competition with their kid?
Oh yeah, I mean the nerves are definitely a thing. I know, with Liam, we've been sort of going to comps with him for sort of 5 or so years, and we see the nerves that he has, and it's a natural thing, they put these pressures on themselves, and all the advice I've given him around the mental part of your game and just focusing on what's in front of you, and then for me, like in the last few months, he's finally broken me down to compete, and all the advice I've given him is like, man, that doesn't work. It's like I've felt that pressure, and it's like no one's watching me, but the nerves are there, so they're real. It's a real thing for them. But it's fun, you sort of, I don't know, it's all about I think for everybody, regardless of whether you're one of the top guns or the parent solvers, it's only about a personal challenge, really. That's where it's at. Just and just spending time with the kids is and doing what they love is what it's all about.
Yeah, that's awesome. So obviously you are competing at this competition. Have you done any solves yet?
No, I'm on at about 4 o'clock. So and there'll be 5 solves done. Right?
You got any goals?
I sort of I mean, I guess last week at the New Zealand Nationals I sort of overperformed my own expectations, so whether I can repeat that I don't know, but that'd be cool to do again. It'd be like, wow, I do feel I'm getting better as I'm practicing more, but goals, I don't know. It'd be good not to finish last. Let's say.
That's awesome. So what about spectating this competition? Like, have you seen any cool records or?
So obviously there's a really strong Kiwi contingent here on this comp, which is great, and being one of the 5 years following the New Zealand scene, a lot of these young kids have grown up into some quite sort of world-class performers now. So like Elias today was sensational with Pyramix, that sort of wasn't unexpected. We know he's up there, and it's certainly good to look ahead to tomorrow's Pyramix, because we've got Jasper and a few others there that are really gonna sort of step up the game, So Elias was great today. Alexander yesterday with Pyramix was sensational. Again, we know he's capable of that. And there's a number of Dwayne Ramos, exceptional across a lot of events. So from a Kiwi supporter's point of view, we're expecting to see a lot of good performances from them, and they're doing us proud.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Well, thank you for coming and have a chat. That was very interesting to hear a parent's perspective on everything, and good luck in your 3x3 round.
No, thank you, Chris. I'll see if I can entertain.
All right, see you later.
Thanks.
Cheers, man.
And I am back. How was that?
Yeah, that was good fun. Marcel, lovely guy. Always a pleasure to chat to.
Always nice to chat. He's of course got experience sort of getting on cubing streams.
Yeah.
As he's prone to do at New Zealand competitions. For those of you who don't know, we usually have some kind of live stream of a New Zealand competition, and Marcel's often the one manning the camera for that. So he'll be giving his commentary for those.
All right, so we're just about to get started with the next batch of 2x2 groups.
Yep.
And Elias is in this batch, and so is Guanbo.
So it's going to be a pretty stacked group. We'll show you their times as they come in, but yeah, very exciting. Elias EU famously got the 153 OCR average just a couple of months ago at the New Zealand North Island Championships. But then 1 week later, a few days later, it was taken off him by Feliks Patterson, who managed to get a slightly faster average. Do you know the decimals?
I think it was a 148 average.
Okay, yeah.
But then since then, Phoenix has improved it to 129 just a couple of months ago here in Melbourne at a different competition. But also last weekend, Elias at the New Zealand Nationals managed to tie his average, which was now a national record average, with another 153.
Yep.
And we're looking at him right now. He's giving us a wave.
Yep.
So yeah, Station 6, Elias EU. He's the guy we're going to be wanting to watch in this round. And also Station 1, Guanbo. Both these guys, Guanbo Wang just last month getting the world record 2x2 single of 0.47.
It's actually interesting. Both these guys just very recently took down very long-standing records, because of course Feliks had the 2x2 OCR average for how many years? 4 years? 5 years? Something like that?
A while.
And then, got beaten twice in the span of a week.
Yeah,
so
pretty crazy.
Now, hopefully Elias will manage to hold his nerve this round. He's already had a pretty excellent day, I'd say, with his 181 Pyraminx average, ranking him 6th in the world earlier in the day.
He's probably already very satisfied with his performance.
I would think so.
I think that sub 2 Pyraminx average was like his goal.
Yeah.
And smashing that of 181, getting 6th in the world.
Yep.
He's definitely proved himself as one of the best Pyraminx solvers in the world. And even if he messes up tomorrow, he can walk away from this competition pretty satisfied.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully that'll lower sort of the pressure that he has on him right now. And hopefully that'll, allow him to get something good. We excited to see Elias, chat?
Alright, we're just getting first cube scrambled up, and then we'll be getting going with this group. So, who do you reckon's going to get a faster average out of Guanbo or Elias?
I don't know. I'd say Guanbo's probably been faster for long. I'd say Guanbo's been faster for longer. I'd say he's probably more of an established name in the 2x2 community.
Yeah.
I'd say Elias really only started taking the event super seriously after that 153 OCR average that he got a few months ago. But since then, he's managed to get incredibly fast, sort of like averaging mid ones very consistently, sort of 1.5, something like that at home.
Yeah.
And I'd say that, given how he performed at New Zealand Nationals last weekend, he's definitely capable of pulling out some pretty crazy times. So I'm going to say Elias, although I may be biased, I'll admit that, as a fellow New Zealand competitor. What about you? What are your predictions?
Well, yeah, obviously I'm the same.
Yep.
I'd love to see Elias break his NR, but Guanbo's pretty good. I mean, obviously he got the world record single, but he has a 144 official average as well.
He is our second seed for this competition overall.
And the scramble he got, the 4-mover, it had a U2 in it. So it was like a 5 QTM. So I tried it myself.
Yep.
I was curious, so I got a timer out, I gave it a few tries, and it took me a good few efforts to get faster than him. So 0.47 on the specific scramble he got is actually a little bit hard. So he's obviously a very skilled 2x2 solver.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what a lot of people will say about the 2x2 world record, that, anyone can get it. You just need the right scramble. But I don't think that's true at all. Like, for a lot of people, I think you try the world record scrambles just once, just at home on a stack mat. That's the only opportunity you get. And I think most people wouldn't get it under those circumstances. So I think it definitely takes, pretty high TPS and a lot of composure to manage to get it.
Alright, we're just getting cubes for, we'll watch Station 6, which is Elias EU.
Yep. Watch him do his first solve.
This is Guambo, the 163.
Good way to
now
start.
we'll switch over to Elias, who's on his first solve on Station 6. You got a 173.
Unfortunately not caught on stream, I don't think. That's still a strong way to start the average.
Looked like a lot of moves in Elias's solution there. Guambo's looked a bit more efficient. He had a lock-up and still got 1.6, whereas Elias's turning was pretty solid throughout, but had a lot of moves.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably pretty characteristic of Elias's turning style, Elias's solving style in general.
Yeah.
I think he'd admit even that a bit of a weakness of his is just not knowing as many elgs as a bunch of the other top turbo tours.
Yeah.
So he probably can't always find the most efficient solutions.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Elias practicing some four movers just in case.
Someone in chat asking, I would assume there were no full EG, but wondering if anything else. Elias actually doesn't know full EG.
What?
Yep. Elias
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I think he knows pretty much all of CLL and EG1, but I don't think he knows very much EG2, and I think there might still be a few cases in EG1 that he doesn't know. So he's very much carried by, I think, his TPS.
And he also has a pretty good one-looking ability.
Yeah.
Learning how to one-look on Pyramix first, 2x2 just seems easy.
Oh, absolutely. I think it carries over pretty strongly. I know Jasper Murray has shared some scrambles with me where he did a 10 or 11 move layer or something and managed to one-look it anyway. And I think a lot of that is him just being so used to it from 2x2.
Alright, we've got Guambo's second solve now. Started with a 163, I believe.
Yep. And a 201. I can't imagine he'll be too happy with that. And here we have Elias coming in for his second solve.
Just wiping off his hands. Getting a little bit hot here in the venue as Melbourne started to warm up. So
and more competitors have started to enter the venue as well.
Yeah, so he's just trying to get the sweat off his hands so the cube doesn't slip out. Ooh, and a 132 plus 2 for Elias. That's quite frustrating. Pretty good solve though. He had some clean turning.
Yeah, I think there's those plus 2s. They're frustrating, but they're a sign that you're capable of those sorts of times. So yeah. It's certainly encouraging, I think, that he's getting that sort of thing. You excited for Phoenix coming up soon?
Oh yeah, I'm not sure if I'll be here commentating that because I've got to warm up for 3x3.
Oh, true.
But maybe I'll just fit him in. Yeah. Because I am in 3x3 Group 1, the very first group.
Yeah. Warm-up's been going well for you then so far?
Yeah, I when I was doing 2x2, I was warming up and I had a shot at getting my PB average just while I was doing 2x2. Kind of messed up the last solve. 129 for Guambo.
After some very quick inspection, I suspect there might be a bit of an easy solution to see there. And Guambo could be on track for quite a strong average so long as he doesn't count that 2.01.
Are you doing 2x2, James?
No, of course not. I don't do these things. Didn't do Pyraminx, not doing 2x2.
Did square one though. Well,
accidentally.
2 solves.
Yeah. Tried to do square one, failed. Solved it twice, which is a win in my book. But no, I'm doing a fairly minimal selection of events.
What are your goals for 3x3 later in today?
Well, I think my goal for 3x3 for every competition in the last few years has been a sub-9 average. I have theoretically been capable of it for some time now. I can pretty consistently get that in warm-up, but no, we'll see how it goes up on the big stage. I'm not so focused on my own results today. I'm more just, you know, wanting the stream to be good.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes. Guanbo coming in for his 4th now. I wonder if there might have been a misscramble or something on Elias's, because he've had a bit of a wait.
Yeah. Looking a bit indecisive in this inspection here.
Might be a bit of a tricky one.
Using up most of inspection time there, and a bit of a pause there. So he's going to be counting that 201.
Ouch.
Alright, Elias has now got his 3rd cube. Ooh, and a 178.
There's some very clean turning there, but again, it didn't look like he found quite the solution that Guanbo did.
Yeah, a bit of a hesitation on the timer stop there. Didn't look like he fully predicted the AUF and kind of paused before doing that U2 finish.
But again, I wonder if that might have been, you know, a solution that Guanbo found just because he knows more algs, or
yeah,
you know. I'm very pleased by Elias's turning though. It looks very solid right now. I think if he gets the right scrambles, he can definitely pull off something good.
As well.
Yeah, definitely.
Some crazy turning on those harder scrambles.
Yeah. Just to recap, for people who weren't here earlier, Elias just earlier in the day got a 181 Pyraminx average, which ranks him 6th in the world. It's his first sub-2 average, and New Zealand's 2nd sub-2 average, which makes us only the 3rd country in the world to have 2 sub-2 averages, or 2 or more, rather.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah. Probably the highlight of the day for me so far, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. That was the crowd was very loud after that.
The crowd
was an awesome moment.
Going wild.
Yeah, that was very, very, very cool. Good reaction from Elias as well.
Yeah. Oh, as always.
As always, Elias never lets you down when he gets a record or just a good average for him. Because yeah, that 181, not even a national record.
No, no. Yeah, that's just insane to me that you can have the possibility of world record going to the last solve, get, you know, a good average, good last solve, and not even national record. Just, you know, sub-2.
He's now going in for his 4th solve. He doesn't really have much potential on a good average anymore. Ooh, a lot of hesitation.
Looked like that wasn't even one look from what I could see.
Yeah, 292.
So Elias's best possible average is 214 at this point. Still respectable. Still will easily get him into the next round, but definitely not what he's looking for. Guanbo's best possible average is 164. So not PR, but still, you know, very fast.
Right, Guanbo with a 122 on the last solve, so his average definitely had potential to be pretty good.
Yep.
Getting a 164 average of 5 with a counting 2.01.
Yeah, so definitely could have been on track for improving his PR without that 2.01. But hopefully we see something like that in the next rounds. We're just finishing up this group right now. Most people seem to have finished their averages. Elias still waiting on his cube for the 5th solve. Hopefully we'll see that soon and he can bring it home, getting that 214 best possible average.
Elias, one of the last left to solve once again.
Yep.
In a very similar position as to when he was in Pyraminx, although this time he doesn't have a shot at world record.
Yeah. So perhaps not as many nerves here right now.
Yeah.
Also, after Elias has finished solving, we're going to be handing you over to Feliks and Jay, the power duo.
Yeah, well, I've got to warm up for 3x3.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I'll still be keeping an eye on the results because I want to watch Phoenix. See if he's got anything to show us. Right, Elias's last solve now. His best possible average is only a 2.1. Ugh. A very lucky 169 from Elias. Still the best solve of his average. So yeah, that's going to secure a 214 average for him. He's going to be a bit annoyed because without that +2, it's pretty good. Let me see what it is without the +2. I don't know how to use Felix's keyboard. It's a 173 average of 5 without the +2.
If the rest of the solves have gone the same way.
Yes, obviously. That being the second solve.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. Who knows what will happen after that.
Exactly.
All right. Should
we'll
we pass over? Once Jay stops sneezing.
I'll be handing you over to Feliks. We'll bring Jay on shortly after that. Jay is currently
preoccupied.
Busy, let's say.
Hello, Feliks.
Afternoon.
How you doing?
Doing all right. You?
How'd you find that 3x3 round you just did?
The
2x2 round, sorry.
2x2. Yeah, that's all right. I don't know what I got. What did I get? 2.77 average. Yeah. Look, I'll need to do a bit better to make the finals, I think. But it's just the first round, so not too bad. Had a +2 as well, so very unlucky, really.
Yeah,
could have been
very
easily,
unlucky. Easily OCR without that +2.
I would say, yeah. But there's always next round.
This is the most exciting 2x2 group, I reckon, because we have Phoenix Patterson coming up to Station 1, the current OCR holder. He has a 129 official average, and wow, he's improved a lot in the last year or so, going from just any other kid at competition to being one of the fastest in 2x2, and also improving a lot in 3x3 as well, being in the Victoria Free team that got 4th place in the Rubik's relay yesterday. He also got a 5 in one of the relays.
He did, yeah. Phoenix has, I think, been practicing very, very intensely for many years, I think. So it's good to see him, become super dominant actually in 2x2 in the last 6 months or so, especially in Australian competitions. It was unfortunate he didn't get the chance to fly to Perth for Australian nationals, but I would have no doubt in saying that he would very likely have won that if he was there. Jody Brewster was actually the 2x2 Australian champion with I think it was a 2 flat average, but Phoenix does that in his sleep. But he's looking very intense, breathing in, breathing out.
Getting in the zone.
Exactly.
He's got his good friend Jacob judging him, who's one of the staff members. He's got a YouTube channel, JJ Cuba, and those two are good friends. Have been, both practicing a lot of 2x2 recently as well. Although I don't think Jacob's quite up to the same level as Phoenix, but he's not too far behind.
Yeah, and Phoenix's YouTube is Phoenix TV. Does a lot of vlogs and a lot of fast 2x2 averages from competitions get posted up there. Next to Phoenix is actually Yibo Wang, so that's the older brother of Guanbo Wang, who has the 2x2 world record single. So Yibo's pretty fast at the end by ends, I would say, across the board. So both very competitive. But Phoenix on Station 1 is really the man to watch for this heat. And so what are the results so far for 2x2? We've got
Riley Dexter in first with the only sub-2 average so far, 188. Elias +2 had a +2 on his second one, so he got a 2-second average, I believe, like 2.3 or something. With lots of lucky couple of bad solves in there, but a couple of pretty clean solves as well. Jodie Brewster, the Australian national champion, is currently in second place with 203. We're not really friends with him anymore though. But I think we did get our kookaburra back. Yes. Tom has managed to recover the kookaburra.
Very good. Good to hear.
Alright, we're just getting the cube scramble. Looks like the runners are bringing them all out now. We're going to watch some speedy solves. Feliks trying to get into the zone. Got the earmuffs on so we can't hear any muttering from the crowd or from us.
Yeah. He does a lot of muttering to himself. You might be able to see on the screen. He's always commenting after every solve. Just finishes the solve and then says something about it, that he messed up, or that was really good, or that was an easy one. He's
very vocal.
Commentates his own solves very
Pretty
well.
entertaining.
Yes. Let's see what the microphone can pick up from Feliks. I mean, maybe it'll just be yelling if he gets a really good time. Oh, that one looked very shaky, that warm-up.
Looks like his judge Jacob has given him some scrambles to practice on.
Oh, he's given him a four-mover. And he's absolutely nailed that four-mover. 0.40, but always good to practice the four-movers, just in case they come up.
You never know. When was the last time you had a four-mover in 2x2?
I had a four-mover, my only four-mover was in New Zealand in 2017, I believe it was.
Oh yeah? How'd that go?
Tech Week NZ. I got a 2.46. It's not the greatest result. I did 3 of the 4 moves of the scramble, finishing in 0.46.
Just having issues with the display on Feliks' station.
You ever had a 4-mover, Chris?
I have not. I had a 5-mover a few months ago, and as I was inspecting, I thought it was a few moves and then a J-perm, but it was not. It was just a few moves and then solved. So I did a few moves, did a J-perm, stopped the timer. It's like a 1.8 DNF, and then afterwards I was like, wait a second. Oh no, what have I done? But yeah, no 4-movers yet. There hasn't been a 4-mover at a UK competition since 2015, I believe. Our national record is still 0.74, I believe, by Oliver Frost, the former Big Blind world record holder. All right, here we go. Feliks Patterson. His display has been changed, and he's on to his first solve. Oh.
Looked like a 2-look solve there from Feliks.
Yeah. I think I just saw him say bad. So that's a 231 on his first solve. So yeah, it looks like he just failed to one-look that solve. He was looking at it for quite a while. He decided what side he was going to do pretty early on. But it looked like he just couldn't quite figure out what his last layer was going to be. Yeah, and I guess he ran out of time and just decided to go for the solve, and had a big pause after finishing that first step.
Yeah, I mean, better to be doing safeties now. If you're not completely sure what case you're going to get, take the look and just execute. Whereas in the finals, I would say he would have probably guessed and tried to go for the one-look solution there in hope. Or at least he would probably have to.
We have Yibo's first solve, a 216. Not too bad. Alright, well, I've got to go practice for 3x3 now, because my group's coming up pretty soon. So I'm going to pass you over to Jayden McNeill and enjoy the rest of Feliks' solves. I'll probably be watching them as well.
Good luck, Chris.
Thank you very much.
Seeing your 3x3 solves. Everyone,
see you later.
One more wave of 2x2, and then we're on to 3x3 for the rest of the afternoon or evening or morning or wherever you are watching from around the world. Afternoon, Jay. How are you going?
Pretty good. Feeling a bit better now. Fire time kicked in.
That's the way. Yeah, a lot of pollen around. So Feliks started off with a 2.3 on the first one. I think he went a bit safety and couldn't quite get the one look, so spent a bit of time recognising his last layer case and just making sure it was solved.
Yeah, lucky for him, there's 3 rounds, so even if he does very poorly this time, should not matter for progressing to the next round.
Second solve here.
Doesn't look like a great scramble.
No,
I think there's like 1 bar on the bottom, maybe.
But he makes it look good with the 149. Pretty smooth turning there. One looks the whole solve, and I think the AUF as well.
Yeah, looked like very high move count as well, so presumably some very good TPS there.
It's a big shout out to all of the mods that are really helping with the stream this weekend. It's greatly appreciated, and just another component, another part of making this all run super smoothly. So much appreciated to all the mods, volunteers in the chat, and also all of the volunteers here. We've got, I think it's around 150 staff and crew doing all sorts of different things this competition, whether it's judging, scrambling, running, stream team, registration. There's an endless list of kind of jobs that need to be done for the competition and make it run smoothly like this. So yeah, big thank you, and this couldn't run without a lot of people's help. So yeah. Ebo on his third solve here. Started out with a 2.4 and a 2.1.
That's a big one. And he misses the case too. Unfortunate.
I don't think 2x2 is his main event. He leaves that to his younger brother, Guanbo. But Ebo is definitely up there in the 3x3, the one-handed, and some of the big cubes as well.
Yeah, Megamink's also, if I recall correctly.
Brother Guanbo obviously has the 2x2 world record and was just in the previous round, 2x2 single world record.
Alright, Feliks getting ready. Scramble appears to have a few options. Let's see if any of them pan out. Very tiny lockup, I think, towards the end of his face. So lost a bit of time there, but still a nice sub 2.
He's muttering something to someone in the crowd or to his good friend Judge.
Probably explaining why the solve was bad and how it actually wasn't that good.
It's okay. With these times, if you can keep them up, he'll slot himself into first place, I would have thought.
So you haven't had any sub 2 so far. Oh no, never mind. We had the 3.
Yep, we had Guanbo Wang with 164 average. That's very solid. And Riley Dexter with 188, and Richard Tao from New Zealand with the 195.
Yeah, a tiny bit unfortunate for Guanbo. Looks like he counted a...
counted a 2.
Yeah, he counted a 2 flat, so... Probably could have been a PR, because I believe he only quote-unquote, has 1.4, which, given his TPS and quality of solutions, I think is very beatable for him.
Scrolling down the list, Jayden McNeill comfortably through to the next round, I would have thought, with a 3.28 average, 33rd place so far. How's your average?
I'm trying to remember what went wrong. I think I was just like talking to Leo the whole time.
Oh, okay.
First off, I tried using Chris's 2x2 and it's locked up like 3 times. So I switched back to my MGC.
I don't even know what 2x2 I use. It's just...
yeah, I didn't one-look most of the solves because there were no easy layers. And I don't remember EG.
I think I one-looked one of mine maybe, but definitely not the AUF. So Feliks has got his cube delivered to the station, getting ready for solve number 4. Rocking the trademark Billabong hat, I believe, and the the yellow earmuffs. You would have seen them from a lot of his videos on YouTube.
Doesn't look like there's much on offer for this scramble from a distance.
We keep saying that. But
Yeah. Looks can be deceiving. Don't judge a book by its cover, kids. There's one thing I've learned, it's that.
Yeah, you never know on 2x2, especially with all the things that these cubers know. They can turn something that looks tricky from 15 meters away, but maybe it's really not.
Yeah, probably just did one move and then finally things lined up. Just probably a big cancel in there somewhere, potentially.
So with that, he's locked in at least second place. And if he can get his best solve in the last one, I've been told that he can get a 141 average, which would be really solid. One of his best official averages up there. And then his worst possible average at the moment is a 1.83, I'm told. So pretty solid start from Feliks in round 1 of 2x2. Of course, after this, don't go anywhere. We've got 3x3 coming up. Just one more wave of 2x2 groups after this.
Yep.
It's all running very smoothly and on schedule. And I think for the first, maybe for the first group or first couple of groups, we're going to have a special guest commentator on. We're going to have Stuart Clark, who's travelled all the way from Toowoomba in Queensland. Stuart's quite well known for his work doing reconstructions.
Yeah, absolutely. He's done a lot of reconstructing over the years, very in tune with the kind of meta, so to speak, for 3x3 solving and stylistic differences. And he should be able to have a lot of good insight into some of the top competitors.
Yeah, so he's got a lot of knowledge, and so it'd be great to get him on to commentate a few of the groups. And just as we're saying that, Feliks looks like he's DNF'd his last solve, unfortunately.
Yep, so worst possible, but still second for the round, I believe.
Yeah, second place behind Guanbo.
First for Oceanic.
Ah, yes, that's right. Guanbo and Yibo, they're brothers living in the Gold Coast, representing China. But now, yeah, living and studying in the Gold Coast in Queensland. Stuart has, he reconstructs an insane number of solves for all sorts of people online, taking after a fellow Australian, Robert Stewart, who was the original reconstructor. Kind of invented, didn't invent reconstructions, but certainly pioneered a lot of development in that space.
Absolutely, especially when it came to like frame counting and like measuring certain important key metrics.
Exactly.
Very influential to the reconstruction scene.
And so Rob Stewart to Stuart Clark, they've kind of done a bit of a changeover in the last, actually for a while ago. But
yeah, passing of the torch, if you will.
Both legends.
Yeah.
Australian legends. Looks like things are running along smoothly here. We've just finished that group and we're onto our final group of 2x2.
Up in the front, it looks like we have Jonathan Charlesworth, Station 1. I imagine he'll be one of the faster people in this heat, unless there are some people who haven't yet proven themselves officially that have the skill to do so.
We can see. And then I think that's Cyrus from Hong Kong.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you, James. I think it's Cyrus from Hong Kong on station number 2. So let's see how these go. So yeah, in the chat, if you have any questions or anything like that for Stuart, just get them ready. I'm sure he'll be able to answer a lot about all sorts of things, 3x3 and reconstruction related.
Absolutely. Probably hold on to them for like 5-10 minutes, like wait for him to get here, because if we lose it in the chat, we're not going to scroll up.
Yeah, yeah. Just start brainstorming. Give him a real test. And just while we're finishing these 2x2 groups, I think it's worth maybe giving a bit of a teaser as to who the competitors are in the first couple of 3x3 waves. So in Group 1, we've got our very own Chris Mills from the commentary team, UK's national record holder, and Vincent Wong from New South Wales. And then in Groups 5 to 8, Charlie and Toby from, so Group number 5, Charlie and Toby from Queensland, who were representing Queensland 1 in your Rubik's Relay team.
Yep, 2/3 of the team coming up nice and early.
Very excited to see what Toby can get in particular, really specialising in 3x3, coming third at the recent Nationals. You chatted to Toby yesterday. How did that go? Any
basically
insight?
just kind of went over like some of his aspirations. The big one being sub-7 3x3 average, because he's had at least 3 heartbreaks so far. Nats finals obviously with the +2. And then another one at Queensland Open where he was very much on pace for a 6.6 average, but was only able to get 7.0 or so.
Okay. Yeah, fingers crossed. I'm sure we'll see a few PBs in 3x3 round 1 and a bit of celebrating here and there.
Coming up on station 1, we've got Jonathan Charlesworth, someone who probably more known for Skewb if you've heard of him, but seems to be fairly competent in the smaller puzzles. Yep, easy sub-2.
Very smooth turning there from Jonathan, some nice finger tricks. Pretty good all-rounder, as far as I know, although I don't know he does too much blindfolded solving. But apart from that, yeah. Competes in a lot. More recently has taken to organising a lot of competitions, I think, with his parents in particular. They're very involved in the Perth and Western Australia cubing scene. And then stage number 3 there, you've just got, I think it's Seth Ferry from South Australia in the Puma Puma hoodie. It's a decent 3x3 solver. Definitely potential to make the finals here at Oceanic Championships.
Okay, I haven't heard of this guy actually, believe it or not.
I mean, when I say that, don't quote me. I'm just making stuff up, but we can take a look. Yeah, I was chatting to him a bit earlier. So he's really on the borderline. So he's got an 8.0 official average. So
okay, sounds like probably a case of much better unofficially, sort of yet to show it to its fullest in comp.
Maybe.
Charlesworth on next attempt.
Might have missed. Yeah, might have missed it, but I think he had a sub 2 on the first one.
He did. Yeah, not a great one for Johnny Boy. Looks like he was struggling to find something and probably time trouble inspection-wise.
Yeah, pausing like a bear.
God damn it.
Get your paw emojis in chat.
Yeah, shout out to Mendelblock TV.
Seth, just finishing that 2x2 solve there. Unclear if it's a +2 or not. Instinctively, he's picked it up. Oh, it's a DNF. It's a corner twist. There you go. Not that common on the 2x2. See them more often on 3x3.
Yep, someone's got to bust out the old screwdriver, I think.
And then so after Stuart, we don't have any more interviews lined up for the rest of the day. We were maybe thinking of just getting on a few folks after they finish their 3x3 round, talking us through the average. But if there's also anyone that the chat hasn't heard from so far this competition that they'd really like to see on, we're going to try and get Leo to say hi and do a bit of an interview. But if there's any particular suggestions, folks you'd like to hear from or see, certainly let us know, and we'll do our best to get them online.
Have we had Asher on yet?
No, we haven't. We could definitely get Asher.
Yeah, he would be good.
For sure.
I had a chat with him this morning. Really nice kid. I think he'd give a good interview for sure.
Okay, let's try and do that after he competes for sure. Folks want to hear from Ed Hollingdale or Liam, Phoenix Patterson. There's also a bit of face painting going on in the other room, and our very own Michael Tripodi is just he's just had half of his face painted with the Oceanic's logo.
Looks great.
Yeah, we'll
Nice
get
and
that up on
symmetrical.
stream later. Jonathan Charlesworth here. I think this is his final solve. And very smooth with the double flick U2s there. Nice turning style.
I'll be honest, I kind of zoned out.
It's been a long weekend. Long few days so far.
It's hard work sitting down and speaking. It's my excuse.
It's all right. You get a break soon.
Yeah.
And they've just called the very first groups of 3x3. So we're on to the last event for the day, but obviously almost everyone at this competition is competing in 3x3. We've got, we had 800 competitors registered this weekend.
Yeah, that's right.
So that makes it, if if we get close to that, it would be the 5th largest comp ever, biggest since Worlds 2019. And so, yeah, it's very exciting. Popularity is absolutely exploding. I think competitors from 25 different countries were registered as well.
Oh, yeah.
Mostly Australia
and
a bit of New Zealand.
And then everything else is just like 1 or 2 people from like each of the other countries, pretty much.
I think so. Or people who live in Australia that are citizens representing a different country as well. But do have a few folks who've travelled internationally. Leo Borromeo, obviously, Asher from the US, notable fast 3x3 cubers that are competing here, not from Oceania. And so I think now that we've got 3x3 Group 1 on, the competitors are coming out. I think we might hand over to Stuart Clark, who's going to come on as a guest commentator.
Okay.
Do you want to?
I should probably swap out just because
yeah.
my nose is being very cool and fun.
Sure, take a break. Thank you. Thanks, Jay.
Yeah, no problem. I should be back on in a little bit.
Yeah,
but yeah, for now, my nose needs me.
Hello, testing. Can you hear me?
I can hear you well.
Very good. Good to have you, Stuart. So for those in the chat or watching this stream, can you introduce yourself? What's your name? Where are you from? And what might you be known for?
Well, I'm from Toowoomba. I guess I'd mainly be known for reconstructing solves and doing a lot of stuff with like Speedcubing and everything along those lines. So, but yeah, I'm somehow more well known than I thought I was. I've been greeted by people at the comp who like know who I am, but I don't know who they are. So it's a bit odd.
Signed any autographs?
Not yet. I did some a couple of weeks ago at Northside. That was a bit weird. Not yet today though. We'll see who's going to be the first.
And because obviously people, you don't post videos of yourself solving. You're just a username online.
Once a year sometimes I post a video of me solving, but no, not often.
Just a username and how do people recognise or know that it's you?
Well, we've had those couple of podcasts we've done with. We had that one with you. We need to refilm at some point because the audio was all out of kilter. But some people actually recognise me from that, which is a bit odd. So
there you go.
Yeah, I don't know. Thought that was interesting. It's new experience.
And so talk about a bit of the stuff that you've been doing with Speedcube DB.
So recently we've organised a comp that had you in it, per chance. We also have anyone else here today? Not that I know of. But yeah, so got some other fast people in there, and it's more of a competition instead of just being solves and whoever the fastest wins. It's very analytical and talking about how you guys differ in your solves and all that jazz. So yeah, that's basically the big thing we've been working on at the moment.
Yeah, fantastic. For those who haven't seen it, Speedcube DB, their YouTube channel, has some really cool. A lot of all the videos are really cool, but in particular, recently they've been working on and uploading a bit of a competition / analysis of really fast solves. So that's a big piece of work. But
and more something for people to learn from rather than just not even just showing the solves of what people do, but how people can actually apply that to their own solves.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we've just got our Group 1 coming up here. Wondering if you just talk to us a little bit about what you're expecting to see from 3x3 in general, some of the competitors here today.
I think Leo will have a good day, so whenever he's up, that'll be good for him. Hoping to see a PR from Vincent, that'd be nice. Chris Mills might get something going. I'm trying to see who else is up here. But overall, today, I don't know. I've asked you how you've been focusing on your solves. You said you're about 60-40 focusing on your solves versus focusing on the stream stuff.
A little bit of stream prep. But
how much warm-up have you done? Not a whole lot.
Bits and pieces throughout the day. Okay. But by this stage of the day, your hands should be pretty warmed up.
That's true.
It's just whether the brain is fading. So 3x3 goes from about 4 o'clock now until 7:30. So
I'm in Group 34, so I'm on just before 7 o'clock. So that'll be a bit of a wait.
Right. Yeah. I think I'm in probably around a similar time later on, maybe in the mid-20s.
Yeah. True.
So But fortunately, we're going to have a fair few really fast competitors in every single group.
Exactly. Spreads it out a bit more rather than all having them on around.
Yeah.
And also, I reckon you're capable of, obviously I don't want to put the kibosh on you, but you're definitely capable of some sort of PR of some description, but that's kind of your problem.
We'll see how we go. We'll see how we go.
And you are, a couple of sub-6 averages here and there. What was your last comp? Oh, your last comp was all right, was it?
No, last comp was last comp. I had a bit of hardware issues.
Okay.
Had a pop and a corner twist during one of my the first round, so I got a 7 average or so, and counted a 9, which I was not too happy with.
Okay.
And then kind of fix the hardware, switch my main, and got things together for the final round. So using that cube here this weekend.
Good, but you use a different cube for one-handed, eh?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I use the XS. So I've got Chris Mills up. What can you tell us about Chris's solving style?
Not a whole lot, unfortunately. So it's funny, with the reconstructions, Chris Mills in particular, there's a lad named David from Nigeria. He does a lot of Chris's solves. Just happenstance, I guess, he's subscribed to him, and I don't know if I'm actually subscribed to Chris. But yeah, from what I can see, nothing out of the ordinary. Pretty vanilla CFOP. Nothing really sticks out, and I think that's not a bad thing. As you can see, just pretty vanilla.
Nice little finish to the GPM there.
Yeah. Because what's his, do you know his PR average?
692. We can just get that. 692 there, but we can just get up the psych sheet for 3x3. Chris Mills with the UK national record, of course, of a 668 average, and he's been getting a fair few sub-7 averages.
And I remember that 459 single was pretty strong. So yeah. But yeah, I think a good mix of fast people. So, you've got who's capable of podium? About 5 people maybe. You, Leo, and then of course we can always have people who surprise us, because there's definitely people who can average 7, but if they get a 6 average, they can.
Absolutely. All folks who've been, sub-7 on the over 7 on the psych sheet, but have in reality, a good chance of getting a sub-7.
Yep. And it depends on when the last time they competed was and all that sort of jazz.
So we've got Vincent Wong on station number 1 there with a 9.27. Vincent uses the Roo method.
Big Roo user.
Yeah.
He goes by Kangaroo online. Very creative. I think he's been cubing about since 2014, so not the oldest guy there is, but definitely I've known him for quite a long time, about 8 years. So, and apparently there's some trivia for you. He's not super familiar with, obviously because he doesn't cube as much, not super familiar with Dwayne Ramos, so we'll have to get the two to meet each other at some
there you
point.
go.
Yeah.
I would have thought the Roo community is very tight-knit.
I was very under the impression all Roos knew each other, but apparently not.
Maybe not these days if it's just exploding in popularity.
True, yeah. I mean, well, there's so many people coming out of the woodwork. I mean,
exactly.
Dwayne is very good.
So Chris has just received his 2nd cube on station 2 here. So let's see how this goes. First solve looked fairly smooth.
Yeah, not a lot of pauses from him either. He seems to be really just smooth. And is he colour neutral?
I should know this. I really don't.
Right. I suppose I should know it too. I've seen it. I've paid attention to a few of his sales. Yep, we're looking at a red cross. So yeah, colour neutral, one would assume.
That was very solid.
Nice. 65.
Shout out to Mitch Lane.
It's obligatory at this point. All right. And Vincent's got a solve. And I do not know what his story is. He might be X2Y neutral off the top of my head. Yeah.
So for those in the audience who may not be too familiar with speed cubing or may only have a little bit of knowledge, can you talk to us about what are the different the main different methods, CFOP and Roo? How do they work, and what are the kind of main differences between them?
The main differences, so they sort of, I guess the entire approach is very different. So with CFOP, you're looking at a more sort of very algorithmic, even with something like F12 can be very open-ended, but in the whole scheme of things, it is, you see something and you're going to go for that solution, whereas Roo is very sort of more open of block building and that sort of thing, where a bit more creativity and harder to, you sort of learn more as you do rather than learning from videos or anything like that. And the actual approach would be a bit different. In CFOP, you solve layer by 2 layers at once and then get into the last layer, whereas in Roo, you're doing sort of 2 side sort of blocks and then the corners, and then as you can see with Vincent, he does this M and U at the end, which is just the last 6 edges
Yeah. So yeah, most of the competitors would be using CFOP. So that's you'll see the cube kind of come together and they'll solve the last layer. Whereas with the Rue users like Vincent, who's just about to solve now, you'll see him solve those last 6 edges using the middle slice, and that'll be how he finishes his solve.
Very unique looking solves.
Just like that there.
Bit of a long LSE there. And that was something that really surprised me, is this turn in Rue being extremely good for one-handed, because, you know, one would assume that doing MNU moves one-handed is not the greatest thing, but once you introduce a table into the mix, LSE is super good one-handed.
Yeah, absolutely is. Chris Mills on his third solve here, starting out with a couple of 6s. Looked like a really fast F2L there, getting that 6:57. So he's setting a really good pace here, counting that 6.57. And so he has a shot at a national record on the 4th solve coming up.
Yep.
So if we can just... Do you remember what his first solve was?
No.
Exactly. It was around a 6.8.
Was it yeah, I'm not sure, unfortunately.
6.8 something from memory. So probably someone in the chat will be able to let us know.
That'd be
but
nice,
yeah, really on track if he can get a fast solve on solve 4. 6.92. Okay, that sounds familiar.
All right.
So only needs around a 6.9, I would say, or maybe a 7 flat to cement that national record.
And when I met him yesterday, I made the mistake of thinking he was resides in New Zealand, but he was only there for a year or so. Was he doing study or something?
I think so, and working with speedcube.co.nz over there.
Nice. And then then he said he's gone back to the UK, then come back to New Zealand for a month or so, and then so he sort of bounces in between the two countries, but definitely a UK national for sure.
Yeah, he's got family in New Zealand and some family in Australia as well.
But it still gives Dwayne a run for his money at these New Zealand comps.
Definitely. Chris was at the New Zealand Nationals last weekend, coming in 2nd place by, I think it was a very, very fine margin, like 0.01 or 0.02. Just behind Ben Kirby, who unfortunately isn't at this competition, the New Zealand champion, but still a lot of really fast competitors from New Zealand.
Yeah, and they really more and more, you know, we've got a few fast Aussies, but, you know, lads like Riley Dexter and everything have been around for quite a while, whereas these New Zealand guys seem to be fairly recently fast, you know. I only learnt yesterday that Jasper Murray was that good at one-handed, you know.
Yeah, I know, it's very impressive, very scary. So Chris needs, I think it's around a 6.9 or a 7. I don't know. To guarantee he needs the best solve, but
this looks good.
That's really good. That's really good.
Chuck the input in there, see if you can get a... I mean,
worst possible
WPA
average of 6.61. So that's a UK national record just there, live on stream.
Beautiful.
Congratulations to Chris Mills. Very impressive solving, very smooth, and he still has one more attempt.
Exactly. Yeah, he could, you know, definitely get this down a little bit lower, but you know, see how he goes. I think that's something you might have experience with if you've cemented a national record or a world record or anything like that on your 4th solve. How do you feel entering the 5th solve?
You definitely feel like the pressure's off. One of the less comfortable feelings is when you give yourself 2 opportunities and you kind of blow the first one. It definitely adds a bit of pressure. It's a bit counterintuitive. So, yeah, I don't really know. I don't think Chris is going to be overanalyzing things too much while he's sitting there. He's going to be really, really happy, really relieved, and yeah, hopefully can kind of go. He can go all out on this last solve.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, massive congratulations to Chris. Best possible average now is a 6.38. So if he can get a
huge jump from his 6.68, that
would be a massive jump. He'd be, I would dare say, be pretty pleased with that. Still happy with the 6.6, but getting a 6.3, that's going to put him in really good position in the first round, I would say.
Absolutely. And that's a weird world we live in, where 6.3 is, you know, you sort of, it doesn't guarantee you first place in the round, you know, of the championships, where not that long ago, you know, low 6, well, I mean, you had a low 6 world record for the longest time, eh?
Yep. It's becoming, 3x3 is becoming incredibly competitive all around the world. times get faster and faster. So many sub-6 averages now, it's kind of hard to count.
If China opens back up before Worlds next year, it's going to be really exciting. Well, it'll be exciting regardless, but you know.
Watching Chris on his last solve here. Looks like he's found something. Still kind of looking around for his first couple pairs. Bit of a lock-up at the start. F12's going smoothly, turning really, really fast, and then gets a 651.
There you go. That's about...
And that's a 647 average for Chris Mills. Huge congratulations there.
Brilliant.
We said there'd be some, PBs and national records, and just in the first group, Chris does it.
Very courteous starting us off with that.
Really happy. Shout out to anyone in the UK back home. Your compatriot Chris Mills just has broken the national record average. And very consistent as well. Worst solve 692.
Yeah, not much deviation at all there. And all full step by the looks of it, so just consistent solving.
Yeah, and I think we might get him over here for a chat. If you want to chat to him, Stewie,
sure, no worries.
That'd be fantastic. I'll just grab Chris now, and we can break that down.
Too easy. I'm trying to remember who's in the next round coming up. Chris is taking a second, just hugging some lads, getting congratulations from everyone.
Okay, Chris has just been a bit distracted, obviously celebrating and signing, but we'll get him on here in a couple of minutes. But that was, super smooth, super solid. Didn't look like there was anything too easy, just very consistent turning throughout. Any other observations?
Not that I can see, even the odd lock up here and there, didn't throw him off. He just had really smooth everything.
No, and here he is. He's finished signing. I'll pass you over.
Too easy.
Hello, hello.
That was very exciting.
Yeah, that was very exciting. That's been a long time coming for me. The solves weren't great. So the third solve, I had a massive pause like halfway through F to well. I just couldn't see anything. Like the pieces I needed to see were like in the back. And I had a pause, but I eventually did it. And then I got an L case, and I don't know much ZBLL. But it was one of the easy cases, one of the easy COLLs, but I did the wrong one.
That's what I noticed as well.
So then I got one of the bad G-perms, but I nailed the execution, so it was still pretty good.
That's something I did notice. I was like, I wonder if he'll do ZB or COL here. And as soon as I saw you not doing the motions of a U-pair.
Yeah, so I should have, I'm not sure what EPLL I would have got if I did do COLL.
Don't know.
But I think that G-perm for me is faster than my Z-perm anyway.
Which G-perm was that one? Need a handy cube.
This one.
Yep,
and I used this ALG.
Yep,
I had that twice in that average, and something that's quite funny about that ALG is I've been telling Timon Koloshinsky that it's really good and he should use it, and every time I say that, he's like, nah, like if you get that in comp, you mess it up. And I did it twice in this average and nailed it both times. So
that should prove it for him, hopefully. He'll definitely be watching. So, yeah.
Yeah, but it was 661 after the fourth solve, and I mainly just wanted to improve on my NR because it's a few months old now, and I've had lots of chances to beat it. So I was pretty chill on that last solve. I made a mistake at the start of F2L.
Bit of a lock up there.
Yeah, because I planned a pair, but it was going to go into a slot. So I was like, okay, maybe I leave that there and do it later on, because then I saw another free pair get built. And as I was certing that free pair, then I had a bit of a lock up. But really fast. I don't know what PLL I got. No. But I was turning really fast, and it felt kind of locky, but it was still really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm very happy with that. That's sealed the competition for me. I don't care anymore.
There you go. There you go. So it's all next round. At least you'll be relaxed going into it. So
yeah,
that'll help.
Oh, this is an exciting group.
Yeah, big Toby.
Could you pass my water, James? Yeah.
So you don't mind the GC perm, because that one's considered generally the worst of the 4G perms.
Yeah, I think, like, it is a little bit more risky than the others. Cheers, man.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, it is a little bit more risky, but I think if I nail it, it's faster than whatever GA and GB.
Okay. Oh, you
for
did
me.
Like very old school GA style.
No, I was just trying to set it up. I do GA,
normal, good.
IUD.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I hope you don't do that weird wide insert.
Yeah, but then GB I usually do.
Yep, the good one, RDF.
The good one.
Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love seeing RDF out there. It's extremely common. Yeah, Tomon, Feliks, Bill Wang, everybody's using. Oh, maybe not Bill Wang. Maybe he's IUD. Because yeah, I was asking Feliks about his personal experience getting locking up a nice average on the 4th solve, and then how he feels going to the 5th. So yeah, it was good that you were nice and relaxed sort of thing. Because yeah, there is the potential to improve it, but also you have the relaxing thought of, well, you've already gotten the NR, so
Yeah, because I think that was my main goal. Like I know I wanted 6.5 at this competition, or like in the next few competitions, because I'm doing 3 here in Australia at the start of next year.
Yep.
I know in like these 4 competitions I wanted to get like a good average, like sub 6.5. But I wasn't too fussed about getting it at this one because I'm not sleeping the best at the moment. Sleeping in a hostel, long days, not lots of sleep, but. Yeah, getting that then was awesome. Yeah. I'm very happy with that.
Very exciting. Jody. Oh, Jody's just warming up. Good.
So who we got in this group? We got Toby and Charlie in this group.
Yep. Toby. Is he the second fastest cuber, maybe? Third fastest cuber in Queensland, something like
that. I think second.
Second, all right.
Yeah, because he has a 7.0 average. So for 3x3, yeah, just behind Jay. But
he's been something I've been avoiding chatting to, because he messaged me a little while ago asking if I could reconstruct that 7 average, and yet to get around to it. So maybe one day.
Cheers. How'd you do? You chuck that on my back. Yeah, just okay. Just chuck it on my back. What group are you in?
34.
34. You got a long way.
7. Pretty late for 3x3. That is.
Yeah, I was chatting to Ed Hollingdale just before we started the group, and I was like, yeah, I'm pretty happy I'm early on, because I just didn't want to have to wait 3 hours to compete. I didn't want to have to compete at 7 p.m.
Yeah, for sure.
That's so late.
Yeah.
Especially when it's all right usually, but these competitions, they're starting pretty early. Early starts for us, since we're on the crew team. Yeah. But we've got some fast people towards the end.
Big time.
What group are we on right now? 5 to 8.
Yep.
So yeah, Charlie and Toby. Toby with a 6.9. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, excellent. The more he keeps them under 7, the more that he's going to break that PR of his.
Yeah. For those who don't know, Toby +2'd out of a sub 7 average at Australian Nationals. Without the +2, he would have came second, but he still came third, which was very impressive for his first proper final, proper head-to-head final. He's one of my favorites going into the finals this competition. Like, I think he's shown that he can handle his nerve in Ausnat's finals. He also did very well yesterday in the Rubik's relay. Both him and Charlie got mid 7s on that very last matchup, and it was only Jay that let him down.
Unfortunately, I was very gutted to see Queensland just that smidgen behind.
No, yeah. But it was exciting nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm very, very pleased with the cubers that have come out of Queensland over the last couple of years. Just Jayden doesn't count. He's from Canberra, so we consider him an honorary Queenslander, but
yeah,
we're sad to see some of those state records go his way.
All right, Charlie's solve coming up. I'm not sure how many he's done, but I did see him getting an 8 earlier on. Toby looking like he's trying to get in the right mindset. Few lockups and pause and F2L there for Charlie. Not a great OLL and a bit of a poor execution on G-Pump there, like a UU prime. Not great graces for Charlie. A big shake of the head.
Let's see.
Alright, Toby going for another solve. Oh, massive pause after first pair. But
oh no.
I think that's the DNF.
Might be.
I think he did stop the timer. It's probably like a +6 or something. I'm
Right.
not sure what the judge has written down. I think they might have just DNF'd his solve. Yeah, it looked like he locked up at the end of the PLL there and then stopped the timer, thinking he'd solved it, and then went to finish. And then, yeah. So I think that's a DNF for Toby there. But that was a crazy solve. He had like a second pause after he did first pair.
Yep.
It looked like he'd planned the first pair in inspection, and then just once he'd finished that, he had no idea what he was doing
Not sure
next.
what was coming up. Might have been in the same boat as you, where the pieces he wanted might have been in the back.
Yeah. But after that, he recovered it, and it was looking like it was going to be another sub-7. But then that lock-up at the end of the PLL cost him.
I think it's a very impressive thing if he's averaging, let's say, 6 or 7 seconds. The fact that you can, accidentally lose half, maybe a full second of a solve and still resurrect it to be maybe a sub-6, sub-7. Very nice. Hard to do at a high level, If you lose a second on a solve, usually it's...
Yeah.
It's
Right, another solve for Toby and Charlie, both solving at the same time. Charlie's going to be going first. I'm pretty sure he's already got 2 8s.
Oh, starting at the same time.
Who's going to win?
Oh, got to OLO quite quickly there, didn't he?
Oh, 6.6 for Toby.
Excellent.
Wow, without that mistake on that last solve, I think he'd be on for a sub-7 average.
Wonder what he's... not sure what solve he's on. Might be on solve 4 here. I'm trying to keep an eye on what Jody's up to, but unfortunately I've missed a couple of them.
Where is Jody?
Just here at the front on the right, next to, I've forgotten his name already.
Anaran.
Anaran, right.
That's not Jody.
That is not Jody.
No.
Oh, that's a mistake on my part.
Does look a little bit like Jody.
If he's 6'6", I assume it's Jody.
But yeah, no, that is not Jody.
That is not Jody. All right.
I think Jody is helping out in this group.
Oh, very good.
Because I think it's Team Emu.
Yeah, if they're wearing a staff shirt, hard to tell apart sometimes.
Alright, Toby, I think this might be his last solve or his 4th. We'll see after.
Now, I was here after blind. How did Charlie go for blind?
Charlie got, he made a lot of mistakes, but he still did pretty well. He had a 15.3 single.
Yeah, 15 is still excellent.
Oh, and an 8 for Toby. Yeah, I think he started with like a mid-16, which was really locky. And then he DNF'd a 17, which was also pretty locky. And then the last solve, since he'd already had a good single, so he's already make it through to the next round. But he'd already messed up the mean because he had a DNF. He just had no nerves and a flawless 15.3. Fast memo, about 6-second memo, and then chuck the blindfold on. No lockups, no pauses. Just what we want to see.
Yeah.
So it really shows what he's capable of
He's
if he holds his nerve.
He's improving so very quickly. I keep a track of his YouTube videos, and he's getting. I think he was uploading 23s, 24s, and I thought those were already very impressive. And then getting into that sub-20 territory is out of control.
Alright, so Toby's finished. I think you got counting 8, 7, 6. Very good potential for him, but not quite finishing the solves perfectly. Not quite sure who this is on station 3. Got a pretty smooth 9-second solve. I think Charlie's just waiting for his last one. I think he's got about 2 or 3 8s and 1 7. Maybe 2 7s, 2 8s actually. He had a mid 7, a low 7, and then a couple of 8s. So not great for him. I think he's got about a 7.3 official average. Yeah, 7.34. Just a little bit ahead of Jasper Murray. Who is in the next groups of 3x3? We have Riley Dexter's in this next group. He's probably one of the favourites for the Oceanic podium.
Absolutely.
Maybe even the win. He only has I think it's about a 6.48 average. Oh, I just beat him.
There you
go. So he has a 6.48 average, 0.01 slower than me now. But I think he's definitely a lot better than me. He's had some crazy counting times. Like I think just a few weeks ago, he started with a couple of 5s, and it went downhill. He plus 2'd some 5s in a different round. But I think he's one of the favourites for the next person to get a sub-6 average, in my opinion. And definitely the next one in the continent to get a sub-6 average. Like if we've seen him warming up for 3x3 just in any other round, and he'll just get 5 after 5, then a low 6, and then he'll get another 5, and he'll shake his head. But he's crazy good, and it's going to be exciting to see him throw down some good times.
He doesn't upload very often, but when he does have some, I think mid 5 averages of 5, stuff like that. So
yeah, he's pretty good, much better than me.
He'll have to prove that officially.
I'm loving these face paints. We've got some face painter here at the venue today, so you might see, I think, Perry Ledane, the deputy delegate for Team Platypus. She's got a face paint on her cheek. Michael Tripodi of the commentary team, he's
really
got the Oceanics logo painted on his cheek. Looks pretty good. Maybe I have to go get one. See if I can get 647 painted on my cheek.
That'd be a good idea. Until you might have to scrub it off, given how you're going round 2.
Oh, yeah.
Or it wouldn't be too hard, just scrub off the last 2 numbers. Or maybe, you'd be very excited to scrub off the first 2, wouldn't you? Not too hard to turn a 6 into a 5.
That's true.
Look at that, lovely.
Nice green letters next to my average there. Haven't seen that in a while.
Oh, there's Toby's average, 757.
Yeah.
Got to be happy with that when there's a DNF and accounting 8. I mean, I'll still be happy with that.
That's very solid. All right, we've got Charlie's last solve. Not sure what happened to his cube there. Seemed like they forgot about him a bit.
Plenty of time to try and relax your nerves, maybe. Okay.
Ari's stolen my camera again.
Getting to Bolo quite late.
Bit of a mistake on the OLL2. I think that's going to be an 8 average for Charlie. Looks a bit disappointed with that. But hopefully he'll get at least 2 more rounds tomorrow, unless he DNFs, and hopefully he'll make the final as well.
Yep.
Because we've got 3 rounds of 3x3 tomorrow. Many rounds.
Exciting.
I think we'll probably start with 3x3 semi-final, and then not semi-final, second round, and then probably around lunchtime we'll have the semi-final, and then the big head-to-head final at the end of the day. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Absolutely.
I'm going to head off for a group, but I will be back a bit later to watch everybody else. So enjoy Riley's solves, and I'll see you later.
Have a good one. No, it was just from over here.
Hello again.
So yeah, that was just cool to see. I don't know, just how it can sort of develop over time, going from the first solve where I think the first solve sort of can set the tone a little bit, depending on what it is. I mean, with Chris's, 692, it's sort of at least maybe his mindset after getting 692 is that that he's hoping that's the worst solve of the average. And then
that would be a good mindset.
Yes, exactly. So, and then 625. Well, there you go. Then you're going, things are going uphill here. And
yeah, always really nice to get a solid counting time within 2 solves.
Yep.
That, I think, for me, certainly takes a fair bit of the pressure off. But, again, it's not ideal to be thinking too much about your average and how it's going. You really want to just try and focus. Easier said than done. Try and focus one solve at a time. Focus on what's next without overthinking things too much. Up next we've got a few very exciting competitors. So on station 6 is Riley Dexter, the key one to watch out for, I would say, at the moment, and Jasper Murray on station 2. So we'll see if we can capture as many of their solves as possible. What did Chris say about his average? Anything particularly interesting, special?
The solutions, and I think when I did notice at one point he did the wrong LCOL and got an edge, so he had a GC perm. And he mentioned though that he was very happy with the execution of that GC perm.
Yeah, that was the first solve. I think it looked really, really smooth with the.
Might have been, I can't remember, or solve 3, one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he uses a bit of an slightly awkward finger trick for GC.
Yeah.
But he says 2 times so far he's used that in comp, and it's treating him very well. So
we've got Riley up for his first solve here. Riley's got a fairly interesting turning style. Not sure if you've seen too many videos of him, Stuart. Not too many videos of Riley online, so great for the stream to be able to see. But any comments you have on his turning style so far?
From what I've seen, unfortunately, I haven't been able to reconstruct from too many videos like his PR average so far. Little bit too much of a distance, hard to tell colours apart, but as you can see here, very smooth overall. Not too bad. 7.8.
Fast PLL, but he's not happy with that.
He doesn't seem happy about it.
He's unhappy with that.
And then speaking earlier of being recognised by people, Jasper, upon meeting him, described me as a legend, which is an interesting thing. And I apologised to him. I said, I'm sorry, I don't think I've recognised your name other than, the first time when he got that world record. That might have been the first time I've heard his name. But there's definitely much more to come from him. Good one-handed average. You never know how more pyramids, something like that. He's very good.
A little bit shaky on that solve from Jasper. Jasper used to C-flop for 2-handed, but Rue for 1-handed, which is really interesting.
And I think it's really interesting to be able to be consistently good with both is hard to do.
Yeah.
So, or even Vincent Wong uses Yao with, I guess that's common, Yao with C-flop for 4x4 when he's a reuser for 3x3, but still he's quite fast at 4x4, so I'd imagine it's quite an adjustment, 2 very different methods, but yeah. Although that was pleasing yesterday to see Dwayne using Maya and getting a NR for 6x6 or something like that. Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Maya
Very
is
unique.
Quite underused. So
it's a shame we didn't catch it on the stream.
No.
Yesterday we were all the 7x7 groups were on Red Station, and so we'll only be able to catch the 6x6 final. Riley up for his second solve here. See how he goes. Looks like a smooth start. Few rotations in there.
Okay. Oh,
really
nice.
solid.
Excellent.
Really nice execution on the last layer. 568 for Riley.
Really good.
Solid after that first solve. Yeah, those are the sorts of times that Riley just churns out in practice.
Absolutely.
Hoping he can put together a really solid average here.
And that's something I've tried to incorporate into my solving officially, and I don't go too many comps, but definitely when you have a warm-up cube and you're able to do some time and solves in between, you can try to blend them all as if it was one, rather than having the official solves just standing out by themselves.
You really don't want them to feel too different from just if you're solving casually at home.
Exactly.
And so yeah, that definitely helps. Jasper up for solve 2 here. Bit of a scratch of the neck.
Now, have you been wearing the earmuffs during any solves or not yet?
Generally, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I can't remember. So you wore them during one-handed? I can't recall.
I'm pretty sure I did during one-handed. Smooth solve there from Jasper.
Very nice.
694. A few pauses, but looked like a really efficient solution. So Jasper with the 809 and that 6.9. And now, oh, this is great. They're going perfectly in sync with one another from Jasper to Riley. This is great. This is what we want to see. Riley doing his shake of the hands.
That's the way. Got to avoid cold hands as much as possible, because big Jayden McNeill, he said to me that was one of his factors in his solving yesterday during the relay was the fact that his hands were quite cold.
Oh, right. See what Riley can get here. He's already got the 5.6, but also the 7.8 on the first solve. This looks really smooth so far. Oh, a bit of a pause, but this looks really solid. Oh, a bit of a locky PLL. Still, with the mid-6, with those kind of lockups, just shows you he's got some tricks in the bag.
Absolutely. Link a bunch of smooth solves together, you never know what can happen.
Now Jasper for his third attempt with the 8.0 and the 6.9 so far. The leaning back in the chair, and he's decided to take the DNF on that one. Very interesting. Very interesting to intentionally take the DNF on a solve that's not your last solve.
Quite risky, because I was going to say, what are your thoughts on? I don't think you've ever had to do that. Do you consider that too risky? You don't want a DNF out of the first round.
I mean, what's the point? Exactly. It only adds risk, and so hopefully he's able to put together a couple of smooth solves in the last two. But intentionally DNFing when it's not your last solve and it's not going to be the worst one is not advised for those playing along at home. Don't try that one at home, or don't try that one in competition.
Absolutely needs to keep that in the forefront of his mind for his next solves. Do not DNF at any cost.
Yeah. Riley here for his fourth attempt. Also looks really smooth as a start to the solve, but really starting to lock up on those last layer algorithms, or maybe he made a mistake. But
he's not happy.
No, he's really frustrated with that one, because that looked like such a fast start. That was looking like five second solve territory until he got to, I think it was the last pair or the OLL. That's unfortunate.
On his phone there might be, who knows, might be plugging them into a calculator just to keep track of his times.
Oh, also not recommended for, for those playing along at home.
Far too much pressure.
Yeah. Knowing what time you need to get a PB or a record is, I mean, it can be for some people, but it's certainly not for most, at least in my experience.
Puts into perspective how much of a freak Tommas is, that he knew the exact to the decimal what number is he needed for that redo of that fourth solve. And
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Crazy.
Remarkable.
This looked like a fairly easy scramble, this fourth one.
At 5 seconds.
Jasper solving very smoothly, 6.62. Unfortunately, he's counting that 8 from earlier on, so he's counting the 8 and the 6.9. Riley counting the 7.8 and the 6.4.
And speaking of earmuffs and Tomon, that was something interesting that he noticed, or that he experiences, is that he's very easily distracted by sound, but not so much movement. People can be walking around in front of him or even taking photos, and he doesn't tend to get too distracted.
Oh, okay.
What
That's
are your
very
thoughts? So, because obviously you've started wearing the earmuffs to block out sound. Do you get visually, or?
I use them, really to block out concentration. Like white noise is no problem. Block out conversation. White noise is really no problem, even if it's loud or something like that. But if it's a conversation going on near me or in front of me, that's the most distracting thing, and so I'm really using it for that. Visually, I'm generally kind of looking down at the stack mat for most of the average, so I tend not to see too many things. And a competition like this, people aren't really walking nearby you or doing anything with too much movement. Riley on his last solve here. A little bit of a pause there.
Big Y2 it appears there.
And then the ZBLL, 639.
That's nice. Short last layer there.
Yeah, definitely PR potential, if not for that, if not for the errors on that fourth solve. And
that's right.
generally pretty solid, but he'll be ruining the missed opportunity. But still, that's a sub 7 average, I think. So what was that last one? Sorry. 6 point.
Nope.
I've completely gone blank.
6.3 something, wasn't it?
Yeah, 639. 639.
Cool.
The Max Park. So that's a 6.90 average.
Yeah, sub 7.
Slotting him into second place behind Chris Mills so far this round, and then Jasper finishing off with a 7.54. And that's a 7.52 average for Jasper. So in third place for the round.
And that is, speaking of people in front of you and distractions and whatnot, that's definitely one of the more daunting when you or Tommas or anyone like that has a table camera and they turn it around to show the audience in front of you. That is a wild sight to have all those people in front of you.
Like, yeah, those table cam shots are great. Yeah.
Something that most of us will never experience, but all those people just watching yourself and the amount of pressure. And I'm guilty of the same thing. When I was at the Gold Coast comp watching yourself, I'd be poking my head out like a meerkat looking over at you, seeing what yourselves were. So
it's funny, just even some of the local competitions, you've got more people kind of watching because they haven't, maybe it's their first time or they haven't really seen solves, kind of sub 7 solves before, and so you'll have kind of massive crowds really, really eager, whereas for Oceanic championships like this, everyone's a pretty hardcore cuber. They've been to comps before. They've seen sub 5s, not sub 5s, sub 6s, sub 7s, and so everyone's just kind of watching everyone at the moment.
That's right, and it helps to obviously have a bit more crowd control. Have people up in the stands here, bit of distance.
Exactly. So yeah, great setup here. No issues with 863 on station 1.
Yeah, nice.
He looks very happy with that. But yeah, no issues or excuses with distractions, lighting, conditions, everything's really perfect. It's a fantastic setup. So I think we're going to take a little bit of a break for about 15 minutes between groups, where we're actually running ahead of schedule, a fair bit ahead of schedule. And so I think all the staff members are taking a break or doing something. But we're planning to get a couple of interviews, or maybe one interview. So I might go chase that up shortly. But if you in the chat have any questions for Stuart Clark, the reconstruction hero,
one of them
coming to you from the internet. Let us know in the chat, and hopefully he'll be able to answer any of them.
Of course. Kyle Santucci with the most obvious question: do I like cheese? Nice question. Just had, when I went out to dinner with everyone last night, I had a margarita pizza, so loaded up on the cheese there. Very pleased with that.
Lovely.
This is a nice one. Who solves your favourite to reconstruct?
That's a good question.
One
That's
of them is next to me. Most anyone who wears a head camera when filming gains a natural advantage.
Yeah.
I love all of your old averages where you're wearing the GoPro on your head. I love that angle. Definitely my favourite by far.
Oh, you mean the at-home averages?
Especially you do have.
I don't think I had a.
You had like 1 or 2 averages in comp with the
GoPro.
Camera. Yep.
Yeah, those are really cool videos to watch.
Absolutely.
I don't think I have a headset anymore, but yeah, those are fantastic as a YouTube viewer.
And would you notice? You'd notice that it'd affect yourselves maybe a little bit out of. Or no?
I don't think so. Like if you get used to it, probably not.
That's true.
Okay. And any cubers in particular where you see where you learn the most? Maybe Team On, obviously.
Team On is easy answer. But even anyone, like you can definitely look at Ruhung solves where a lot of people get this idea that he's all about turning, and that's true. But there are still parts of his solutions that can be creative in the cross or leading into first pair.
Mm-hmm.
But also you can look at the turning itself. Look at it frame by frame. He'll do disjointed, U2s during T-perm, for example, where he's able to do a U move and then do an R move and then another U move afterwards. Stuff like that, where you sort of, that's why we call it a disjointed U2. You're sort of doing a U move interrupted by another move.
Yeah, wow.
And that does it very smoothly.
That is very fancy.
Yeah, and really cool. And a lot of it, something I notice a lot of is I'm a big fan of the left index push for U moves, but a lot of these guys far prefer a pinching maneuver with the right thumb sort of thing.
Right.
So that's very popular.
I think that's one of the. Oh, and so go on. Who else?
Sorry, other people.
Yeah.
Well, other people just answer who my favourite souls to reconstruct would be. Kyle is an obvious answer, of course. So once again, very, very similar to you. Gives me very 2017 U vibes of really fast averages, camera on head, crazy TPS. Really fun to chat to. So yeah, very similar to you in a lot of ways.
Very cool.
And yeah, just more NRs coming his way, more crazy TPS solves. Bill Wang's another one. He's a big fan of the camera on the head. But yeah, not just camera on head. Obviously, I like Tommas solves always good because there's a lot of demand. People are really always wanting to see what his solutions are, what he's doing.
Yeah, I know those are the ones I look at. And anytime he's got an official average or a video that he's posted from competition, I'm always looking at the solutions and the average of 100 was it that he did with Max at the cubicle?
68. Very interesting.
The average of 68. Guess they just got tired and didn't make it all the way through. But yeah, that was a really fun to go through those solutions and kind of try and write everything down and learn from it. But have to be a bit selective in terms of what I actually think I'm capable of using.
You're spreading yourself pretty thin if you had to learn the crazy stuff that Tommas knows.
No, and especially the planning and the cross plus ones, sometimes the X crosses, double X crosses, that's not really something you can rote learn per se.
Just something, that leads into another conversation of like people having a natural gift for cubing. He really seems to be a good example of, and you as well, especially with your expertise with multiple events or Max Park, stuff like that, where you're just good at all events. Whereas Tommas, good at a lot of events, but especially 3x3, where he has this ability to just very creative, very good at executing something very convoluted that other people wouldn't be able to do.
Yeah, there's no way I could execute some of the stuff that he does.
Plans far too. Usually, for most of us, we overplan and it goes to hell, whereas he overplans and it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Very good. And another question I had was, what's my biggest cube solve I've reconstructed? Now, there's a trivia for you. What are your thoughts? Do you know the largest cube solve ever reconstructed?
I don't.
It should be 17 by 17.
Oh my goodness.
Myself, which was a very not something I like to brag about because it is quite a tedious and weird thing. But
do you think anyone has followed along with the 17 by 17 reconstruction?
I kind of hope so. It means it actually has value. It's not just done for the sake of it.
If I had to put money on it,
I mean, realistically, what can you learn from 17 by 17? So, if you build centers, you do the edges,
But it was just to get the record.
Well, more or less. I mean, the record is pretty easy to break. I'm pretty sure me doing that 10 by 10 solve was the record. But then a week later, I decided 17 by 17. Nothing bigger on the horizon. I know there are some 21 by 21 solves out there, but far too much. Just it'd be fun to do, but you need to put aside quite a lot of time to get into it.
I guess your favourite would still just be 3x3 to
Absolutely.
reconstruct. Yeah, it's the most creative I find.
Absolutely.
Most creative event. It's a beautiful puzzle.
Yeah, and it is
Mr.
a shame
Rubik knew what he was doing.
that we sort of do shortchange these 2x2 pyramids, all that sort of thing, solvers by not providing at this point reconstructions for them. But I'm sure they understand it is, can be a fairly trivial event in the whole scheme of things. 2x2 can be a bit, sort of. I mean, 2x2 can be creative. You've got some different alg sets rather than just EG, but generally speaking, if it's just cancel into a layer and do EG, then
yeah, it's more about recording TPS.
Absolutely.
I think we're going to hand over now to James and Alex Vucic. So Alex, who broke the Megaminx Oceanic record yesterday with a 32.9 average.
Brilliantly done.
He's been really rising up the Megaminx world rankings, and we're going to bring him on to have a chat. But wanted to thank you so much for your time, Stewie,
thank you.
Thanks for all the insightful commentary and the knowledge, and I'm sure everyone enjoyed it.
No worries. Yeah, thanks to everyone who's watching. Hello to my family at home, and all the Toowoomba guys and everyone like that. So yeah, very exciting.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Have a good rest of your competition.
Cheers.
Let's bring this guy up on
Yo. Yo.
Hello.
Hi.
How's stream doing? I'm here with Alexander Vucic.
Hi.
Do you want to give a brief introduction to yourself, Alexander?
Hi.
Who are you and what do you do?
I'm a child. I'm 14. I come from New Zealand. I do Megaminx.
Yep.
And a cube.
Yep. How's your competition been so far?
Pretty alright.
Pretty all. I'd say it's a bit of an understatement. Do you reckon?
Nah.
That OCR and Megaminx round one.
Sorry about that, but I'm just hoping for something better in finals.
Yeah. Can you tell us what was sort of going through your head during that average, and your thoughts, how it went for you?
So when I got like a 30-18, well, at the start, I thought I was doing horrible.
Yeah.
I had issues with nerves and stuff like that. So not great first solve, and it was first solve with comp, so
Yeah.
not so great. Like 34 is not really great for me at all. And then 3018, I was really disappointed in that solve because that easily could have probably been like a 26 or so.
Yeah.
Like, just had nerves during S12 because it felt really quick. So, wasn't too happy about it, but I definitely could do better, like, on it.
Yep.
And, like, 39 just had way too many nerves.
Yeah.
That was, like, big issue. Like, couldn't really see anything. Well, I saw something, but, like, I just, like, was shaking like this the whole entire time. 33.
Just nervous to be on stream? Or?
Yeah, I was just really nervous in general because, like,
Yeah.
38, coming after a 30-18, it's kind of hard to focus.
Yeah, for sure.
And then I got a 33,
Yep.
low 33, so I was like, okay, I could maybe get, like, OCR average. Like, that solve was pretty bad, but we don't mind it.
Mhm.
And then last solve was 38-1. Again, could probably been, like, a 29.
Yeah.
Like, ish.
Yep.
Just had 2 second, pause for 2 seconds on PLL. But, yeah, good
That
solve.
was enough. Got it together. Got an OCR average. So yeah, I was really pleased to see you doing that because of course I was sitting right next to you right then, making me look pretty slow by comparison. I mean, I was slow at that average. I was getting like 43s, 42s, all that.
Yeah.
So not my best day, I'd say. But yeah, no, I was really stoked with that because I think we both know that you've struggled a bit with nerves over the past sort of year.
Yeah.
Because you've been getting what, like 31 averages of 100 at home, something like that, sub 31.
Like I have a 30.29 average of 100 at home.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So definitely capable of those low 30 averages.
Yeah.
And it's really good to see you, like pull yourself together and get something decent, on the big stage at Oceanics, which. Am I correct in thinking is your first international competition?
Yes, it is my first international competition. Just like the flight prices has been quite huge, so that's why I haven't gone.
Yeah. So what have you thought of the competition so far for your first one outside New Zealand?
Well, it's actually quite cool. Melbourne's like quite a cool place to stay.
Yeah.
Like I'm staying at a motel quite close here, so it's walking distance.
Yep.
Like just in general, been to the zoo, pretty nice.
Nice.
And competition's running great as well. Like I've never been to like a comp this big where they had to call off groups.
Yeah.
Like to put like your cubes in, and you had to know your group. So
yeah.
Just
got to be on top of things, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had to be on top of schedule.
Yeah, exactly. So last night was the Rubik's relay. You and I were on a team together. What did you think of that?
Wow.
How did we do? How was that? What was the story there?
Okay, so story. I got a 12 that. I average like a low 7 at home, so. So
slower than me, I think, even though I +2'd.
Yeah. So, what happened was I just forgot, like, my solution while you were solving.
Yeah.
Not great. So, I was doing the cross. I completely messed up every single edge, and I had to resolve them all.
Yep.
Which was pretty fun.
So just did F12 twice?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Fair enough. Well, apart from that, I mean, we lost our first matchup against Queensland 1, which is
honestly
a bit upsetting, but they went on to come second overall, so, you can't be too disappointed with that.
Blame it on Jayden that they win.
Blame it on Jay, I see. Yeah.
Honestly.
So I think getting knocked out at the start was, not great, but it meant we got to watch the rest of the relay.
Yeah.
Were there any other sort of highlights from that evening for you?
Really like seeing Feliks pop out of 599.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then it's pretty funny seeing Feliks not be the top one in his team.
Oh, exactly. Not in any round. Feliks was, I think, the slowest one, then the slowest one, and then the middle one in the last round.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was not in his top shape.
Honestly, come on, Feliks got to step up his game, man.
Yeah. Oh well, so you mentioned Phoenix there. You and Feliks are both two people who are really gunning for the 2x2 OCR. Would you say that's fair?
Well, haven't practiced too much 2x2. I might get back into it because at my peak I was averaging 1.3.
1.3.
Yeah.
Wow. So with that 129 OCR average, that's probably something that you could
achieve quite comfortably.
Yeah, nice. So how did your 2x2 average go on that subject?
Okay, so this is fun. So those scrambles were quite comfortably like really easy scrambles. Like apart from like 5 and I'm pretty sure 5 and 4, they were quite nice scrambles.
Yeah.
I just overshoot, locked up a bunch, so couldn't really do anything. Like a 245 average, like horrible for me, but it's first round, so don't really mind.
Yeah, and I mean 2x2 is one of those events where really you can average, mid 1 at home, and then you go to comp and a few small mistakes will turn that mid 1 into a, mid 2, something like that.
Yeah.
Because there's just so little room for error in Turbo 2.
Yeah. That's why I like Megamix, because I can make all the errors I want.
Yeah, well, I'll watch you solve a Megamix, and you'll be making mistakes here and there and still getting out times that are 10 seconds faster than what I can get. So, I hope in the Mega Finals tomorrow you can keep performing the way you did yesterday, or hopefully even better.
Yeah, I I always have, with finals on Mega, I do quite well in general, so...
Yeah, no, I'd say that's fair. Hopefully you do well. Are you, what group are you in for 3x3?
I'm in group 29.
Okay, so a bit of a wait, but not as long a wait as some people. I think I'm towards the end of the day. So,
let's go.
Yeah. Any big goals for 3x3? You said you average, low 7, something like that at home?
Probably just, something not horrible.
Yeah.
Solve a Rubik's Cube. It's a pretty
Solve
good
a
goal.
Rubik's Cube. Nice.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to achieve that,
Yeah. I mean, last week you got your first sub-8 average, didn't you?
Yeah.
And made into finals for New Zealand Nationals. So, hopefully we can see you doing something like that. Yeah.
Hopefully semi-finals, because I want to make finals for Oceanics, but, that's really tough.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's, the level of competition here is unreal.
So I just, looked at the schedule, and not including, people who might not be coming. I'm pretty sure Yiheng Wang's not coming.
Yeah, I don't think he is.
Yeah, who would have been a quite fun competitor to watch, in general.
Well, he would have been one of the favorites to win, I'd say.
Yeah, it's general. I was putting him to win because, at home, he gets, 5s consistently.
Yeah, I'd say him and he and Leo are probably the two fastest people, or the two fastest people who registered anyway. Yeah. Obviously, Yiheng isn't here.
Max registered, but, yeah. Too expensive to fly.
And I think Maddie as well registered and then had to cancel relatively late.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a bit disappointing, but hopefully we'll still see an exciting 3x3 head-to-head final.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I reckon it's going to come pretty close to either... I have, a top 2, which is either Feliks and Leo, or Asher and Leo.
Yep, fair enough.
I just don't see Leo getting out of the top 2.
You're not backing any New Zealand competitors then to win?
Well, obviously, Dwayne is going to win totally. Hi, Dwayne.
Yep. for chat, Dwayne just walked behind stream. He's nearby.
Yep.
Cool. I'm just going to throw it to chat now, see if chat has any questions for Alexander. And then we'll probably let you go before too long, if chat doesn't have anything.
Yeah.
People saying congrats on the mega average.
Thank you.
Very nice.
So, yeah.
Any other goals for the rest of the competition anyway?
Probably just not to do horrible.
Yeah.
That's my goal, not to do
That's
horrible
fair.
in any event.
Yeah.
5x5 I somehow make finals.
Did you?
Yeah.
Nice. What was it, a 103 average?
104.11.
104.11.
With a 56 single, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
I feel like I should practice 5x4 more often because it's similar skill set to Mega. It's just based on looking at it.
Exactly. No, I really like Megamix because of that, because it I feel like the skills transfer over really well into 4x4 and 5x5 and stuff. So it's very easy to improve without really working on those events specifically.
Are you good at solving StackMat? I'm actually better with StackMat than keyboard.
Really? So you just use StackMat all the time, basically?
Yeah, basically.
Nice.
I'd rather keep competition, just keep on doing competition practice at home over and over
I think
again.
that's definitely the way, isn't it?
Yeah, it's probably the best way to do it.
Yeah.
In general, I can pull out on StackMat, I would get 32s, and then on stack and on non StackMat keyboard,
yeah,
I'll get 32s, and then StackMat I'll get 31s, 29s.
Nice.
So yeah.
Oh well, that's good to hear. Good luck for the rest of the competition.
Yeah.
It seems like chat doesn't have too many questions. Do you like the G5 timer?
I do like it, but I think it has a little bit of flaws. I would have just liked them to keep the Gen 4 model, but except for had the added waited for reset timer thing.
Yeah.
That would have been pretty much way better than just having it way up close, because it's so annoying to try and time. So
yeah.
I would just like them to keep that old model and just make one slight change.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's fair enough. I think that's probably a popular opinion there. Anyway, they're sort of ending the break now. They're calling the next few groups. I'm going to let you go.
Okay.
Good luck for the rest of the competition.
Okay.
And thanks for the interview.
Okay. Good luck. See ya. Bye.
Cheers.
Hello.
Hello. Chris and I back at it again.
Yeah. Oh, who have we got coming up in this group? I think Jody's in this one, eh? Yeah, Brian Eng, Jody, 2 farm.
Team Kookaburra's old nemesis Jody, eh?
Yeah. Although I think we've made peace with him for now.
Have we? Brilliant. Love peace.
We've also got Zaid Chowdhury over on Station 5. He's pretty good at 3x3. I think he averages around 8, but he's been yet to prove himself in competition. He keeps on messing up.
He does have a sub 9 average though, doesn't he? Or is it low 9?
I'm not sure. Let's have a look. Yeah, he has 907.
Okay. So he'll definitely be looking for that sub 9 average this time.
But we'll probably be focusing on stations 1 and 2 for this round.
Jody, of course, famously with that ridiculous 572 average.
Yeah, a little bit crazy. But he's still, even though that was a bit of a fluke for him, he's still a very good 3x3 solver. And I think he's probably more around the mid-6 range. That's probably more reasonable.
Well, I mean, the round prior to that 572, he got his first sub 7 average, didn't he?
Yeah.
And did he get another one the round after?
He got 699.
Yeah.
So that comp was really good for him. And I don't think he's really competed much since then, apart from at Osnats.
No. But he's, of course, a really good all-rounder as well, so he's been competing in all the events today. And hopefully we'll see some good times from him.
Something I noticed when I was doing my 3x3 round is I think both Ari was filming and I think Tom was taking some photos.
Yep.
So
of you?
Yeah, of me. So I think we're going to have some good photos and good photos.
Nice.
Yeah, good photos and good videos of that average.
That'd be pretty awesome for your first, sub 6.5 average to have like really good footage of it.
Yeah.
Because it would have been on stream as well.
Yeah, on stream. I had it on my 360 camera.
You could do like a multi-angle thing, with the editing.
Yeah.
No, that'd be good. I didn't even talk to you about that average, really. Like, what was it like? How were the scrambles all that?
The scrambles were, like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing crazy.
Yeah.
I think the first one was probably the best. But there was also like too many options. So as a color neutral solver, it was I very much struggled to find anything good in inspection.
Just analysis paralysis kind of.
Yeah, exactly. So that was my worst solve. I got a 6.9 on that one.
Mm-hmm.
I think my second solve was a 625. Very clean. I was pretty happy with that solve.
Yep.
Had a V perm, which I was a little bit shaky on, but I think I didn't really get any lockups or anything, which is good. Third solve was kind of bad.
Yep.
I started off really well. I think my first 2 pairs, I might have planned an inspection and did like really fast. But after that, I had a big pause because everything I needed to see was in the back. So I think I paused for maybe like just under a second.
Were you solving first 2 in the front then, or?
Front left and back left.
Okay. Yeah.
But I had like, I only saw like a corner from one pair and an edge from the other.
Yeah.
Everything else was hidden in the back.
Yeah.
So I had it. That's when I had the pause. But then I swiftly finished F to well after that pause. But then I had an L case.
Yep.
And I don't know much ZBLL.
Yep.
But it was one of the easy COLL cases. But I did the wrong one.
Ooh.
And then got a G perm.
Yeah.
The whatever it is, GC, the RTY G prime one.
Yeah.
Which I actually got on the first one as well.
Nice.
But I nailed the execution, so
Brilliant.
it's fine.
Love to see it.
So I did it twice in one average. Jody with a 6.9, pretty solid. So yeah, I did that twice in one average, nailed it both times, which is pretty satisfying.
Best G-perm?
Yeah, best G-perm. And then the solve after that, I think it was just really clean. Like I got the 6.3 on the fourth, and after the third, I calculated to see if I wanted to know if I just got one good solve in the next 2, if that would be NR, and it would have been.
Yep.
So I knew I just needed to get a good, like close to my best solve on the fourth, and then I think I got distracted during it. I was very much focused on the conversation Ed was having with his judge to my right.
Of course.
But I mean, I did the solve fine, but I think I was more thinking about his conversation and my own solve, which I guess kind of helped. It distracted me from the nerves, and then I got a 6.3 with some really good turning.
Nice.
And then last solve, I had a lock-up at the start. I planned like first two, and I had a free mover for the first pair, and I think I locked up as I was doing that. But then I picked it back up, and then I just went all out. I think I had a sexy sledge OLL. Not quite sure what my PLL was. But yeah, like really, really good PLL executions throughout the board. Not great cases with G perm, V perm, G perm, L perm. It's good. I nailed that. I'm not quite sure what the last one was because I was too focused.
Yeah.
But I'll probably try and edit it tonight and get it posted because it's a pretty good average.
Nice.
Right, Jody with solve 2 started with a 6.9.
Coming to
the
the
solve is 665. Not bad.
Nice. Also, we failed to comment on it before, but Brian's first solve, at least I think it was his first solve, was a 6.08. So he's off to a good start.
.608 was that for Brian?
I believe so, yeah.
So Brian, I'm pretty sure he's the fastest 3x3 solver from New South Wales.
That sounds right. Of course, neither of us being Australian, it's hard for us to know.
One of the fastest delegates in the world. 795 on the second solve. Not quite as good, but still pretty good.
Yeah.
His PR average is 7.14.
Nice. He'll definitely be on the hunt for that sub 7.
Yeah, for sure. Alright. Jody's third solve now. He has a 6.9 and a 6.6, so not too bad. Pretty far away from his crazy PR average. But
Yeah, I don't think he'll be expecting to be that anytime soon,
I think he'll just be
really.
expecting to get try and get some consistent mid-6 averages. It's probably his goal. Even just sub 7, he'll probably be pretty pleased with. Ooh, very lucky, like second pair. Into OLL and PLL, JPerm 746.
Fairly clean finish to the solve, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Looked like a lock-up pretty early on in F2L. Did some RUD pairs, like some comms to insert a corner, I think, in F2L, which is something I really like to do. Because although it might not be quite as fast as just RU spam, it affects less pieces on the cubes and really helps with look ahead.
Yeah. And personally, as a blindfolded solver, it's something that I'm very comfortable with, the RUD spam. So it's something that I also use quite a lot. Here we have Brian coming in for his next solve.
There is a hell of a lot of rounds of 3x3 at this competition. I think there is 40 in total.
That's correct.
And we're not even halfway through yet. It's a long evening of 3x3.
It is.
I'm very excited to see some of the solvers coming up. Ooh. Ooh.
718.
Not a great V-perm execution. Using the old ALG with the rotation, like Jayden McNeill messed up last night.
Well, what's your opinion on V-perms then?
RUD is the way to go.
RUD, not RU wide F?
Nah.
I don't know, man.
That's what I used on my second solve, which was my best solve of the average.
Yep.
And nailed it.
Yes, the sample size of 1.
Yep, that's all you need. Ooh. Not a great solve from Jody here. Going to be a 10.2. So Brian still has a shot at his PR average. He has a 608, 795, and a 718. His PR is 714. So as long as he gets just 2 low 7s or better in the last 2 solves, he'll be getting PR. Or alternatively, he could just
Just pop off.
Just pop off and get like a 5 or something.
Yep.
And then count the 608 and then already lock in a 7.07 average.
Yeah.
So he's in a pretty good position, although he does have that high 7 looming over him.
And let's see how he does.
He's definitely going to be a little bit annoyed with that V-perm execution on the last solve, because that was looking like a possible mid-6.
Yeah. Looks like he's big on the TPS spam during warm-up.
Yeah.
Spamming Alex.
I'm a fan of that.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Brian's 4th solve. This could make or break the average. Ooh, looking a little bit pawsy in F2L. Oh, not a great solve for him. 791. He still has a chance of breaking his PR, but looking a bit unlikely now.
And unfortunately, sub-7 is off the cards with that.
Yes.
It improves on his best solve a little bit, but not by enough to do it.
All right, Jody's 5th solve. Ooh, looking very locky in F2L. Oh, and he's not going to be happy with that. That's a counting 9. Had a solid start, but did not finish the best. And that's a 782 average of 5 for Jody.
It's still respectable, I think, for most people, but for someone with a 572 average, not the best.
Not up to his standards, for sure. After this group, we're going to have Yibo Wang.
Yep. We were planning to have Yiheng Wang as well, but unfortunately he had to pull out quite late, so he's no longer coming to the competition.
Yeah.
He would have been in the next group, which would have been very exciting to see, considering how fast he's been getting recently, but no luck.
Brian's last solve. His BPA is sub his PR, but that's counting as 608. So a bit unlikely, but you never know. I see Team Quokka leader, I believe, Charlie Van Uren, with some face paint on. If you're in the venue, if you're chilling out on the green, go get yourself a face paint.
Oh,
We'd love to see
definitely.
it.
One of our Team Kookaburra members has his own face paint. Hopefully you'll see him before too long.
This is good. Oh, no. That was looking so good. That's still a really good average.
Yeah.
I think he got to that A-perm at about, I think it might have been an E-perm at just about sub 6.
Yep.
So very possible there to actually get that best solve. But it's still a 728 average of 5, which is very good.
Probably like one of his best averages that he's had in competition.
Yeah.
But he'll probably be annoyed that he wasn't able to clutch that out.
Both with the 718 could have been a mid 6. That solve could have been a low 6.
Yep. What could have been, eh? Oh well, with so many rounds of 3x3 coming up, who are you most excited to see?
I want to see Leo solve.
Yeah.
He hasn't really competed that much in the last few months.
Yeah.
And I've seen some times he's been shown at home, and obviously I think it was the last time he competed he got ASR.
Yeah, 548.
Tying Ruhang with 548. So yeah, definitely Leo. He's crazy fast, and he could get sub 5.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's definitely possible.
I'd say he's definitely one of the world record contenders right now.
Yeah. I don't think he's quite on the level of Team on a Max, but he also has a bit less competition experience.
Yeah.
But if he's in the zone and he gets a good set of scrambles and he's nailing his turning, for sure we could see a sub 5 average.
Yeah, I mean, you say he hasn't competed much in the past few months, but really it's since the pandemic he hasn't competed anywhere near as much as the other sort of Monkey League competitors, the other people who he was getting fast kind of at the same time in the same place as. Yeah. You know, the Timon, the Maddie, Patrick, those guys, they all seem to have really jumped up their skill level during the pandemic. And most of them have got some really solid times on the board now.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure what Leo's goals are for the competition, but I reckon he's probably going to be aiming for that sub Luke Garrett with 520.
True.
He'll probably be pretty happy if he gets that low 5 average at least, securing him 3rd in the world.
Yep.
Because I think he's definitely deserving of that position, just behind Team on a Max.
Yeah.
not to put anything against Luke Garrett, he's amazing. His turning is crazy, and that average he got is crazy.
And he's just ridiculously good at a bunch of different events.
But Leo Borromeo, definitely one of the top few 3x3 solvers.
Would you say he's your strong favourite to win the competition overall, or?
I'd say so.
Yeah,
strong favourite.
You don't rate Asher or Feliks as highly against him?
I think Asher's pretty good and has like potential to get more sub-6 averages.
Yeah.
But not quite on the level of Leo.
Yeah.
And I think Asher's a bit more inconsistent as well. Just watching him do practice solves, sometimes he'll do some crazy turning and get a low 5, and sometimes he may mess up a ZBLL or something and get an 8.
Yeah.
I think Leo's a lot more consistent. He's a lot more well trained, and I feel like he's probably been preparing for this competition pretty well.
Yeah, well, that's basically what I think about the consistency thing. You know, Asher's got just this ridiculous fundamentals and these incredible sort of PLL prediction abilities.
Yeah.
That can pull out some just incredible times now and then. But I don't think he's got the fundamentals of, you know, look ahead and just good turning throughout that Leo has. So yeah, I think I don't think Ash is as consistent, but we'll see what happens. I'd say he definitely could win. He could pull out like a mid-low 5 average on a good day. So we'll see what happens.
All right, we don't have many people to watch out in this group. Looks like we've got lots of the younger competitors here to have their turn competing. But yeah, Yibo Wang is probably the guy we'll be focusing on. I assume he'll be stationed on probably station 2, eh? Oh, we've got Ari competing actually.
Ooh.
Our fellow Team Kookaburra member.
Get some let's go Aris in the chat for Team Kookaburra.
So we'll be focusing on those two on station 1 and 2, Yibo and Ari.
Ari, of course, a bit of a local celebrity. He was at the signing table just earlier.
I think he was over at the signing table where they had Guanbo, the 2x2 single world record holder, Feliks and Leo seated, handing out signatures. And then Ari went over to film stuff since he's the cinematographer for the competition, and all of a sudden people were asking him for autographs as well. So he sat down and signed about 50 cubes. I don't think he was really expecting that, but he's pretty good at speedcubing. Like his Megaminx times are good. He's sub 50 for Megaminx, and I think he's been looking to improve his 3x3 average as well. I think he's about mid 8 at the moment. He's sub 8 actually. He has a 777 average, but I think he's got the capability to beat that.
Yeah, definitely. But for him, really, I've been talking to him over the weekend, and definitely Megaminx be his main focus right now.
Yeah.
He was
he's
not at all. Yeah.
Pretty keen on Mega.
Yeah, he was not at all happy with his first round average.
Despite being a PR.
But I've been racing him at home in sort of 43 to 47. That's the sort of range that he's looking at. So, that PR average of his was definitely not what he's capable of.
Yeah. So Yibo Wang, the older brother of Guanbo Wang, the 2x2 world record holder, he has a 727 average, so about half a second faster than Ari. I think his focus is mostly on a one-handed, but he's also got some crazy good turning for 3x3. I'm not sure how much he's competed recently, but he's probably going to, by the looks of his turning, I think he could definitely beat 727. How are we doing in chat, guys? Everybody enjoying the competition? Any predictions for later on? Who are you guys supporting? Who are you waiting to see? Dwayne, Tripodi. Yeah, I'm really excited to see Dwayne solve as well. I just beat his official average. I'm now higher up in the rankings, but he's definitely capable of much faster than 647.
Yeah.
I think we could see maybe low 6 at this competition. Like seeing him solve at home, he just gets low 6s, sub 6s, easy as.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised with a sub 6 average, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's possible. He'd be so stoked if he got that.
Yeah. The reaction would be immense.
Dwayne, for those who don't know, Dwayne has some pretty good reactions. He's got a nice spinning fist bump he does quite a lot.
Yeah.
Go check out his channel.
Well, he's a very bouncy individual.
Yeah, yeah.
He'll finish his average just flying through the air. And of course, he'll know that you've just beaten his average, and I suspect he'll be looking to retake it.
Yeah. I just handed them a snack as well. Maybe I shouldn't have done that.
Ah, can't be giving Dwayne snacks.
Someone asked why I said ZBLL. That's because that's how you're supposed to say it.
I don't think that's right. I think ZB. I think be like everyone else in the world. Don't be weird.
I don't know. It's just letters, and that's how I say letters. Z.
I don't know, man.
Although if I am saying just ZB, I will say ZB, because it's quicker like that. But if I'm saying the whole thing, ZBLL, I don't think I really need to be that efficient. I'm just gonna say it how it's supposed to be said.
I think you might be a psychopath. I think that's what I'm hearing here. You're one of those people.
Oh yes, we've got people agreeing with me.
Nah. Tell us in the chat if you think Chris is a psychopath.
Chris crazy confirmed.
Yep.
Thank you, Louis.
Well, I mean, we all knew that.
I do say Z-perm, yeah. My least favourite PLL, the Z-perm. Alright, Ari up for his first serve. So it's
looking good.
All 781. A little bit slower than his PR average, but a solid serve.
Yeah.
Here's Yibo. Nice consistent turning. Good OLL into a Y-perm. 756.
Pretty similar times, both of them.
Solid. Chris may be a psychopath, but he is in the right here.
You got some fellow psychopaths in chat, Chris? Yeah. Anyway, I'll stop.
Stop harassing me.
Yeah, stop bullying you.
Thank you, old man. Oh, I'm getting praised for saying L-perm instead of J-A-perm.
Yeah, I don't know. It always seemed more practical to me, L-perm, but then it's like the inconsistency with other PLLs bothers me.
Yeah. But I think it's just easy.
Yeah.
Easy to say L.
Yeah.
I think if you say J-perm, most people assume you're talking about JB as well.
Yeah.
So I think it's much simpler.
It's just one of those inconsistencies in Cuban terminology that's always bothered me. Like the like the slice notation thing, like the direction of slices.
Oh yeah.
It's always.
I didn't even know which way they follow.
S follows F.
Yeah.
M follows L.
Oh yeah.
And E follows D.
That's so confusing.
Yeah. Well, especially because it doesn't match the rotations. So.
Oh yeah. That's so odd.
Yeah.
I think I heard somebody saying it was like they followed the closest letter to them in the alphabet.
I don't know if that's true. I know a guy, I think his name's James Strawn, recently published a website which is like the method database or something. Yeah. And I was looking through there and I was looking at the origin of the like slice notation versus rotation notation. And it seems like they were just come up with independently.
Good solve for Ari. Ooh, bit of a fumble at the end, but 736. He's still going to be happy with that.
Very nice.
Yibo's second serve as well.
And a 705 for Yibo, it looks like. So those first two times, Yibo is right, sort of dancing around his PR average there.
Yeah, bit slower, bit faster.
Yeah, hopefully he can get something good within the next few solves to lock in something nice.
Ari up for his third solve. PR average definitely on the table. He got slightly slow on the first solve. Can't remember exactly what it was, but it was just below his PR average.
Yeah. Yeah, 7.7 or 7.8, something like that.
Yeah. And then he got a 7.36 on the last solve with a bit of a fumble on the timer stop. But still a lot below his PR average. So he's in a good position. Ooh, bit of a pause after the first couple of pairs there. Still not looking too bad. Into PLL and an 8.12.
It's surprisingly fast, actually, considering how the start of the F12 looked there. Okay, he didn't quite know what he was doing with sort of rotating back.
So he actually, if he gets his best on the next one, then he already locks, I think he already locks a PR average. It's going to be a little bit close. I'm not entirely sure what his first solve was. But, yeah, he's not doing too bad.
Yeah,
last solve could have been a little better. He was very pausey earlier on in the F2L.
Yeah. That's what my solves look like.
Okay, Yibo's third solve. Looking very clean.
What?
Good
there it
and
is.
a 620 and a nice fist bump from Yibo there. He is very much on track for his PR. Starting with a mid-7 and a low-7 and then a 6.2.
Just getting faster every solve.
That single was only 0.17 slower than his PR single.
Wow, really? He doesn't have a 5.
He doesn't have a 5.
Hopefully we'll see it.
Alright, Ari's fourth solve now. I think he might already have a chance at PR if he just gets his best here, but he'll probably want to beat it more than just a little bit. So if he gets a mid-7 here, then he's put himself in a good position.
But we have seen him make a few mistakes so far, so
yeah.
Will we see more of those? Will he hold it together?
Taking his time at start of solve to compose himself. Using a lot of inspection. Oh, looks like he messed up the cross. Didn't use enough inspection. Right, and a 10.67.
So his PR might still be possible. We don't quite know the decimals on that first solve.
But
it's not going to be by a lot, even if he does get it.
Yeah, we're not quite sure, but it could be his PR. Maybe it ties it. Maybe it beats it by 0.01.
But he'll need a good solve on the last to get that anyway.
Yibo on his solve. Ooh, not looking great. Very locky. And an 8.4. So he can still get sub 7.
Yeah.
Just about.
Well, with that 6.2 single, absolutely.
So his best possible average is 693. Worst possible 7.6.
Of course, to get that best possible, you need to almost PR again. So
yeah,
it's a tall order, but you never know. Especially with high TPS people like that. They can really surprise you.
But I think if he just gets another 7.0 or borderline sub 7, he should get his PR average.
Yep.
Which is 7.27. So. But he looked pretty nervous on that last solve.
Yeah.
Making a lot of mistakes. So hopefully he can pose himself for the last one. Right. Here is Ari's last solve. Maybe has shot at PR average. Maybe doesn't. He's made quite a few mistakes in this average, and it's kind of crazy that he's still got a shot at PR, we think. This solve looking pretty clean, lots of pausing, but yeah, onto OLL, PLL, and an 873. So I think that's going to be around a low 8 average for Ari. Not too bad, but he's going to be a little bit disappointed because that definitely had potential to be a mid-7 average without those silly mistakes he made. Right, here is Yibo's last solve. He's going to be pretty nervous. I'm excited to see what he gets.
Someone in chat saying Yibo averages around 7.2 at home. So hopefully he can get something good.
Ooh, bit pausey. Nah, it doesn't look like he's going to get it.
No.
Yeah. That's a shame. Counting a 10. Very unfortunate. Well, not counting a 10, sorry. Counting an 8. Very unfortunate for Yibo there. but showed good potential. That 6.2 was a very clean solve, and he got a 7.66 average, maybe a little bit slower. Not quite sure what his first solve was. Not too shoddy.
Seems like for both Yibo and Ari, though, they're both probably very capable of beating their PR averages with just, you know, not quite as many mistakes. Just slightly cleaner solving, but they both have the skill to do it.
Right, the next group's going to be exciting. We've got Asher, all the way from the US here. He has an official 5.90 average, so he's one of 4 sub-6 average competitors here at this competition.
And famously, a sub-4 single as well.
Yes, yeah, he got the second ever sub-4, breaking the long, dry spell of it only being Yu Shengdu.
Yep.
I think about, 3.5 years later?
Yeah,
something like
around that. Yeah.
He got a 389, also not recorded. I think he was a little bit busy, and he thought, I'm not doing very well, I'm just going to go and I'm not going to bother recording. And then that's when he gets the 389, and apparently nobody else was recording.
Well, it's always a bit of a question for me anyway, is like, do I want to record? Because I feel like for me, and probably for a lot of competitors, recording sort of almost makes you more nervous.
Yeah. Well, I've kind of drilled into my routine, like from the very start of my cubing career, that I always take a GoPro up every solve, always hit the record, and it's just become a part of my competing.
Yeah.
So I don't think it affects me. But for those who are like, I won't bother doing this one, maybe I'll record this one because I might get something good, then that can make it a little bit nerve-wracking.
I guess for you, it's almost part of like your pre-solve ritual at this point.
Yeah. Something I've been trying to do recently is I had an issue at UK Championships where I got too much into the habit of stopping my camera right after my solve.
Yeah.
So I would stop my solve, react a bit, stop the camera, react a bit more, and I'd miss a lot of the reaction, which I want to keep in the video because that's good entertainment. But I've broken that habit now, and now I usually wait until after I've signed the scorecard, then I hit stop.
Well, it's always a bit of a pet peeve of mine when you're watching these solve videos, someone gets something incredible, and it just ends immediately.
Yeah, that
Come on,
really
I want to see
me.
it all.
I want to see the reaction.
Yeah.
I want to see you embarrass yourself.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But also just see you, celebrating with your friends, all that sort of stuff. It's always good to see.
I am going to dash to the bathroom quickly, but I will be back in time to watch Asher's solves.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Fancy seeing you here.
Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it?
It has.
Long time between drinks, but
yeah.
Let's see. So we've just finished that last group, haven't we?
We have.
So, was that Group 19 just gone, or are we Group 19 up now?
I believe that was Group 17 just gone.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Top left isn't the lowest number.
No. So I believe that was Group 17, and we'll be seeing Group 21 now, containing Ashika Majerik and Feliks Patterson.
Yes.
Who are on station.
2 absolute titans.
Oh, absolutely. So on station 1, we have Asher, and on station 4, we have Feliks.
Yes. Asher has appeared on our stream many times today. I believe most known for, of course, the Speedcubers documentary.
Yep. I guess that's fair, yeah.
But also, I suppose, equally well known for his
just ridiculous cubing skills. Yeah.
Ridiculous cubing skills, sub-4 single.
Yep.
Just all around very, very good, very fast at a lot of stuff.
Great guy.
And Feliks Patterson, he's very well known, especially in Australia.
Yeah.
Fantastic reactions and very, very fast on a good day.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to see what times these two can put up. It should be pretty fantastic. We'll have to do a bit of switching between cameras, obviously. Asher on station 1 and Feliks on station 4. We'll try and keep those two in your view as best as possible.
Although right now you're seeing our faces, and your face is particularly interesting.
My face is particularly interesting. For those of you who don't know, we have a fun room that's just outside the main stage, so those who aren't competing and aren't watching can still, fill in their time somewhat.
Yep.
And they bought in face painters today, so I figured would be
would be rude not to.
Yeah, it would be a great idea just to go and grab the Oceanics logo.
Yep.
So it looks like Feliks just doing a practice solve, a 6.66, so it's pretty good. Starting on this next one. Yeah. All right, so that one, a 7.61, but that looks like a +2 as well.
Yeah.
So
you won't be too happy with that.
No, not a great start. We've seen a lot of competitors, particularly on stream, not with the best start. But it's all about the next few solves. How do you regroup? How do you recover? Does it affect you? Does it not?
Oh, exactly.
And Asher on station 1 now, starting his first.
Incredible turning right there. But bit of a long solution, a 7.36.
Yeah, 7.36.
He'll be none too happy with that because he's sub-6 man on a good day.
Yes, he is capable of much better. But then it goes straight back to the warm-ups.
Absolutely.
So there is still time to regroup. Both of them won't be too happy with their first solves, particularly the +2 from Feliks, he won't be too happy with. It could have started off a lot better than he did.
Yeah. We saw some big things from Feliks last night, though.
Oh yeah, we saw some absolutely stellar solves from Feliks.
Yeah.
The last solver in the Victoria's third team.
Yep.
We saw a sub-6 from him in one of the earlier rounds, and I think he's a big part of the reason why that team got so far, ended up getting into the Final Four.
Yeah. I'd say that, I would say that Feliks was a bit cheated by being as low down as Victoria 3, but I think that probably just speaks to the depth that Victoria has.
Yes, I think for quite a long time, Victoria's been the hub of cubing in Australia.
Yeah.
Now it's starting to become a bit more spread out. So obviously you've got people like Charlie Eggins and Sebastian Lee from different states that are starting to get really, really good at other events.
Yep.
But the nexus of cubing in Australia is still very much Melbourne and speaks to that depth.
Yeah.
Okay, so Feliks onto his second now, just doing PLL, and it's a 9.45.
It's unfortunately a counting 9 for him.
Yep, it's a counting 9, so he won't be too happy with that. You can take some solace in knowing it's only the first round.
Yep.
And still many rounds ahead. Even if this one's not your day,
yeah,
there'll always be more opportunities down the track.
Now we've got Asher coming in for his second solve. Hopefully he solves a little better this time.
We will see. He started off with a 7.36, which we know he's capable of a lot more. But we'll see what happens here. Oh, it's great turning. Oh, it's fantastic. All right.
Beautiful.
Oh, well, finished at 5. It's a 6.13. That's more like the Asher that we're accustomed to seeing, aren't we?
Yeah. That was almost looking like sub-6 territory for a sec there.
Yeah. No, definitely. It was definitely a very fluid F2L, I thought. There's not much pausing going on there, and turning just exquisite. He's really clinical in that regard.
Yeah. Almost a flawless solve, I'd say, really.
Yeah, yeah.
Quite a long solution, but barely
executed
any pausing.
very, very well.
Yeah.
On station 3, we also have Guambo Wang.
Another person, as with Feliks next to him, famous for 2x2.
Famous for 2x2, yep. Looks like we've got the 2x2 specialists on 3 and 4. Both very, very fast. Got about 11.14. As far as I'm aware, that's probably not what he's after.
No.
He has a 9.55 official average.
Okay.
So, in and around sub 10 on a good day. We have Feliks and Asher both with their cubes ready to go. So we'll try and keep you updated on both as best as possible. So Feliks on station 4 has just started his inspection. Asher's just started his as well on station 1. Both starting identical.
Exactly.
Identical
Dead
times.
even.
Oh, and Ash is going real well here.
Oh, there it is.
6.38 and a 7.09 for Phoenix. It was a real head-to-head battle, whether or not they knew it.
Yeah, yeah.
But that was both good solves for them.
Yep.
Phoenix, his fastest so far. And then for Asher, quite a good solve as well.
Yeah, 6.38 I think it was. So another low 6. Probably not stepping into PR territory there unless he gets a pretty wild single on the 4th. But
well, not quite. He does have a sub-6.
Exactly.
So one of our 4 competitors competing today in 3x3 with a sub-6 average.
4 competitors. That's wild.
Yes. So 4th seed in this Asher is 13th in the world.
Yep.
So there's quite a lot of top quality solvers.
Yeah.
Top 10s in the world.
Yep.
Very, very high level competition.
Yeah. That's insane to me to think there's 4 people with sub-6 averages. I remember when the first one was set. I was there with Feliks celebrating with him in Colombia during the Latin America cubing tour. And it was an incredible moment for cubing, and now it seems almost pedestrian.
Well, not quite pedestrian. Sub-6 still very, very good.
Oh, absolutely.
But to think we've broken another second barrier since then is quite it's a kind of a terrifying thought.
It is. Draws into question when sub-3 is going to come round.
Oh, goodness me. Got to think about
sub-4.
Sub-4
Sub-4 rather. That's what I meant. Sub-3 eventually, maybe one day.
Yes. Well, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
No.
Has to be said. Very little sub-4 singles in the WCA.
That's true. That's true.
Just in waiting now. Oh, yep, there we go. So Phoenix on station 4.
Just got his cue.
Is readying up for his 4th. And Asher again.
Yep.
Getting his cube at the same time. We might see another head-to-head.
Yep.
Team Platypus running this station. Looks very in sync.
Yep.
Okay, it looks like Phoenix is going to start his first on station number 4. Unless Asher takes slower inspection.
Yeah.
So Phoenix starting slightly before. But looks like a 7.97 for Phoenix.
And bit of a messy solve for Asher there, unfortunately. 8.37. Wasn't quite able to pull it together.
Okay, so let's have a quick look here. Now they've done their 4th solve, we can tell you their best and worst possible averages. So Asher in this pretend matchup that we're pitting these two against each other, he's sewed it up. His worst possible average is a 7.37. And if he happens to count the second solve, a 6.13, he will be getting a 6.62 average.
Which I think would place him first out of everyone we've seen so far.
No, because Chris.
Chris, true.
Chris.
Yep. See, I missed that. That's so I don't remember it. Yes.
So Chris still currently in the lead as of right now with a 6.47 UK national record average. If Asher is able to get best possible average, then he will slot himself into second quite nicely. Phoenix sitting at a 8.17 best possible average at the moment.
Yep.
Still top 10.
For now.
Yes, for now. There's still obviously a lot of fast people who haven't competed yet. Feliks, Leo, whatnot. And he'll only need a sub-7 to take that best possible average. So it's is quite a possibility.
I'd say the best possible averages are very doable for both of them. To be honest.
Very doable. It'd be good to end off with a nice single.
Yep. And we've seen Phoenix and Asher just get both of them getting their cube covers at the same time.
Seems like a common theme, this
It does.
group.
And Asher's just starting off right
Asher's currently on your screen now. Again, very good turning. Oh, a bit of a lock up there. That's a...
Might be a penalty. Hard for us to tell. And a 9.24 for Phoenix, unfortunately.
9.24 for Phoenix.
And apparently that's a DNF for Asher.
It didn't look that great from Asher.
So it'll still be a 7.37 average.
7.37 average for Asher. Currently putting him into 4th spot.
Yep.
Just behind Brian Eng and ahead of Jasper Murray. And Phoenix getting an 8.89. So it's kind of that was his median solve, that one. So 9.24, middle of the road. Not sure. Oh, definitely not what he would have liked.
No.
But an 8.89 at the moment would put him in 13th.
got 100 making the next round, don't we? So, more than 100.
No, more than 100. We have 128 making the next round. So we'll be using every available station twice, I imagine.
Yep, I suspect so. So what do you think the cutoff for next round will end up being, would you say?
Well, if we look at 128th on the psych sheet, although it's not a perfect estimate, 128th on the psych sheet is tied between Devon Lee and Daniel Dehaan with an 11.34. So I'd say you're looking at around about a 12.5, 13 second average will get you into that spot.
Yep, I'd say that's fair.
Yeah, obviously, because psych sheet is based off best ever average in competition, not average in competition.
Yes. And I think a lot of people tend to do a bit worse in competition, especially at a big major like this.
And about majors, in majors like this, it's almost certainly not about times.
No, of course. Everyone's just sort of hoping to get to the next round, hoping to make it to finals if they're in that sort of territory.
Although good times are fantastic.
Oh, yeah, we love to see it.
For especially a lot of these top-level cubers, not necessarily the primary focus.
No, I wouldn't say so. Anyway, I might sub out now. I believe Chris Mills is keen to jump back on the back in the commentary booth. Fantastic. So I'll be seeing you later.
All right. So long, James. I'll see you later.
Hello, Michael.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Lovely. Fantastic. Good to know. Was that your phone there?
Yeah.
Chris leaving all of his belongings on my side of the table. Goodness me. Pick up after yourself, please.
Just so I have an excuse to come and sit next to you again, you know?
Oh, thanks, buddy. The bromance is real. Okay. So we've just finished up with Group 21 on the red stage. And about to bring in...
Feliks and David Epstein.
Yes. Well... Feliks and David Epstein's going to be a very, very interesting matchup on this stream.
Yeah, Victoria's first fastest and third fastest.
Yes. Does have to be said that David is making a catch-up to Feliks'
making moves.
Making massive moves. David Epstein, of course. He's been on the 3x3 grind a lot lately, but it's more known for his square one exploits. Former double world record holder. Broke the single and broke the single earlier this year. Broke the average last year.
Yeah, he's very good at square one, but I think he's kind of fallen out of square one in recent months.
Yeah.
He's much more motivated to practice 3x3, and I think he enjoys it a bit more. But still trying to stay pretty good at square one. I think he's pretty keen to win this weekend. He is pretty fast, quite a bit faster than Adrian. Although if he makes some mistakes and Adrian solves pretty well, it could be pretty close. David, funny guy.
Very, yes. So David in 3x3 has a 6.92 average. That currently places him 11th on the psych sheet, ranked by personal best average. He'll definitely be making some inroads into that because he's been doing a lot of grinding recently.
Yeah.
And he's capable of a lot better at the moment.
For sure, yeah. I think he's definitely capable of like a similar average to what I just got, like around sub 6.5.
Yeah, 6.5. I think somewhere in and around there. I do remember seeing probably a couple months ago, maybe 2-ish months ago, on his Instagram story, he was just posting, seemed like every single day he was getting a new PB average.
Yeah.
So it's very exciting to see that he's getting super, super fast and is hopefully going to translate that into good comp results.
Yeah, hopefully.
And obviously we have Feliks Zemdegs in this group as well.
Yeah.
Feliks Zemdegs needs no introduction, the greatest Speedcuber of all time. I think this is going to be a competition that he'd really, really, really want to do well in.
Yeah.
Won nationals earlier this year.
Only just,
we will say. It was quite close, maybe a bit too close for comfort, but this is probably first ever, continent championships. He'll really want to serve the win up here.
He would. I think he'll want to prove that he's not washed up just yet.
No,
he's
still more left
still at the top of his game.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
It's gonna be close with people like David and Riley.
Yep.
And Dwayne as well, and Jody. All of these guys that can get low 6 averages, maybe even faster. Feliks is definitely going to have to be on the top of his game. So yeah, in this group we're going to be watching David Epstein on station 2 and Feliks Zemdegs on station 6. We've also got Ethan Pride, one of the Team Redbacks, the main organisers of the competition, on station 1, right next to David.
Had an interview with Ethan earlier today. It was very exciting to talk about future prospects of the WCA.
Yeah.
New regulation changes, event changes, potential, of course.
Yes. He's a very smart guy, and all of the team leaders have been given their own limelight. They've been put in the limelight for like one group at this competition.
Yep.
Just to we can show them some praise, show them their appreciation.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they can have some fun.
The team leaders that have been an essential part of the crew at this competition have just done a fantastic job. All of them, we can say. Even just general staff on the floor.
Yeah.
Everything's been running super smoothly to the point where we could afford to have a gap in competing to get back on schedule.
Exactly. That was awesome.
Oh yeah, that was fantastic.
So good
lots
to
of
see.
shenanigans happening in that 15 minutes, I can tell you firsthand. But yeah, just the staff that have been on this competition, from the general crew just to social media, and then obviously stream team.
Yeah.
It's all been very well executed, I think.
Yeah, it's worth to mention that all of these 100+ people who are running, judging, scrambling, data entry, us on the stream team, the people at the registration desk, every single one of them, all volunteering.
Yeah.
It's amazing to see how many people come together just to make an event happen, and they're all taking time out of their weekend, out of their holidays probably.
Yeah, well, it's getting close to Christmas time, so they're missing out on valuable present shopping time, you might say. But yeah, obviously these are all volunteers just doing it out of the goodness of their heart and for the love of the sport.
Yeah, we do love it.
And it's fantastic to see. Very, very good to see. It's lovely when things turn out exactly how you kind of picture in your head, and just all of the floor runners here, all the floor runners here, just operating like clockwork.
Yeah.
But yes, Feliks and David Epstein are the two we're going to be keeping a keen eye on here.
And obviously Ethan Pride.
Obviously Ethan
Maybe
Pride.
he'll beat his PR single.
I tell you what, this front 6 stations here are quite loaded. I've also got David Pearce and Cameron Stollery around.
Yep. Some OG cubers.
Some national champions in Australia, and even Cameron Stollery, a former 2x2 world champion.
Yeah.
2x2 obviously being the hardest event.
All right, fun fact about Ethan Pride on station 1. His PR average is 13.24. And those in chat, have a guess what his PR single is. All right? The answer may shock you.
And it's not clickbait.
It's not clickbait.
No, the answer might even surprise you.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, we've got some people.
I feel like it's been a very well documented PR single, however.
So for those who don't know, 657.
657. Insane.
Over half his average. So he found this solution. I think it was 30 moves or something, where he just did a pretty simple cross, F to L, last layer skip.
Yeah.
And it was overall PB single by about 2 seconds, I think. And he'll probably never beat it again.
Well, I mean, never say never, but I think he would agree with you there.
Yeah.
It's definitely one of the stranger things to happen at an Australian comp this year.
For sure.
That was also actually a comp which he flew to, but not flew in a plane, as in he flew his own plane there.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, right?
And we were talking about that earlier. So it was himself, flew down to a competition in Hobart, and then that was a series competition with a competition in Launceston, which is about a 100-kilometre-ish drive north of Hobart in Tasmania. So after that Hobart competition, he hopped in his own plane with Miles Jarman, Arasandra Sue and Jodie Brewster, and they flew to the next competition the next day.
Amazing.
It's definitely one of the most unique ways to travel to a competition, flying yourself there.
Yeah, that's
very expensive though.
All right, got some cubes coming up. Ethan Pride, the first one.
Ethan Pride on station 1.
Let's see what he gets. To see if he beats his PR single.
I might be asking a lot, but I'm expecting a massive pop-up if in the rare situation that it does happen. If he gets a last layer skip here, he's on track.
Not quite.
Not quite. Okay, on station 2, just next to him, we have David Epstein about to start his first. We're keeping a keen eye on him, looking at breaking PR average.
9 seconds slower than his PR single for Ethan Pride. Oh, not quite.
A bit of a slack effort.
8.5.
It's nearly 2.5 times slower.
Right, David Epstein looking pretty good on this solve. Clean.
That's a very nice solve. A 5.92. Is it good?
Ooh.
Can't quite see here. It's just obscured by the tripod. I think Jayden reaching for delegate. Yep.
Yeah, they're calling.
We're going to have to call a delegate in on this one.
In the meantime, we're going to be watching Feliks's first solve. We'll get the verdict on that in a bit, on whether that's a +2 or not.
And Feliks starting now, PLL and a 667. No delegate needed there. That's clean.
Right, you got Miles Jarman and David Edwards having a look, trying to figure out if it's a +2 or not. Really close.
Requires double delegate action on this. This is
what is it?
It's
good.
Close. It looks like it's good. A 5.92.
All right. I think they're just waiting for confirmation. They called over a third delegate.
And a fourth delegate. Fourth delegate. We need to get the NZ.
A fifth delegate.
Six delegates.
It's really close to a +2.
Oh no, they've given it the +2. I think.
It's really close to a +2.
No, +2.
Oh no, they've given him the +2. Oh, poor David.
Poor David. It looked good for a moment.
Oh, they're getting more?
It must be exactly 50-50. You can't pick it.
Oh my goodness.
It's even. So of the 6 delegates that they've got to have a look at it, half have said yes, half have said no. We can't give a verdict. No one can tell.
Someone make their mind up. Oh no.
David Edwards calling carryover as well. There's no shortage of delegates.
What do we think, chat? +2 or no? We can barely see it from here because of the tripod, but I still want to hear your thoughts. +2?
It's been a roller coaster of emotions thus far. It was good, then it wasn't good.
And
we still haven't got a verdict. It's
Ed,
good.
We're saying
it's good again.
Okay.
After a ton of deliberation, a 5.92 on David's first.
Against Ed's opinion, Ed Hollingdale said he thinks it's +2, but I think they had a few delegates voting on it, and they decided that it was good.
It's wisdom of the crowd in the end. You have to go with majority rules, regardless of what you might think personally. A very, very solid solve for David. Not PR single. He has a 5.36 in competition.
Hopefully that doesn't throw him off too much.
No, well, I mean, I think it's given him, if anything, it's given him a bit more time to kind of give your hands a rest before the next solve. And speaking of next solve, Feliks Zemdegs now just about to do his second solve on station number 6.
That was a really clean solve from David there.
It was, and really pushing every single centre-second out of it with that last turn.
Ooh,
Feliks
really good solve
is
for
the fast solve.
David Feliks with a 5.10.
5.10, not to be outdone.
Wow, he was done with F2L so fast.
Yes, that looked very good. It was, I think, 4 seconds flat when he paused to recognise the PLL there. So definitely a very, very good solve. And biggest crowd reaction from this round. At least at the finish of the solve. I think we might have had a bigger reaction when it was announced David's solve was clean.
Alright, David has received his second cube. Hopefully we don't have...
After some time.
Hopefully we don't need 6 delegates after this solve.
This might be a new strategy he's working on, just pushing the final turn to the nearest degree to the good.
Right. Ooh, a bit fumbly in the F2L. And a bit of a lock-up in the PLL, but still a 667.
It's a 667.
He just made... pardon me.
Whoops.
He just made a 6.6 look quite bad.
Yeah. However, that is sub his current PR single, so he's locked 2 singles under his PR average,
Yes.
at the moment.
So he's in a good position.
He's in a good spot to break it, which is what we thought might happen. It seemed like a pretty likely outcome. But off to a good start.
David has done 2 solves, 592 and 667. Right, Feliks has received his 3rd cube. He's not doing too bad. It's a 667 and a 510.
510, of course, getting a decent crowd reaction. Crowd loves to see fast solves. On to his 3rd now.
Looking pretty clean. A bit of a fumble on the last pair and a lucky ZB.
531.
531.
And that's counting.
Wowee. That could have been better. He fumbled a little bit in F2L and had quite a lucky ZBL and still a 531.
Wow, that's
really
fantastic.
Good solving. Jeez.
So a 510 and a 531. Consecutive solves.
He's
very,
not over
very
yet.
good to see. It's not done yet.
We even saw a fist bump from Feliks there.
I think Perry's just completing bingo there. I think they had to get a sub 6 solve or something like that.
I can't quite remember.
I don't remember. I didn't grab one of the sheets. But Feliks, I think he's
David
just
doing his 3rd solve now on station 2.
David's about to start his 3rd. I think after that 531, Feliks has really got to get his head in the game now. He's trying his best. David just starting now, a bit slow on the F12, but this is fast as well. 589
for David.
This is fast.
He's counting a 5 and a 6.6.
Both of them are counting sub 6 times. This could be a fantastically fast average for David.
This is a crazy round.
This is, and it's only halfway done. This is incredible to watch. Both of these people on for, both of these competitors on for extremely, extremely fast averages. Definitely time to get in the zone.
Alright, we've got a nice split screen angle on the both of them now, so we can make sure we catch both solves. Both of these guys with a good shot of PR average, actually. I mean,
we could be looking at the first OCR average since 2019.
We could be.
This would be a comeback story for the ages.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
If he's able to pull it off, it'd be a fairy tale. But we can't get too ahead of ourselves yet, as you say.
Yeah.
So Feliks now just inspecting his 4th, coming off a 510 and a 531 consecutively. How's this one looking? It's good.
And a 575.
A 575.
Holy. What's his best possible?
Goodness
his
me.
best possible average is 539.
And not only that, worst possible average is still sub 6.
He's
his
already
worst
locked
possible
sub
average
6.
is a 591. He's locked the sub 6.
This is crazy.
Feliks's OCR average currently sitting at 553. What does he need for OCR? We need to run the stats. It might even be he needs sub 553.
On a 679 for David Epstein, locking a really good PR average.
Whoops.
I think that might even beat me.
I put that in the wrong screen. I've just posted 679 in chat, lol.
Yes, 680, 646 PR average. Sub me. Already first in the round. Well, second in the round.
Yes, second in the round after Feliks's results will get put in. But shaping up for an absolutely epic final solve, regardless of what happens. Both of these competitors already locked really, really good averages. Feliks locking a sub 6 and David locking PR. Sub 6.5. And sub UK national record.
Right, the crowd is very loud now. Lots of cameras out behind us. This is intense. What does he need for OCR?
He might need sub 553, I saw, but say sub 5.5, it could be.
Right, he's
in his last solve now. Pressure is very much on. All eyes on Feliks.
A little bit lucky. Nah, he doesn't have it.
Unfortunately, a 693. It's his worst solve, so he gets a 5.91 average out of
That's
it. Still
impressive.
sub 6.
He's still got it.
Wow, that was exhilarating though.
That was
even
really
to watch.
intense.
And David, don't forget, David could still improve on his 646 average. So to improve it, he just needs to beat a 6.79. All of these solves so far have been under his existing PR average.
Here we go. Really smooth
Really
solve.
solid.
This is looking so good. And on to PLL.
Yes,
it's a
he's got it.
627.
627.
That's a
That gives him a
629 average of
average.
5. Oh
my
days.
goodness.
I think that's probably top 20 in the world.
Well, we
yeah,
can
I
check
think
that
that's
for
I
you
think that's
quickly.
35th in the world, sorry.
Wowee.
Wow. Crazy good solving from David Epstein, really proving that the practice has paid off and also proving that he's, well, probably one of the best in the continent. That's
Yes.
Third fastest in the continent behind Feliks Zemdegs and Jody Brewster. He looks really stoked with that.
And not only that, that average also makes him the second fastest Victorian. He's beaten Riley Dexter's
He
PR
has.
average.
He's beaten Riley. And he's beaten me, so I've been pushed down to third in the round.
Yep, I'm sure that David will find a lot of comfort in the fact that he's subbed the UK national record.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll be bullying me later.
Oh, that's almost a guarantee.
Wow. That was so intense.
Yes, absolutely.
I was not expecting that.
So David Epstein, 35th in the world, tying Drew Brad's and Heidi Chan's averages.
Pretty solid.
Very solid.
Also, pure sub 7 like mine.
Pure sub 7. Yes.
Worst solve 679. All right, who have
Without
we
a
got
doubt,
up next?
He'll be very, very pleased with that.
Because that was crazy.
That was a fantastic round. Okay, so next group, groups 29 to 32, we'll be focusing on group 29 on the red stage. We've got a couple key people to watch. Got Alexander Vuzic, Megaminx Main, got OCR average yesterday, and Lennon Hughes, deputy delegate for Team Wallaby, and also has a sub 6 single and a 7.51 average. Wow, that last group was really something to behold, wasn't it? That was fantastic to watch.
I'll have to have a chat with them. Should we get David on the stream?
It could be worth getting David on. Might get David in. Do you want to interview?
Yeah, I'll have a chat with David.
Yeah, easy.
Come on around.
All right, so I'm just going to quickly sub out now.
Yeah, you too.
I was going to say it's
we'll
probably
Feliks and
even
David.
better to get Feliks Zemdegs and David Epstein onto the stream to talk about that round.
Hello, hello. There we are on the stream. Don't look at that video. That's it's a bit lagged. How are you?
Pretty excited.
Pretty excited. Tell the stream about that round. What were your expectations? What are you hoping for?
So I was feeling a little bit, not gonna lie, a bit sick before the round, like a bit tired. I thought I'd probably just like get an 8 or a 7. But no, I managed to get a very good average for me. I'm pretty happy about it, to be honest.
You're feeling a bit sick. Should I be worried?
No.
Okay.
No, fine.
So you started out with a 5, right?
Yeah, and it was like exactly 45, and
oh yeah, there was a big discussion.
Yeah, my video for that solve was 3 minutes. Okay. For one
Are we going to see the full 3-minute footage? I think
no,
maybe you can take this footage with the commentary. That'll be much better for the channel.
Yes.
Ask permission, of course. So you start out with a 5,
yeah.
and then you got a 6 after that, was it?
Yeah, 6.6.
6.6. Then another 5, which you then counted.
5.8.
Anything special about, notable about either of those?
I mean, my
solves?
6.6, I learned a ZBL yesterday.
And you did it?
And I did, like, I messed up the OLO, but then I got the ZBL that I learned. So I just did the ZBL.
Nice. And then the last couple, so you'd clinched a pretty good average by Solve 4.
Yes.
PB, definitely.
PB by a lot.
So, what were you feeling going into Solve 5? Pretty.
I was just already happy.
Free?
I didn't really mind what I got, and then I got a very good time. So yeah, very happy about that.
Nice.
I didn't think I would pull it off at this comp, but yeah, I definitely knew that I'll break my PB eventually, but I didn't think that I'll break it so soon.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good one. That one's been long overdue, I think, or at least a little while overdue to get something like that in comp. So really well done. And how was your square one earlier? It was pretty solid.
Pretty good, yeah.
Pretty solid, yeah.
5.96.
Yeah, not
good.
bad. Not bad.
Yeah.
Any questions in the chat for Dave? Feel free to send them through, and we'll collate some of those. But now it's time for you to interview me about my average.
What was your average?
Sub 6.
Sub 6.
I was pretty happy with that.
Very
The
nice.
scrambles were
pretty good.
Pretty nice. Yeah. The first one was really nice, and I kind of made a few mistakes and got a few nice cases on the rest of them. A couple of ZBs and a kind of easy OLL into U-perm, but yeah, I was on track. I could have got OCR on the last one actually.
Oh wow.
I had a 6 and then 5.1, 5.3, 5.7, and then I got a 6.9 on the last.
So that's why everybody was cheering.
Yeah, no, cheering for you as well. Yeah. And how did you find the Rubik's relay yesterday?
Oh, so fun.
Really?
Yes.
You were the most nervous out of anyone there, from what I could tell.
Oh, I wasn't really nervous.
Sure,
I was more just excited.
You were the one person that had the warm-up cube coming up to the station.
Yeah, and I was the fastest person.
You were, exactly. It paid dividends.
Exactly.
Give the audience a bit of insight into what was happening backstage with the teams and groups. Any funny stories?
Funny stories? I don't really think so. I think we were just sort of sitting there, waiting for everything to happen.
Riley didn't really want to go on the seat. He was just kind of sitting on the floor.
Yeah, he was just sitting on the floor because he was reserving his seat for his coffee cups.
Yeah, exactly. Feel free to send through any questions for Dave. But what does that rank you in the world now? 629, pretty decently.
Can we check that, please?
We can
I'm not sure.
We can have a look. That's the psych sheet. That's not the rankings. 629. Tied with Drew Brads and Heidi Chan.
35. That's very good.
35th in the world. You'd be happy with that.
I will.
So, how's your commentary skills?
Not good.
Do you want to give it a go? You got who?
Who do we have?
Who have we got on the stream now? We've got Lennon Hughes on station number 1. Johnny Charlesworth station number 2. So when we get some of their cubes out, I'll let you give it a whirl. Is there anyone back home watching? Dad here today?
He couldn't get on the stream.
Couldn't get on the stream.
Figure out how to do it.
It's just a URL.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he just said he couldn't figure out how to get on it. Actually, I'll probably just text him now.
Yeah, that you'll be able to get the replay, and I'm sure it'll be very exciting to pull that footage.
Of course.
So we've got Jonathan Charlesworth. Who have we got? Alex Vucic on station number 6 here, going for his, I think it's his second solve now. Rocking the Speedcube NZ t-shirt. And that's a really nice solve from Alex, 609.
Ooh.
Very happy with that. Alex obviously got the Megamix there next to him.
I was next to him before the round. He was getting like pretty good times, sub-7s a lot.
Yeah.
So he'd be happy with that.
That's very nice. Yeah, I'm sure if he put the time into it, he could easily improve in 3x3 and get to that sub-7 range.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, those scramblers were pretty nice. Pretty nice. There was one where I had 3 free pairs.
What?
Yeah.
I don't think the scrambles were that lucky. I just think they were like not hard. Which I'll take.
Yeah, there was never one where I didn't have any idea what I was going to do. I mostly planned 2 pairs in both actually.
I don't have any X crosses or anything, but like the first one, I think my inspection was like 3 seconds. I didn't really look at
Okay.
anything. I just saw my pair and went.
Nice.
Lennon with a 687.
Oh, very nice from Lennon. So, what are you looking forward to tomorrow? Obviously, big day. Are you going to go home now and conserve some energy, get a big night rest, or what are your plans for the rest of the day? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Probably most excited for 3x3 finals and square one finals.
Yeah, 3x3 finals should be pretty good. Should be pretty good.
Yeah.
Who do you want to go up against in the head-to-head? Who would be your favourite?
Riley.
Yeah, Dave v Riley. That's an iconic matchup.
Of course.
That is an iconic matchup.
I think that would be my dream matchup.
I think so. That'd be a good one.
Because I've never went against him
in a head-to-head. No.
Being against you, so I'd like to go against Riley.
How many head-to-heads have you done?
I've done all the Melbourne Summer ones, so it's 4.
Yep.
And then
Osmats.
the one at Nationals, so that's 5.
And you've competed.
Oh, there was one in Hobart as well.
Right.
Yeah.
And how have you found those? And do you have anything that you're kind of changing up from what you did at Osnats, or any takeaways or anything different?
At Osnats, like, it just felt so weird because it felt like I was on the spotlight of a stage.
Yeah.
I feel like I know everybody was watching me, but it was quite scary.
Yeah.
So I didn't know, like, I was shaking so much.
Definitely.
But
it's always a bit
I pretty much just solved the same as how I usually do. But I definitely don't really perform extremely well in like head-to-heads.
Well, you did in Melbourne Summer this year. That was
Yeah.
a solid average. That was PR at the time.
PR at the time,
Yeah,
yes, it was.
but you've improved a long way in there. Lennon with a 5.60, so he's counting that 6.
Yeah, wow. That's his second all.
Giving you a run for your money. Do you think Lennon can get a 6.2 average?
Alexander with a 6.5 as well.
That might have been. Oh no.
No, because they just took his cube.
He doesn't solve mega rings in 6.5. Yeah. Wow. You've obviously had experience competing in the World's final as well for Square One, so you're no stranger to these big competitions. So hopefully that experience really helps you this weekend.
Yeah, but this comes probably my first like big competition that I could probably like do well in. He's happy with that.
Yeah,
I think he's going for a sub 8 average.
Right, so Alex Vucic is seeing that 6.5 and the 7.9 at least.
Yes.
It's pretty solid. So seeing some really good 3x3 results so far this round.
And
obviously Chris Mills with the national record.
You 5.9.
Yeah, 5.91. I'll take that. Oh, I should have saved it for the finals, but that's all right. Riley was on a really good average. He had some insane turning and a few mistakes in some of his solves really cost him, but he was heading for a similar kind of mid to low 6. Unfortunately, a few too many mistakes in a couple of his solves, but he started out, I think that 8.41 was his 4th solve. You can see there his like cross and first 3 pairs were insane, and then just kind of it fell apart. So
wow.
So a lot of really fast and competitive 3x3 solving this afternoon, and we've got Leo coming up as well.
Oh, of course.
That'll be very exciting.
I might have to stay to watch that.
Apparently you're warming up with Square One for 3x3. Is that the case? No. Or is it something else? Judges? No. Okay.
I think I did.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, Lennon keeping it very casual here. He's probably feeling a bit nervous counting that 6, but just staying relaxed and chatting to his competitor, Jonathan Charlesworth, on station 2. But let's see how Lennon goes on this solve. Pretty smooth solving for those first couple of pairs. Few lockups there, a few pauses, and it's unfortunate.
That's all right.
Finishes up with a 971.
Alexander. Yeah.
Very good, very good. Well, thanks so much for coming on, Dave.
Thank you
I'm
for
sure you want to
having
go home and get to bed and have some food and stuff like that. It's been a long day, I'm sure. And tomorrow will be probably maybe not as long, but a bit more intense.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
So good luck for the rest of the comp.
Thanks for coming on. Congratulations again. 6:29 average PR. Smashing the old PR. I don't know what it was. What was it?
It was actually the reverse. 692.
692. Wow, that's a 0.6 improvement basically.
Yes. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks for coming on, mate.
See ya.
So that was David Epstein there, kindly joining us after we competed together in the previous wave of groups for 3x3. Currently placed second in the round, 6:29 PR. And yeah, like I said, the kind of cases and scrambles that we had were pretty friendly for solving in our heats. So we were able to manage a couple of pretty nice averages between us, and actually no solves over 7 between us, which is quite nice. Alex Vucic is looking very happy with his last attempt there. He's got his croc thongs over there. But yeah, it looks to have recorded a PR potentially. Not sure though. In terms of my average, there's a question how I was feeling. So going to Sol 5. Actually, I was taking it pretty casual because I knew both of the judges and Cam Stollery as well. So I was kind of taking it pretty easy, having a bit of a chat and keeping it very casual, and I think that really helped. Going to last solve I actually made a mistake on my final F2L pair, so I ended up kind of doing 5 F2L pairs and kind of messing up the last solve, but it was solid otherwise. How are you, Michael? How's it going? Everything, it's all heating up now.
I was going to say, I've just popped in for a little spot of commentary. I noticed that there was a spot free.
Very good.
And yeah, I think I was very, very happy to watch that round. Or first of all, between yourself and David, some very, very top quality solving.
Good bit of back and forth. Yeah.
Yes, very good bit of back and forth. We had the split screen going on.
Oh,
both of you
nice!
guys. Yeah, we got that set up, so that was really, really good stuff all round. And then also the tracker as well. That just testing that out before finals, and that was really good to be able to give accurate worst and best possible averages.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So what was my BPA? It was
530, something like that. 539, I think, maybe.
Nice.
But yeah, you'd locked sub 6
by the 4th. Yeah.
On the 4th, yeah. 591 was the worst possible,
and we got the worst possible.
Unfortunately.
Still,
but
sub 6, I'm very happy with that.
I was going to say you would still be quite pleased with that round, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Especially we were very hyped after the consecutive 510 and 531, thinking probably you'd be getting into a good headspace. Really wanted to capitalise on those first.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I wasn't too nervous about it.
At
all actually throughout the round. Maybe a little bit going into the last, but
that's a given. Really,
was feeling pretty good.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But we'll see. 3 more rounds to go.
Yeah, absolutely. We're chock full of 3x3 rounds tomorrow. But yes, on WCA Live, we're just seeing that last group's results being entered, and Feliks and David top 2. So definitely a very, very good round there. Good group.
But
we haven't seen
it gets
Leo
even
yet.
more exciting, and I believe the next group features our very own Jay McNeill.
Yes.
And also the Asian record holder, 5th ranked competitor in the world, Leo Boromir from the Philippines, who's travelled to Melbourne for the Oceanic Championships.
Going to be a spectacle to watch him solve, I reckon. Seen a lot of videos, but myself personally, never seen him solve in the flesh. Very excited to see what he can pull off.
Me too. So
especially with 4 rounds.
Yes, absolutely. So that's coming up for you guys.
Should be something good to watch.
Very, very shortly. And
absolutely.
So we're almost finished for the day.
Yeah, we're almost finished. So
it's flown by.
We've got about half an hour left. Yeah, it's just gone by so fast, really.
Yeah.
We are also running about 15 minutes ahead, even after that little 15-minute breather that we had earlier. But
oh wow, that's excellent job from the teams.
Oh yes, just a testament to how quickly they're all working and done very efficiently. I was just saying to Chris before, it's great when everything comes off exactly how you planned it in your head. And I think the floor running by these teams has been exquisite.
Absolutely. So I think we're going to go with the potentially the split screen here again. We've got Jayden and Leo. I'd say Leo's the favourite for the competition by a fair stretch. He's been getting, so far this year, only been able to go to 4 competitions with the pandemic and kind of coming in and out, but hopefully he'll be able to go to a lot more next year. But his comps so far in 2022, he's been getting basically low 6 pretty consistently, and a few sub 6s, including that 5:48 average.
Yes.
So, yeah, he's definitely our favourite for the comp.
Yes, and thoughts on maybe potentially breaking Asian record again?
I think so. It's definitely possible. I mean, he's talked about, world record.
Well,
but one step at a time, I say.
Oh, well, remains. Yeah, well, we will we'll see as we go, but definitely would like to inch closer to that world record mark, beating his PR. About to see a very special guest on Station 1 as well.
Oh, wow. Our very own Kerry Jarman on Station 1.
One of the 2 redbacks, making sure that this competition was able to come to life.
It's amazing. So she's
the absolute queen of Australian speedcubing, Kerry Jarman.
So expecting to see some quick times from that station.
Yeah.
5 quick times out of 10.
Yeah. Well, hey, don't sell Leo too short.
Kerry looks very relaxed. A bit of a warm-up routine, chatting to the judge, a bit of stretching.
Probably hoping that some of the cubing skill she can absorb that's just oozing out of Leo, just in his aura.
Learn a few new finger tricks, absolutely.
Yeah. Just doing a couple warm-up solves at the moment. And then obviously also we have Jayden McNeill on Station 5, next to Liam Heidecek, who had a good showing in the big cubes and 4x4 and just yesterday.
Crowd getting excited for Leo. You can hear in the background.
Yes.
Expecting to hear a fair bit of applause, we would think, for a few sub 6s.
Fun fact also about Leo Borromeo. His idol is another Leo.
Indeed.
Leo Messi. Wonder if he's been watching much of the World Cup recently.
I believe he's been watching a lot.
Yes,
a lot,
I'd
and
imagine
supporting
so.
Argentina and Leo Messi.
Yep. And what's in a name, really?
Exactly. Well, this Leo is Leonardo. I guess Messi is Lionel.
Yes, but
both of them, I guess, their skill. I don't know exactly the right way to word it, but something about stature and skill, and
right,
Leo Messi obviously famously shorter and way better than most other soccer players. And Leo, well, he's still young, but
you might even say pocket rocket.
Pocket rocket. But he's grown up a fair bit. He's much taller than I remember him last time.
And expanded his repertoire as well.
Exactly.
OH and 4x4. Quite notable additions to events he's maining. And he's getting quite good at those.
He is. Definitely.
But the 3x3, obviously the Asian record holder and the event everybody wants to be good at. So definitely a lot of effort put into there. Skills not lost.
We're just waiting for the scrambles to come out now. A bit of a pause in proceedings.
Yes.
We're running a little bit ahead of schedule, so they've kind of sat the competitors down. So the competitors there have been waiting around a little while. Do you think that's affecting how Leo or anyone else might be feeling going into this average? Or
it would definitely vary from person to person. Me, myself, I definitely like getting the little bit of extra time to space out and prepare myself, but I think some people might just get a little bit restless, want to get it over and done with while they're in a flow state.
Here we go though, Leo on station number 2, getting ready for his first solve. Puts the warm-up cube down. And away we go. Takes a deep breath. Looking around the cube a fair bit. A lot of rotations in this inspection, but we'll see how it goes. Very smooth.
Oh, and it was looking quite good up until the cube drop. ZBLL, and it looked like he was done at about 5.3, and then just had to finish off that last turn.
Yeah, missed the AUF on that last layer, unfortunately. But still better than the +2.
Definitely so.
Yeah, pretty smooth start for Leo. And we've got Kerry Jarman.
We missed Jay's solve as well. He's already done his first.
Right.
He started inspection just a little bit after Leo, so we're not quite sure what he got there.
It's always nice when the competitors on the kind of different tables are staggered and they go one after the other. We had a few examples of that earlier in the day where it was really, really nice for the commentators, just one after the other. And
yeah. But likewise, we've had a few head-to-head matchups. I'm trying to think.
There's 37.79, very solid, and gets the round of applause,
and rightly so.
And it's a standing ovation, would you believe? I wonder if
rapturous round of applause
might have distracted a few of the other competitors. So.
I think it was well worth it.
Exactly.
No,
exactly. Maybe not on every solve.
Yeah, maybe not. The bit might get old a bit quick.
But yeah, massive result.
Yes,
over there
very
on
much
Station
so.
1. Oh no. Okay, Kerry has an official average of 36 and official single of 29 for those wondering.
So the round of applause, while very deserved, she's still capable of a lot better.
All right, Leo and Jay, both getting their cubes at the same time. So let's see how we go here. Could we see a simultaneous head-to-head race? Not quite, although. If Jay does 15 seconds of inspection and Leo does 3, then maybe they'll start at the same time. Jay is doing quite a long inspection. And just starting a little bit ahead of Leo there. This looks pretty smooth.
Leo starting on station 2. It was a pretty fluid solve, especially last layer, but a 6.39.
Yep, Jay's was looking good. A little bit of lockups on the PLL. But yeah, solid solve from Jay, and Leo will be probably looking for something a little bit more.
That's me. I have to go.
I'll
have to go. I'm competing in Group 37.
They've saved the best for last.
Just
they absolutely have. Call over the radio.
For some reason, they've put me on the red stage. That's all right. I'll roll with it.
All right. All the best,
Michael.
Watch out. They've just called the final groups for 3x3 and the final groups for today's session. Michael has to go, and Tom's coming in to commentate for the last 15 to 20 minutes or so. How are you going, Tom?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Didn't go the best in 3x3, but I think I've made it to the next round for sure.
Nice, nice.
And what have we got? We've got Leo. Is he finishing his average? Where is he at?
He's on solve number 3. So he started with a 5.88. With it could have been a low 5, but missed the last move and kind of dropped the cube and picked it up afterwards, and then 6.39. But
yep.
Yeah, let's see how he goes on the next solve. Turning is very quick.
Yeah.
Not the greatest last layer cases it looked like, but a solid solve nonetheless. 625 there. Shout out to Mitchell Lane again. That's the second 625 I've commentated today.
Mitch Lane. I haven't heard that name in a long while.
And
really.
looks like Jay got a 7.97 while we were focusing on Leo. Kerry Jarman getting ready for a second solve. Started out with a 37. High 37 it was.
Taking a deep breath. Here she goes. Super mum, super delegate. All round lovely lady, Kerry.
Some unique finger tricks there, but looks to be fairly efficient with her F2L solving. Leo's just warming up, not an official solve. Looks like Kerry's just about to finish the F2L there, and it's given herself a dot case.
Oh, not great.
So let's see how she handles that.
Should struggle with that last pair a little bit, but
she's not going to be happy with this at all. Let's see the reaction though. Last time there was a standing ovation.
When she
this
sees
time
it's not sub 40. Oh.
Still a bit of applause.
Are they clapping at Kerry? Wasn't it?
They are clapping for Kerry. Yes.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah. And Jayden, I think on his fourth solve with a 782. So Jay's looking at a kind of high 7 average at the moment, potentially. Which will place him solidly, and we think around that high 7 mark is probably what we're looking at for making the finals.
The finals tomorrow, yeah.
We think probably sub 8 is around the mark.
Yep.
So that'll be very intense in the semi-finals when we get there.
Oh, for sure.
So at the moment, Leo is looking at a second spot potentially if he can keep these times up. David Epstein obviously getting his PR 629 average.
Yeah, that was
in the first round.
Very good average. Riding on that +2 as well. It's a big decision, but turned out well for him.
Leo coming up for his fourth solve now. Looked like a really easy yellow cross there.
It did,
a few solved cross paces. Very smooth F2L into the PLL. 601.
601.
A few lockups on the last layer there.
Yeah.
But still, worst time of 639. So his average possibility, best possible average 605, worst possible 622. So some very consistent solid solving from Leo. He's guaranteed for second position in the round.
Kerry looks like she's off to a much better run with this solve.
Oh,
low 30 here, 32.
32. Woo. Very solid.
The crowd goes wild.
Okay, and Jayden.
That's why they put her on the #1 spot, hey, Feliks.
Absolutely.
The fan favourite today.
Jayden here with his final attempt. Looks like quite a nice scramble potentially, or it looked like he was on an easier start than.
Yeah, that cross looked very fast, but
yeah, maybe a bit of a mistake there. So 913. Not too sure what Jay's first solve was, but I think he was counting the 797 and the 782. So.
We weren't sure of the first, so
should be in the high 7s, I think. And the next group coming up, we've got Dwayne Ramos from New Zealand and also Adrian Mateen.
Yeah.
Is that how you pronounce it? From New Zealand also.
Yeah, nice.
A couple of very fast competitors.
Yeah, who did well in the Rubik's Relay as well. Dwayne pulled out some very fast solves last night. And setting in some records as well in the big cubes.
Here's a head-to-head matchup we've been waiting for all day. Kerry Jarman, Leah Borromeo. One solve. One solve to take it all. Oh, this is really fast from Leo. And very lucky ZBLL there, and he's not happy with it, but that had potential. So 6.4 there for Leo.
Gives him a 6.22 average.
6.22 average. Just in front of Dave Epstein there in the first round.
Nader in chat saying this could be PR potential for Kerry.
Yeah, could be, although this solve is not looking...
No, not looking great.
Too strong. So
another 40.
Unless she knows her PLLs, I think it's game over for a PR. So she's got one more solve, I think.
Yeah, but that's going to be, she's going to be counting that 45 from before.
She's not happy at all. She's not happy at all. The crowd goes wild, but Kerry's not satisfied.
No.
She wants
Doesn't
more.
reassure her.
She's been putting in the practice all year.
She tries to
come
hide.
to the Oceanic Championships. Oh no, she's finished her average. There you go.
Nice. She tries to hide that competitiveness, but deep down she's hoping for more there.
Yeah. So, we're almost done. Almost done for the day. Any plans for the evening?
One more heat, or is
one more heat?
One more heat, yeah.
One more heat.
I think I'm gonna go home early, tuck in for an early night. I'm pretty exhausted after the last 2 days.
Yeah, me too. Me too. You can see it in my eye bags on the big screen. It's
Yeah.
lovely.
It's a bit different, coming down to the daylight savings as well. Getting quite late nights as well, having to leave the comp and then get dinner and that sort of thing.
But it is nice that when we walk out of the venue at 7, 8,
Yeah.
8:30, it's still light outside.
Yeah.
You don't feel like the whole day's gone. So
No,
that
it
is
is
lovely.
nice. Yeah, it is.
And I don't understand why you would want the sun rising at 4:30 a.m. It really makes no sense to me.
No, yeah.
So for those who may not
Queensland's
understand,
interesting.
Queensland, the state above New South Wales and Victoria, does not use daylight savings. It's a bit too complicated to be
Yeah.
changing the clocks a couple times a year, but
Yeah.
Victoria and New South Wales do have daylight savings, and so get to make a bit more out of their day, whereas sunrises, at some quite early times.
Yeah, it's a 4:30 sunrise. It really is. I tried to get to the beach for a surf at sunrise the other week, and I realized, it's not winter anymore. I'm gonna have to be up very early.
Yeah,
it's a bit rough, but no, yeah, it's so strange. At 8:30 last night, and it's looking like 6 o'clock, coming out of winter into summer here.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like very long days.
Got Chris Mills over there taking a look at his.
He's looking back over his national record.
Yeah, tears in his eyes. The glory. Did it for King Charles. He did. That's what he said.
King Charles.
Points up at the crowd for Queen Lizzie as well. Sorry, up at the ceiling.
Is that right, Chris? Was that for King Charles and Queen Lizzie?
Making the monarchy proud. And he's got himself a nice 4th place at the moment, but we would have thought that would be probably top 3. You'd think a 6.4 would be getting yourself on the podium, but everyone's performing really solidly, which is great to see. It's great to see.
And the crowd was very pleased with your sub-6s as well.
I was pretty happy too.
Yeah. Must feel good to whip them out again. Like the low 5s as well.
Yeah. Put myself in OCR position, which was nice. I haven't had a shot at that for quite a while.
It was
I think
5.39 best possible.
Yeah, that would have been really nice, but didn't quite get it on the last.
Hey, 3 more chances. If you can keep that flow stayed up, and some good scrambles.
Much better than my Rubik's relay solving. So here we have station 3 and 4 is who we're going to be really focusing on. So on the left we've got Adrian, and on the right we have Dwayne. Now Dwayne's a RU user and the New Zealand national record holder, and Adrian is very fast and notably known for his square one national records for New Zealand, but generally a pretty good all-rounder as well. This is the Kiwi heat.
Yeah, and New Zealand has been doing very good across the whole competition, considering it's I would say there's a majority of Australians. Hey.
Yes.
By a fair bit.
But most of the hardcore, dedicated, and
experienced
Kiwi competitors have made the trip over.
Definitely.
Unfortunately, we don't have Ben Kirby here, who was the New Zealand national champion last weekend. There's a bit of applause there. Not quite sure what it was for. I think Dwayne's still warming up. And so you'll see with Dwayne's solves, he uses a different method to the majority of speed cubers, known as roux. So instead of kind of building the cube up layer by layer by layer and getting to that top layer, you'll see actually he finishes his solves with a lot of turns with that middle slice. So actually he's solving just 6 edges to finish the solve, and it's quite a unique and very different
after building up the sides, you can see
as you can see there, yeah.
So it's a very, very quick ending.
Yeah.
With that SE.
Last 6 edges, they call it, yeah. So yeah, a couple of different solving styles here. Dwayne with a national record of... Scroll back up. Dwayne with a national record of 6:51 average.
Yeah, well.
His single's only 5:54, so looking for something a bit better than that, I would think. Because relative to that average and relative to the averages that he's been consistently churning out this year,
very consistent. Yeah,
he'd want to he'd be. That's definitely within range and beatable. The New Zealand national record, if I can remind myself, just quickly with the assistance of the internet, the New Zealand national record single solve time is currently 5:19, held by Adrian. So on the left-hand side, Adrian with a 5:19 national record single. So that'll be a time to look out for here.
Here he goes.
Smooth turning, and not sure what's happening there, but amused reaction.
Looks like he was maybe something didn't go exactly to plan there.
Now we have Dwayne at station number 3, taking the headphones off and putting the earmuffs on.
Bucket hat under the table. Serious business now.
Yeah, and as you can see there, the optimal inspection strategy of having your head to one side, the side glance,
We hope to see that in the finals with all our competitors.
Pretty smooth turning there onto CMLL on the last 6 edges. Not some...
Oh, and he gets a plus 2. He didn't realise it yet, but...
And the +2.
It's a very unfortunate occurrence for his first solve of the average.
Dwayne getting the 9.76 there on the first one. The last 6 edges, he was on him at a reasonable point, but it looked like either there was a mistake or some really nasty cases, because that last stage of the solve looked fairly slow relative to what he's normally capable of.
Yeah, he's got his headphones on, doing some solves to get back in that zone. Perhaps listening to some calming jazz music, or maybe some heavy trap.
Wondering, yeah.
I always wonder what people are listening to, because that interested me in the lead up to Oceanic. Everyone's those warm up songs on the posts.
Yeah.
Which some of them were definitely just jokes, but it still made me think, like, wonder what everyone would be listening to if they could here.
Oh, and Adrian getting either the EPLL skip or a PLL skip with a 6.969. Someone clip that. Yeah. So that's not too bad as a start.
Some nices in the chat. Yep, thank you. Luke Garrett says, OMG. Vincent in the chat as well. Definitely getting clipped there. And Dwayne.
Oh, he's really not happy
He's
with that.
kicking himself there. He got to that last stage very quickly there. Looks like
really?
another mishap.
Looks like a mistake. Some some emotional reactions.
Yeah.
Dwayne. Yeah, I think in the pre-competition music voting, I was probably, I haven't checked, but at the time that I looked, it was about 20 votes to 0 that I was losing. So it was the biggest landslide.
Yeah.
People didn't appreciate my music tastes of basic pop, featuring, I think it was a Dua Lipa,
Yeah, come on,
One
Feliks.
Republic, and
Come
Harry
on.
Styles.
I can forgive you for Harry Styles and maybe Dua Lipa, but One Republic.
Oh, but it was so good. But it was from the Top Gun Maverick. It was the,
Oh,
it was
was
the
it
Top Gun
in the-
Maverick
yeah.
song.
Okay, true.
Don't normally listen to too much One Republic or very much at all. So, anyways, I could have been a bit more creative, I suppose. Adrian on his third solve here.
Oh, little lock up there, but finishes PLL to 7.05.
It's pretty solid turning there on some of those last layer cases. Who did you have? Who was your favourite music playlist? If you remember.
Oh, there's too many.
Yeah,
Hey.
there is too many.
There's too many.
I believe there has been a Spotify playlist made from the
Seriously?
pre-competition competitor songs. Yeah. So I'm not sure if it's publicly available, but potentially if you search up Oceanics 2022, you'll be able to find the Spotify playlist contributed to by a number of our finalists and potential finalist competitors.
Have a look, chat. See if we can find that, and maybe that's what Feliks can listen to going into his finals tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I haven't really listened to much music at all. During rounds, pre-rounds. I think I did a little bit of it. Back
recently or ever?
No, not really ever. A couple. I think I did it at Worlds 2013 for a few events.
Yeah, right.
But apart from that, it's not been something I've ever tried. But
Bit of One Republic, maybe? That was back in their heyday, wasn't it?
I think I definitely remember. I don't know if you'll know this song, maybe not. There's this song called Melbourne Sound. It's very explicit, but it's this kind of a meme song.
Right.
With a very heavy drop. I listened to it in all my Big Cube finals in
Hyped
Worlds
you up.
2013. It really hyped me up. And then,
Yeah,
then I
right.
popped my 6x6. It's too hyped up.
Alright, we have Dwayne going for his third soul.
A little bit of a pause there. Finishes CMLL and a bit of hesitation on those last 6 edges. 744.
This is still only first round though, and he's guaranteed a spot almost going into the next round. Adrian on the left starting his solve.
Oh, the cube drop. He's done
No,
the J McNeill, except he's done a few extra moves. And a 10 seconds slower. But
yeah, he doubles his time there. It looked very smooth in the middle there, just until that PLL messed him up.
So 14.78. Hopefully that's not counting for Adrian.
Someone with a very helpful insight that Dwayne he only needs to count a 4.75 for the NR. So, if you're listening, Dwayne,
fingers crossed.
No pressure. Just whip out a couple of 4s and we'll be fine. Oh yeah, so it was you, were you matched against the person who said Barbie Girl? And
yeah, it was.
Who was
Lennon.
that?
Yeah, it was Lennon.
Lennon. Okay, that was my favorite. Yeah, I
Yeah.
just couldn't remember who said those.
And I don't think I answered the brief correctly. I think it was supposed to be like hype songs, and I just picked like songs I really enjoyed.
Right. Yeah.
That may not necessarily get me hype. The Dua Lipa one definitely is the.
Was it Levitating?
It was Don't Start Now.
Don't
Start Now.
It's got a good bass line in it. Yeah.
I've been to one concert since the pandemic, and it was a month ago. It's Dua Lipa
Who's
here
Dua
at Rod
Lipa?
Laver Arena, and it was.
Rod Laver. Wow.
It was, look, not the best night of my life, but definitely podium potential.
Oh really?
It
Really?
No, it was amazing.
Yeah. Okay. Respect that.
Adrian on his last solve here.
Oh, a little bit lucky again.
Very lucky. 8:05, and Dwayne subs just after Adrian here. Dwayne with a corner twist. That's very unfortunate.
No, he's not going to be happy with the counting.
Counting the 974. So Adrian looks like he's snagged himself a 754 average. And Dwayne, not sure if he's completely done his average yet, but
he has one more, it looks like, and his worst possible 8.98. Best possible 8.18.
Yeah, so definitely a long way off what he's been doing recently. But like you say, it is only the first round, and really these results are not what matters at the end of the day. At Oceanics, I mean, they're a good opportunity to break records and PBs, but it comes down to the 5 solves in the final.
Yeah, it does. Hey.
That's the consolation that Dwayne can take here.
Yeah, I've actually went to a little concert here in Melbourne after I touched down. Just a little local one. Phoebe Go, some of you probably don't know. No Dua Lipa, but it was a nice quiet atmosphere.
Okay, Dwayne on his last solve.
Yeah, inspecting his last solve. $9.95. Yeah, unfortunately he's not going to be happy with that at all, but it will surely take him into the next round.
Yeah.
Happens, hey.
It does. We've all been there.
Yep.
We've all been there. What's the most disappointing? Not to bring up any memories, but while we're on the topic, what's the most disappointed you've been after a round?
After having my average stuck at the 9.13 for about 2 years and actively averaging 8.5 at home, and then I got 2 counting 8s, and then somehow managed to count like a 12 or a 13 or something ridiculous and ruined my average. And it's like, oh, great. Now I've got to wait another three months to probably get another 9-second average. Yeah. That's it for me. I haven't been on a world stage like you, but what about you?
I'm
sure there's been a few.
It's the World's 2011. That was the most disappointed I've been after a round. But that's how cubing goes. 5 solves, you only get kind of one opportunity to make a mistake. It's high pressure, very high pressure. And it's, I always say it's a bit different to kind of very physical sports or other competitive hobbies where if you're nervous, you can kind of take out your energy by running faster or doing something
or smashing
with your body. Something that requires really fine motor skills under this kind of high pressure is...
well, it's like every nerve is amplified, right? Because you're on a smaller, fine motor scale.
But again, this is just round 1. So we've got 3 more rounds to go of 3x3.
Okay.
They'll all be happening tomorrow.
We've got coming up in Station 2, we're moving the amazing Alex's final solve onto the red stage. He seems very happy about it. He loves the spotlight, and it's just him as looks like one of the final competitors.
So let's hear it for Alex in the chat, and I'm sure the crowd's going to go.
Show him some love.
going to go wild for this. Former New Zealand national record holder, I believe.
Oh, really?
Let me just double check that. I could be completely wrong, but let's check Alex's solving stats. So he's got a 10.36 average and a 7.24 single. And yes, previously, the New Zealand national record holder, so back in 2015, Alex's PB, which gave him the national record, was 887. And at Wellington Autumn 2016, very memorable comp. There we go.
14.34. We have no idea how the rest of his average went, but the applause in the crowd is resonating regardless.
And he also broke the average, not world record, national record in 2016. But these days he focuses on his emceeing.
Yeah.
Yep. The master of ceremonies, Alex Asbury himself, finishing off the day. It's been fantastic. Big round of applause going on now for everyone who's been helping and competing. And
and a massive shout out to that crew. I've heard it from a lot of them today. They're tired. It's been a big day. Lots of judging, lots of running, scrambling, all that stuff.
One more to go. And a huge shout out to Daniel and Peter, who've been running the stream all day, all weekend.
Yep, thank you guys.
It's been
doing
absolutely
an amazing
incredible.
job as
and
well.
just to be able to bring you guys all of this, we're very lucky, and we hope you consider yourselves lucky too. To be able to watch Oceanics.
And for all the competitors as well, looking back on this in next week or in however many years and seeing, capturing this for everyone is really important as well.
There's a long summer up ahead, and I'm sure there'll be many cubers just playing this in the background 10 hours straight times 3 during some cubing sessions.
Doing some cubing sessions, yeah.
Because, that's the benefit of being here. You get to... You don't get to see the commentary, but you get to rewatch it all.
No, and there's definitely been some interesting interviews that I'm looking forward to going back on. Some of which I did hear, the loud bits, but no, there's definitely some great content in here.
I wonder who our audience's favourite interviews so far from the weekend have been. Any particular highlights?
Yeah, what do you guys think? Have you had any highlights, any best interviews? Welcome.
Just wrapping things up.
We're not on screen anyway.
No, we're not on screen, but we've got the whole team on. The whole Kookaburra team.
Hey, Leon. We're getting get down there, Leon. He's hit it away.
Out of the way. Oh, we're doing a team photo, and we're live on the stream.
Yeah, hold that one, Felix.
All right.
Zach.
What's going on down there? Sorry, Leon.
The stream's just chopping the heads off, but for the photo, we'll be fine.
Squish in, guys. Bend down.
Carrie's camera first. Yeah. And David's camera. GD Cuba's camera. Keep looking at David. Whoops.
Yep, look at the DSLR.
It's good. Still got 129 viewers watching this, which is fantastic.
This is
still
the
live.
longest minute of their lives.
Actually, it's gone up to 131
just
as we're speaking. So
the retention is amazing. They love it. Someone's saying the silence.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us today. I think Michael's volunteered to do the sign-off. The official sign-off.
The official sign-off,
from Michael Tripodi. But thank you so much.
Ladies and germs, been good to have you with us for this day 3 of the WCA Rubik's Oceanic Championship 2022. I hope you enjoyed today. The first couple rounds of 3x3 and 2x2. Some good times in there as well.
Definitely.
Hopefully it was as enjoyable for you to watch as it was for us to commentate.
Have we got an outro song?
See
you guys tomorrow. Thanks. And just like that, the mystical Tripodi has disappeared. He's vanished from thin air.
Are we still live? Okay.
I don't know, but I'm going to stare into the camera until they turn it off. Have you been doing that the whole time, Ari?
Welcome to the secret WCA Twitch live stream.
Are we still live? Oh, we are. Thanks for joining us, guys.
I think we're done now.
I think we should stop in 5,
Freeze frame.
4, 3, 2, 1.